similar purpose in the ocean of worldly existence. They surpass nectar in sweetness and make our worldly path smooth and easy to traverse. Blessed are the stories of the saints. When they enter out heart through the ears, the body, consciousness, or egoism, and the sense of duality vanish. And when they are stored in the heart, doubt fly out to all sides. Pride of the body will fall, and wisdom will be stored in abundance. The description of Baba's pure fame and the hearings of the same with love will destroy the sins of the devotee, and therefore this is the simple sadhana for attaining salvation. The sadhana for Krita age was Shamatma for Treta age, sacrifice for Dwapara, worship, and for Kali, present age. It is singing of the name and glory of the Lord. This last sadhana is open to all the people of the four varnas. The other sadhanas, viz. Yoga, Yajna, Dhyana, and Dharna, are very difficult to practice, but singing and hearing the stories and the glory of the Lord is very easy. We have only to turn our attention toward them. The listening and singing of the stories will remove the attachment to the sense and their objects and will make the devotees dispassionate and will ultimately lead them to self realization. With this end in view, Sai Baba made me or helped me to write his stories Satcharitamrita, the devotees may now easily read and hear these stories of Sai Baba and while doing so, meditate on him, his form and thus attain devotion to Guru and God, get detachment and self realization. In the preparation and writing of this work, Satcharitamrita, it is Sai Baba's grace which has accomplished everything, making use of me as a mere instrument.
Yes.
Sri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai. Yeah, Venkat, you will be finishing chapter 3.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Motherly love of Sai Baba. Everybody knows how a cow loves her infant calf. Her udder is always full, and when calf wants milk and dashes at the udder, out comes the milk in an unceasing flow. Similarly, a human mother knows the wants of her child beforehand and feeds him at at her breast in time. In the case of dressing and adorning the child, a mother takes particular care to see that this is well done. The child knows or cares nothing about this, but the mother's joy knows no bounds when she sees her child well dressed and adorned. The love of mother is peculiar, extraordinary, and disinterested, and has no parallel. Sadgurus feel this motherly love towards the disciple. Sai Baba had the same love towards me, and I give an instance of it below. In 1916, I retired from government service. The pension was settled in my case and what was not sufficient to maintain my family decently. On Guru Purnima, 15th of Ashada day of that year, I went to Shirdi with other devotees. There, Mr. Chinchakar, of his own accord, prayed to Baba for me as follows. Please look kindly at him. The pension he gets is quite insufficient. His family is growing. Give him some other appointment. Remove his anxiety and make him happy. Baba replied, he will get some other job, but now he should serve me and be happy. His dishes will be ever full and never empty. He should turn all his attention towards me and avoid the company of atheists, irreligious, and wicked people. He should be modest and humble towards all and worship me with heart and soul. If he does this, he will get eternal happiness. The question, who is this he who worshipped is advocated, is already answered in a note. Who is Sai Baba in the prologue at the beginning of the week, the beginning of the work of this work. Rohila story. The story of Rohila illustrates Sai Baba's all-embracing love. Once Rohila, tall and well-built, strong as a bull, came to Shirdi wearing a long kafni robe and was enamored of Sai, who stayed there and day and night. He used to recite in a loud and harsh tone the kalma, the holy verse from Holy Quran, and shout Allahu Akbar. God is great. Most people at Shirdi were working in their fields during their day, and when they returned to their homes at night, they were welcomed with Rohila's harsh cries and shouts. They could no longer sleep and felt much trouble and inconvenience. They suffered this nuisance for some days in silence, and when they could not stand, when they could stand it no longer, excuse me,
Bless
they
you.
approached Baba and requested him to check Rohila and stop the nuisance. Baba did not attend to this complaint. On contrary, Baba took the villagers to the task and asked them to mind their own business. He said to them that Rohila had a very bad wife who tried to trouble the Rohila and himself. But hearing the Rohila's prayer, she dared not enter, and they were at peace. In fact, Rohila had no wife, and by wife, Baba meant Durbuddhi, evil thoughts. As Baba liked prayers and cries to God better than anything else, he took the side of Rohila and asked the villagers to wait and bear with the nuisance, which would abate in due course. Baba's sweet and nectar-like words. One day at noon, after Arati, devotees were returning to the lodgings when Baba gave the following beautiful advice: Be wherever you like, do whatever you choose. Remember this well, that all what you do is known to me. I am the inner ruler of all and seated in your hearts. I have enveloped all the creatures, the movable and the immovable world. I am the controller, the wire puller of the show of this universe. I am the mother, origin of all beings, the harmony of three gunas, the propeller of all senses, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. Nothing will harm him who turns his attention towards me, but Maya will lash out with him who forgets me. All insects, ants, the visible, the movable, immovable world is my body or form. Hearing these beautiful and precious words, I at once decided in my mind to serve no man henceforth but my Guru only. But the reply of Baba to Annacha his query, who was really mine? What should I get that I would get some job began to revolve in my mind, and I began to think whether it would come to happen. As future events showed, Baba's words came true, and I got government job, but that was of short duration. Then I became free and solely devoted myself to service of my Guru Sai Baba. Before concluding this chapter, I request the readers to leave out the various hindrances, this indolence, sleep, wandering of mind, attachment to senses, and turn their whole and undivided attention to their stories of Sai Baba. Let their love be natural. Let them know the secret of devotion. Let them not exhaust themselves by other sadhanas. Let them stick to a simple remedy, listening to Baba stories. This will destroy their ignorance and will secure from their salvation. A miser may stay at various places, but he constantly thinks of his buried treasures. So let Sai Baba be enthroned in hearts of all. In the next chapter, I shall speak of Sai Baba's advent in Shirdi. How to Shirdi Sai, peace to be all.
Sri Sachidananda Sat Sainath Maharaj.
Ki Jai.
Thank you, Venkat. Mahalakshmi, yes, you can start chapter 4.
Om Sai Ram. Sai Baba, Chapter 4. Sai Baba's first advent in Shirdi. Mission of Saints. Shirdi, a holy faith. Personality of Sai Baba. Victim of Gauli Bua. Appearance of Vittala Krishsagar's story. Das Kanu's bath in Prayag. Immaculate Conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi, and three Vadas. In the last chapter, I described the circumstances which led me to write Sai Satcharitra. Let me now describe the first advent of Sai Baba in Shirdi. Mission of the Saints. Lord Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, verses 7 and 8, that whenever there is a decay of dharma, righteousness, and an ascendancy of unrighteousness, I manifest myself for the protection of the virtuous and the destruction of the vicious, and for the establishment of the righteousness, I manifest myself age after age. This is the mission of the Lord and the sages and the saints who are his representatives and who appear at appropriate times and work in their own way to fulfill that mission. For instance, when the twice born, that's the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, and the Vaishyas, neglect their duties, and when the Shudras try to observe the duties of the other classes, when spiritual preceptors are not respected but humiliated, and when nobody cares for religious instructions, when everybody thinks himself very learned, when people begin to partake of forbidden foods and intoxicating drinks, when under the cloak of religion people indulge in malpractices, when people belonging to different sects fight amongst themselves, when Brahmins fail to do Sandhya adoration and the Orthodox leave their religious practices, when yogis neglect their meditation, when people begin to think that wealth, progeny, wife are their sole concern and thus turn away from the true path of salvation, then saints appear and try to set matters right by their words and actions. They serve us as beacon lights and show us the path and the right way for us to follow. In this way, many saints, that's Nivruti, Jnanadev, Muktabai, Namdev, Gora, Gonai, Eknath, Tukaram, Narahari, Narsibai, Sajjan Kasai, Savata, Ramdas, and various others did appear at various times to show the right path to the people, and so the present advent came as Sri Sai Baba of Shirdi. Shirdi, a holy Tirth. The banks of the Godavari River in the Ahmednagar district are very fortunate, for they gave birth and refuge to many a saint, prominent among them being Jnaneshwar. Shirdi also falls in the Kopargaon Taluka or the Ahmednagar district. After crossing the Godavari River at Kopargaon, one gets on way to Shirdi. When you go 3 kos, that's 9 miles, you come to Nimgaon, from where Shirdi is visible. Shirdi is as famous and well known as other holy places like Gangapur, Narsimvadi, Adambar on the banks of river Krishna. As the devotee Damoji flourished and blessed Mangal Veda near Pandharpur, as Samartha Ramdas at Sajjangad, as Sri Narsimha Saraswati at Saraswati Vadi, so Sainath flourished at Shirdi and blessed. Personality of Sai Baba. It is an account of Sri Sai Baba that Shirdi grew into importance. Let us see what sort of personage Sai Baba was. He conquered this samsara, worldly existence, which is very difficult and hard to cross. Peace or mental calm was his ornament, and he was the repository of wisdom. He was the home of the Vaishya devotees, most generous like Karna amongst all, and the quintessence of all essences. He had no love for perishable things and was always engrossed in self-realization, which was his sole concern. He felt no pleasure in the things of this world or of the world beyond. His antarang heart was as clear as a mirror, and his speech always rained nectar. The rich and the poor people were the same to him. He neither knew nor cared for honor or dishonor. He was the Lord of all beings. He spoke freely and mixed with all people, watched the actings and dances of Nautch girls, and heard Gajal songs. Since he swerved not an inch from samadhi, mental equilibrium, the name of Allah was always on his lips. While the world awoke, he slept, and while the world slept, he was vigilant. His inner self was as calm as the deep sea. His ashram could not be determined, nor his actions could be definitely determined, and though he lived in one place, he knew all the transactions of the world. His darbar was imposing. He told hundreds of stories daily. Still, he swerved not an inch from his vow of silence. He always leaned against the wall in the masjid or walked morning, noon, and evening towards Salendi, Nala, and Chavdi. Still, he at all times abided in the self. Though a Siddha, he had acted like a sadhaka. He was meek, humble, and egoless and pleased all. Such was Sai Baba, and as the soil of Shirdi was trodden by Sai Baba's feet, it attained extraordinary importance. As Gyaneshwar elated Alandi, Eknath did to Python, so Sai Baba raised Shirdi. Blessed are the grass, leaves, and stones of Shirdi, for they could kiss the holy feet of Sai Baba, take his dust on his head. Shirdi became to us devotees another Pandharpur, Jagannath, Dwaraka, Banaras, Kashi, and Rameshwar, Badri Kedar, Nashik, Triambakeshwar, Ujjain, and Mahakaleshwar or Mahabaleshwar Gokaran. Contact of Sai Baba in Shirdi was like our study of Veda and Tantra. It quietened our samsara, the world consciousness, and rendered self realization. The darshan of Sri Sai was our yoga sadhana, and talk with him removed our sins. Shampooing his legs was our bath in Triveni Prayag, and drinking the holy water of his feet destroyed our sins. To us, his commands were Vedas, and accepting eating his udi, sacred ashes, and prasad was all purifying. He was our Sri Krishna and Sri Rama, who gave us solace, and he was our Parabrahma, absolute reality. He was himself beyond the pair of dvandvas, opposites, never dejected nor elated. He was always engrossed in himself as existence, knowledge, and bliss. Shirdi was his center, but his field of action extended far beyond to Punjab, Calcutta, North India, Gujarat, Dhaka, now in Bangladesh, and Konkan. Thus, the fame of Sai Baba appeared far and wide, and people from all parts came to take his darshan and blessing. By mere darshan, minds of people, whether pure or impure, would become at once. They got here the same unparalleled joy devotees get at Pandharpur by seeing little Rakumaba. This is not an exaggeration. Consider what a devotee says in this respect. Om Sai.
Victim of Gauli Bua. An old devotee by name Gauli Bua, aged about 95 years, was a Varkari of Pandari. He stayed for 9 months at Pandharpur and for 4 months, Ashada to Kartik, July to November, on the banks of Ganges. He had a donkey with him for carrying his luggage and a disciple as his companion. Each year he made his wari or trip to Pandharpur and came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba, whom he loved most. He used to gaze as Baba, saying, "This is Pandarinath Vittal, incarnate, the merciful Lord of the poor and helpless." This Gaulibua was an old devotee of Vitoba and had made many a trip to Pandari, and he testified that Sai Baba was really Pandarinath. Vittal himself appeared. Sai Baba was very fond of remembering and singing God's name. He always uttered Allah Malik, God is Lord, and in his presence made others sing God's name continuously day and night for all 7 days of the week. This is called Nam Sapta. Once he asked Das Ganu Maharaj to do the Nam Sapta. He replied that he would do it provided he was assured that Vittal would appear at the end of the seventh day. Then Baba, placing his hand on his chest, assured him that certainly Vittal would appear, but for that devotee be must be earnest and devout. The Dankapuri Thakur of Dhakurnath, the Pandari of Vittal, the Dwarka of Ranchod, Krishna is here, Shirdi. One need not go far out to see Dwarka. Will Vittal come here from some outside place? He is here. Only when the devotee is bursting with love and devotion, Vittal will manifest himself here, Shirdi. After the saptah was over, Vittal did manifest himself in the following manner. Kaka Sahib Dixit was as usual sitting in meditation after his bath. He saw Vittal in a vision. When he went at noon for Baba's darshan, Baba asked point blank, "Did Vittal Patil come? Did you see him? He is a very truant fellow. Catch him firmly, otherwise he will escape if you are even a little inattentive." This happened in the morning, and at noon there was another Vittal darshan. A hawker came there for selling 25 or 30 pictures of Vitova. This picture exactly tallied with the figure that appeared in Kaka Sahib's vision. On seeing this and remembering Baba's words, Kaka Sahib Dixit was much surprised and delighted. He brought one picture of uh, he bought one picture of Vitova and placed it in the shrine for worship. Bhagwan Rao Krishsagar's story. How fond was Baba for Vittal's worship was illustrated in Bhagwantarao Sagar's story. The father of Bhagwantarao was a devotee of Vithoba and used to make waris, annual trips to Pandharpur. He also had an image of Vithoba at home, which he worshipped. After his death, the son stopped everything, the wari, the worship, and the Shraddha ceremony, etc. When Bhagwantarao came to Shirdi, Baba, on remembering his father, at once said, "His father was my friend, so I dragged him, the son, here. He never offered Naivedyam, offering of food, and so he starved Vittal and me. So I brought him here. I shall demonstrate him now and set him to worship." Das Ganu's bath in Prayag. The Hindus think that a bath in the holy teeth of Prayag, where the Ganga and the Yamuna meet, is very meritorious, and thousands of pilgrims go there periodically to have the sacred bath there. Once Das Ganu thought that he would go to Prayag for a bath and came to Baba to get his permission for doing so. Baba replied to him, "It is not necessary to go so far. Our Prayag is here, believe me." Then wonder of when Das placed his head on Baba's feet, out flowed streams of Ganga Yamuna water from both the toes of Baba. Seeing this miracle, Das Ganu was overwhelmed with feelings of love and adoration, and tears filled with my eyes. Shortly, he felt inspired, and his speech burst forth into a, into a song in praise of his Leelas.
Yes. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you. Snehita,
Yeah.
you can continue from here. Yes.
Okay.
And you will be finishing chapter 4.
Yeah. Immaculate Conception of Sai Baba and his first advent in Shirdi. Nobody knew the parents, birth, or birthplace of Sai Baba. Many inquiries were made, many questions were put to Baba and others regarding this, but no satisfactory answer or information has yet been obtained. Practically, we know nothing about these matters. Namdev and Kabir were not born like ordinary mortals. They were found as infants in mother of pearls, Namdev being found on the bank Bhagirathi River by Gonai and Kabir on the bank Bhagirathi River by Tamal. Similar was the case with Sai Baba. He first manifested himself as a young lad of 16 years under a neem tree in Shirdi for the sake of bhaktas. Even then, he seemed to be full of the knowledge of Brahma. He had no desire for worldly objects even in dreams. He kicked out Maya and Mukti, deliverance, was serving at his feet. One old woman of Shirdi, the mother of Nana Chopdar, described him thus: "This young lad, fair, smart, and very handsome, was first seen under the neem tree, seated in an asan. The people of the village were wonderstruck to see such a young lad practicing hard penance, not minding heat and cold. By day he associated with none. By night he was afraid of nobody. People were wondering and asking whence this young chap had turned up. His form and features were so beautiful that a mere look endeared him to all. He went to nobody's door, always sat near the neem tree. Outwardly he looked very young, but by his action he was really a great soul. He was the embodiment of dispassion and was an enigma to all. One day, it so happened that Khandoba possessed the body of some devotee, and people began to ask him, "Deva, God, you please inquire what blessed father's son in this is this lad, and whence did he come?" God Khandoba asked them to bring a pickaxe and dig in a particular place. When it was dug, bricks were found underneath a flat stone. When the stone was removed, a corridor was seen in which four semis lights were burning. The corridor led to a cellar where cow mouth shaped structures, wood boards, rosaries were seen. Khandoba said, this lad practiced penance here for 12 years. Then the people began to question the lad about this. He put them off by telling that this was his Guru's place, his holy Vatan, and requested them to guard this well. The people then closed this corridor as before. As Ashwatha and Audambar trees are held sacred, Baba regarded this neem tree equally sacred and loved it most. Mahalsapati and other Shirdi devotees regard this site as a resting place, Samadhi Stan of Baba's Guru, and prostrate before it. Three Vadas. 1. The site with the neem tree and surrounding space was bought by Mr. Hari Vinayak Sathe, and on this site a big building styled Sathe's Vada was erected. This Vada was the sole resting place for pilgrims who flocked there. A platform was built round the neem tree and lofts with steps were constructed. Under the steps there is a niche facing south and devotees sit on the platform facing north. It is believed that he who burns incense there on Thursday and Friday evenings will be by God's grace be happy. This vada was old and dilapidated and needed repairs. The necessary repairs, addition and alterations have been made now by the Sansthan. 2. Then after some years, another vada, Dikshit Vada, was constructed. Kaka Saheb Dikshit, solicitor of Mumbai, had gone to England. He had injured his leg in an accident there. The injury could not be got rid of by any means. Nana Sahib Chandorkar advised him to see Sai Baba. So he went to Sai Baba in 1909 and requested him to cure the lameness of his mind rather than that of his leg. He was so much pleased with the darshan of Sai Baba that he decided to reside in Shirdi. So he built a vada for himself and other devotees. The foundation of this building was laid on 10-12-1910. On this day, the two important events took place. One, Mr. Dada Saheb Kaparde was given permission to return home, and two, the night Aarti at the Chavadi was started. The Wada was completed and was inhabited on Ram Navami Day in 1911 with due rites and formalities. Point number 3. Then another Vada or palatial mansion was put up by the famous millionaire Mr. Bhuti of Nagpur. A lot of money was spent on this building, but it was all well utilized as Sai Baba's body is resting in this Vada, which is now called the Samadhi Mandir. The site of this mandir formerly had a garden which was watered and looked after by Baba. Three Vadas thus came up where there was none formerly. Of these, Sathe's Vada was most useful to all in the early days. The story of the garden, which was attended by Sai Baba with the help of Vaman Tatya, the temporary absence of Sai Baba from Shirdi, and his coming again to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil, the company of Devi Das, Janki Das, and Gangagir, Baba's wrestling match with Mohiddin Tamboli residing in the masjid, love of Mr. Dengle and other devotees, and other incidents will be described in the next chapter.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Snehita. Aruna?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you can start chapter 5 and you will be reading until that story of Padukas, that chapter.
Okay.
That paragraph, I mean, on 25. Okay.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki
Maharaj ki
jai.
jai.
Chapter 5. Return with Chand Patil's marriage party. As hinted in the last chapter, I shall now describe first how Sai Baba returned to Shirdi after his disappearance. There lived in Aurangabad district in a village called Dham, well-to-do Mohammedan gentleman by name Chand Patil. While he was making a trip to Aurangabad, he lost his mare. For 2 long months, he made a diligent search but could get no trace of the lost mare. After being disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with a saddle on his back. After traveling 4 course and a half, he came on the way to a mango tree under the foot of which sat a fakir. He had a cap on his head, wore kafni, long robe, and had a satka short stick under his arm, and he was preparing to smoke a chilla, pipe. On seeing Chand Patil pass by the way, he called out to him and asked him to have a smoke and to rest a little. The queer fellow, or fakir, asked him about the saddle. Chand Patil replied that it was of his mare, which was lost some time back. The fakir asked him to make a search in the nala close by. He went, and wonder of wonders, he found the mare there. He thought that this fakir was not an ordinary man but an avaliya, a great saint. He returned to the fakir with the mare. The chilim was ready for being smoked, but two things were wanting: fire to light the pipe and water to wet the chapi. The fakir took his prong and thrust it forcibly into the ground, and out came a live ember, which he put on the pipe. Then he dashed the satka on the ground from where water began to ooze. The chapi was wetted with that water, then wrung out and wrapped around the pipe. Thus, everything being complete, the fakir smoked the chilim and then gave it also to Chand Patil. On seeing all this, Chand Patil was struck. He requested the fakir to come to his home and accept his hospitality. Next day, he went to Patil's house and stayed there for some time. Patil was a village officer of Dham. His wife's brother's son was to be married. The bride was from Shirdi. So Patil made preparations to start for Shirdi for the marriage. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch. The party returned to Dham, except the fakir, who stayed back in Shirdi and remained there forever. How the fakir got the name Sai. When the marriage party came to Shirdi, it alighted at the foot of the banyan tree in Bhagat Mahalsapati's field near Khandoba temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of the Khandoba temple, and members of the party descended one by one, and the fakir also got down. Bhagat Mahalsapati saw the young fakir getting down and accosted him. Ya Sai, welcome Sai. Others also addressed him as Sai, and henceforth he became Sai Baba. Contact with other saints. Sai Baba began to stay in a deserted masjid. One saint named Devidas was living in Shirdi for many years before Baba came there. Baba liked him. He stayed with him in the Maruti temple in the Chavadi and sometimes lived alone. Then came another saint by name Janaki Das. Both spent most of his time in talking with him, or Janaki Das went to Baba's residence. So also one Vaishya householder saint from Puntambe by name Gangagir always frequented Shirdi. When he first saw Sai Baba carrying pitchers of water in both hands for watering the garden, he was amazed and said openly, "Blessed is Shirdi that it got this precious jewel. This man is carrying water today, but he is not an ordinary fellow. As this land was fortunate and meritorious, it secured this jewel." So also one famous saint by name Anandanath of Yavala Mat, a disciple of Akalkot Maharaj, came to Shirdi with some people. When he saw Sai Baba, he said openly, This is a precious diamond in reality. Though he looks like an ordinary man, he's not a ghar, ordinary stone, but a diamond. You will realize this in the future." Saying this, he returned to Yavala. This was said while Sai Baba was a youngster. Baba's dress and daily routine. In his young days, Sai Baba grew hair on his head, never had his head shaved. He dressed like an athlete. When he went to Rahata, 3 miles from Shirdi, he brought with him small plants of marigold, jai, and jui. And after cleaning, he planted and watered them. A devotee by name Vaman Tatya supplied him daily with 2 unbaked earthen pitchers. With these, Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulders. In the evening, the pitchers were kept at the foot of the neem tree. As soon as they were placed there, they were broken as they were made of raw earth and not baked. Next day, Tatya supplied 2 fresh pitchers. This course went on for 3 years, and with Sai Baba's toil and effort, they grew a garden. On this site at present stands the big mansion Samadhi Mandir of Baba, which is now frequented and used by so many devotees. The story of Padukas and footprints under the neem tree. A devotee of Akalkot Maharaj by name Bhai Krishnaji Alibakar worshipped the photo of Akalkot Maharaj. He once thought of going to Akalkot Solapur district, take the darshana of the Padukas, footprints of the Maharaj, and offer his sincere prayer there. But before he could go there, he got a vision in his dream. Akalkot Maharaj appeared in the vision and said to him, "Now Shirdi is my resting place. Go there and offer your worship." So Bhai changed his plan and came to Shirdi, worshipped Baba, stayed there for 6 months and was happy. As a reminiscence of this vision, he prepared the Padukas and installed them on the auspicious day of Shravan Shaka 1834-1912 AD under the neem tree with due ceremonies and formalities conducted by Dada Kilkar and Upasani. One Dikshit Brahmin was appointed for worship and management was entrusted to devotee Sagun. Should I continue?
No.
Om Shri
Sachidananda
Nanda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
jai. Yes.
Complete version of the story. Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamlatar of Thana and a great devotee of Sai Baba, made inquiries about this matter with Sagun Miru Naik and Govik Kamlakar Dikshit and has published a full version of the Padukas in Sai Leela, Volume 11, number 1, page 25. It runs as follows. In 1834 Shaka, 1912 AD, one Dr. Ramrao Kothari of Mumbai came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. His compounder and his friend, Bhai Krishnaji Alibi Bakkar, accompanied him. The compounder and Bhai became intimate with Sagun Meru Naik and G.K. Dikshit. While discussing things, these persons thought that there must be some memorial of Sai Baba's first advent at Shirdi and his sitting under the holy neem tree. They thought of installing Baba's padukas there and were going to make them of some rough stone. Then Bhai's friend, the compounder, suggested that if this matter was made known to his master, Dr. Ramrao Kothare, he would prepare nice padukas for this purpose. All liked this proposal, and Dr. Kothare was informed about it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the padukas. He went to Upasani Maharaj in Khandoba's temple and showed him his plan. The latter made many improvements, drew lotus, flowers, conch, disc, mace, etc., and suggested that the following shloka regarding Neem's tree greatness and Baba's yogic powers be inscribed. The verse was as follows. Sada Nimba Vriksha Muladhivastha Sudhastravanam Tikta Madhyam Priyam Tama Tarun Kalpa Vriksha Dika Sadhayanatam Namami Shwara Sadguru Sainatham. Translation: I bow to the Lord Sri Sainath, who by his constant stay at the foot of the neem tree, through bitter and unpleasant made it was yet oozing nectar. The oozing of this tree is called amrut, that is nectar on account of its healing properties. Superior than the kalpavriksha, wish-fulfilling tree. Upasani's suggestions were accepted and carried out. The padukas were made in Mumbai and sent to Shirdi with the compounder. Baba said that they should be installed on the Purnima, 15th of Shravan. On that day at 11 a.m., G.K. Dikshit brought them on his head from Khandoba's temple to the Dwarkamai Masjid in a procession. Baba touched the padukas, saying that these are the feet of the Lord, and asked the people to install them at the foot of the neem tree. A day earlier, one Parsi devotee of Mumbai named Pasta Shet sent rupees 25 by money order. Baba gave the sum for the installation of the padukas. The total expense of installation came up to rupees 100, out of which rupees 75 were collected by subscriptions. For the first 5 years, G.K. Dikshit worshipped the padukas daily, and then this was done by Lakshman Khacheshwar Jakhadi. In the first 5 years, Dr. Kothare sent rupees 2 per month for lighting the lamp, and he also sent the railing round the padukas. The expense of bringing the railing from the station to Shirdi rupees 780, presently rupees 750 cents, 50 paisa, and roofing was paid by Sagun Meru Naik. Now Jakhadi Nana Pujari does the work. And Sagun Meru Naik offers the Naivedya and lights the evening lamps. Bhai Krishnaji was originally a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj. He had come to Shirdi at the installation of the Padukas in Shaka 1834 on his way to Akalkot. He wanted to go to Akalkot after taking the darshan of Baba. He asked Baba's permission for this. Baba said, "Oh, what is there in Akalkot? Why do you go there? The Maharaj of that place is here myself." Hearing this, Bhai did not go to Akalkot. He came to Shirdi off and on after the installation of the Padukas. Mr. B.V. Dev concluded that Hemant Pant did not know these details. Had he known them, he would not have failed to depict them in his Satcharitra. Wrestling bout with Mohiddin Tamboli and change in lifestyle.
And to return to the other stories of Baba, there was a wrestler in Shirdi by name Mohiddin Tamboli. Baba and he did not agree on some points, but both had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Thenceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He donned kafni, wore a langot, and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He took a piece of sackcloth for his bed and was content with wearing torn and worn out rags. He always said that poverty is better than kingship, far better than lordship. The Lord is always brother, befriender of the poor. Gangagir was also very fond of wrestling. Once while he was wrestling, a similar feeling of dispassion descended over him, and at the proper time, he heard the voice of an adept saying that he should wear out his body playing with God. So he too gave up Sansara and turned towards God realization. He established a mutt on the banks of the river near Puntambe and lived there with his disciples. Sai Baba did not mix and speak with the people. He only gave answers when he was questioned. By day, he always sat under the neem tree, sometimes in the shade of a babul tree, near the stream on the outskirts of the village. In the afternoon, he used to walk at random and go at times to Nimgaon. There, he frequented the house of Bala Sahib Dengre. Baba loved Mr. Bala Sahib. His younger brother, named Nana Sahib, had no son, though he married a second wife. Bala Sahib sent Nana Sahib for taking darshan of Sai Baba, and after some time, with his grace, Nana Sahib got a son. From that time onwards, people began to come in large numbers to see Sai Baba, and his fame began to spread and reach Ahmednagar. From thence, Nana Sahib Chandorkar and Keshav Chindambar and many others began to come to Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during day and slept at night in an old and dilapidated masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of a chillam, tobacco, a tumbler, long kafni, a piece of cloth around his head, and a satka, which he always kept with him. The piece of white cloth on the head was twisted like matted hair and flowed down from the left ear on the back. This was not washed for weeks. He wore no shoes, no sandals. A piece of sackcloth was his seat for most of the day. He wore a kopan, a waistcloth band, and for warding off cold, he always sat in front of a dhuni, sacred fire, facing south, with his left hand resting on the wooden railing. In that dhuni, he offered an oblation of egoism, desires, and always uttered Allah Malik. God is the sole owner. The masjid in which he sat was only of 2 room dimensions, where all devotees came and saw him. After 1912, there was a change. The old masjid was repaired and a pavement was constructed. Before Baba came to live in this masjid, he lived for a long time in a place, Takya, where with ghunguru, small bells tied on his ankles, Baba danced beautifully and sang with tender love, turning water into oil. Sai Baba was very fond of lights. He used to borrow oil from shopkeepers and keep lamps burning the whole night in the masjid and temple. This went on for some time. The Baniyas, who supplied oil, once met together and decided not to give him oil. When, as usual, Baba went to ask for oil, they all gave him a distinct no. Unperturbed, Baba returned to the masjid and kept the dry wicks in the lamp. The Baniyas were watching him with curiosity. Baba took the tamral, which contained very little, a few drops oil, put water into it, and drank it, and then forced it out to fall into the container. After consecrating the tin pot this way, he again took the water from the tin pot and filled all lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of the watching Baniyas, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. The Baniyas repented and apologized, and Baba forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in the future. The pseudo Guru Jawahar Al. 5 years after the wrestling bout above mentioned, one fakir from Ahmednagar by name Jawahar Ali came to Rahata with his disciples and stayed in Bakal, the spacious room near Veerabhadra temple. The fakir was learned, could repeat the whole Quran, and had a sweet tongue. Many religious and devout people of the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of the people, he started to build an idgah, a walled enclosure in which Mohammedans pray on Eid day near the Veerabhadra temple. There was some quarrel about this affair, on account of which Jawahar Ali had to leave Rahata. Then he came to Shirdi and lived in the masjid with Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk, and he began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to be his chela, disciple. Then both Guru and chela decided to return to Rahata and live there. The Guru, teacher, never knew his disciple's worth, but the disciple knew the shortcomings of the Guru. Still, he never disrespected him, observing carefully his duties. He even served the master in various ways. They used to come to Shirdi off and on, but the mainstay was in Rahata. The loving devotees of Baba in Shirdi did not like that Baba should stay away from them in Rahata. So they went in a deputation to bring Baba back to Shirdi. When they met Baba near the Idgah and told the purpose for which they came, Baba said to them that the fakir was an angry, ill tempered fellow. He would not leave him, and that they should better go back to Shirdi without him before the fakir returned. While they were thus talking, the fakir turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take away his disciple. There was some hot discussion and altercation, and it was finally decided that both Guru and Chela should return to Shirdi. And so they returned and lived in Shirdi. But after a few days, the Guru was tested by Devi Das and he was found wanting. 12 years after Baba arrived in Shirdi with the marriage party, this Devi Das, aged about 10 or 11 years, came to Shirdi and lived in the Maruti temple. Devidas had fine features and brilliant eyes, and he was dispassion incarnate and a dhyani. Many people named Tatya Tut, Kote, Kashinath, and others regarded him as their guru. They brought Jawahar Ali in his presence, and in the discussion that followed, Jawahar was bursted and fled from Shirdi. He went and stayed in Bijapur and returned after many years to Shirdi and prostrated himself before Sai Baba. The delusion that he was Guru and Sai Baba, his chela, was cleared away, and as he repented, Sai Baba treated him with respect. In this case, Sai Baba showed by his conduct how one should get rid of egoism and do the duties of a disciple to attain the highest end, self realization. This story is told here according to the version given by Mahalsapati, a great devotee of Baba. In the next chapter, Ram Navami festival, the masjid, its former condition, and later improvement in it will be described. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sajdananda
Satchidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sai
Sai
Nath Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
Ki
Jai.
Thank you, Deepankar. Raji, and you will be starting like chapter 6. Okay, and you will be that sandal procession, that chapter you will continue until page 34.
Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you.
Raji. Chapter 6, Ram Navami Festival and Masjid Repairs. Efficacy of the touch of Guru's hand. Ram Navami Festival, its origin, transformation, etc. repairs to the Masjid. Before describing Ram Navami Festival and Masjid repairs, the author makes some preliminary remarks about Sadguru as follows. Efficacy of the touch of Guru's hand. Where real or sad Guru is the helmsman, he is sure to carry us safely and easily beyond the worldly ocean. The word Sadguru brings to mind Sai Baba. He appears to me as if standing before me and applying Udi, sacred ashes, to my forehead and placing his hand, blessing on my head. Then joy fills my heart and love overflows through my eyes. Wonderful is the power of touch of Guru's hand. The subtle body consisting of thoughts and desires, which cannot be burnt by the world dissolving fire, is destroyed by the mere touch of Guru's hand. And the sins of many past births are cleaned and washed away. Even the thoughts of those who heads feel annoyed when they hear religious and godly talk contains calmness. The seeing of Sai Baba's handsome form chokes our throat with joy, makes the eyes overflowing with tears, and overwhelms the heart with emotions. It awakens in us a I am He, Brahman, consciousness, manifests the joy of self-realization and dissolving the distinction of I and thou, then and there, makes us one with the supreme one reality. When I begin to read scriptures at every step, I am reminded of my Sadguru, and Sai Baba assumes the form of Rama or Krishna and makes me listen to his life. For instance, when I sit to listen to Bhagavat, Sai becomes Krishna from the top to toe, and I think he sings the Bhagavat or Uddhava Gita, uh, some of teachings by Lord Sri Krishna to his disciple Uddhava for the welfare of devotees. When I begin to chit chat, I am at once put in mind of Sai stories for enabling me to give suitable illustrations. When I myself start to write anything, I cannot compose a few words or sentences, but when he is his own accord makes me write, I go on writing and writing, and there is no end to it. When the disciples' egoism props up, he presses it down with his hand and giving him his own power makes him again his object and thus satisfies and blesses him. If anyone prostrates before Sai and surrenders heart and soul to him, then unsolicited, all the chief objects of life, that is, dharma, righteousness, artha, wealth, kama, desire, and moksha, deliverance, are easily and unsolicitedly attained. Four paths of karma, jnana, yoga, and bhakti lead us separately to God. Of these, the path of bhakti is thorny and full of pits and ditches, and thus difficult to traverse. But if you relying on your Sadguru, avoid the pits and thorns and walk straight, it will take you to the destination, God. So says definitely Sai Baba. After philosophizing about self-existent Brahman, his power, Maya, to create this world and world created, and stating that all these three are ultimately one and the same, The author quotes Sai Baba's words guaranteeing the welfare of bhaktas. There will never be any dearth or scarcity or regarding food and clothes in my devotees' homes. It is my special characteristic that I always look to and provide for the welfare of those devotees who worship me wholeheartedly and their minds ever fixed on me. Lord Krishna has also said the same in Gita. Therefore, strive not much for food and clothes. If you want anything, beg of the Lord, leave worldly honor, try to get Lord's grace and blessings, and be honored in His court. Do not be deluded by worldly honor. The form of the deity should be firmly fixed in the mind. Let all the senses and mind be ever devoted to the worship of Lord. Let there be no attraction for any other thing. Fix of the fix the mind in remembering me always, so that it will not wander elsewhere towards body, wealth, or home. Then it will be calm, peaceful, and carefree. This is the sign of the mind being well engaged in good company. If the mind is vagrant, it cannot be called well merged. After quoting these words, the author goes on to relate the story of Ramnavami festival in Shirdi. As Ramanavami is the greatest festival celebrated at Shirdi, another fuller account, as published in Sai Leela magazine of 1925, page 197, is also referred to, and a summary of the festival as related in both these accounts is attempted here. Origin. One, Mr. Gopal Rao Gundu was a circle inspector at Kopargaon. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had three wives, but had no issue. With Sai's blessings, a son was born to him. In the joy that he felt regarding the event, an idea of celebrating a fair or urus occurred to him in the year 1897. He placed it for consideration before other Shirdi devotees, that is, Tatya Patil, Dada Kote Patil, Madharoj Deshpande Sharma. They all approved of the idea and got Sai Baba's permissions and blessings. Then an application for getting the collector's sanction for celebrating the Urus was made. But as a village Kulkarni reported against holding the fair, the sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba has blessed they tried again and ultimately succeeded in getting the collector's sanction. The day of the for the Urus was fixed on the Ramnavami day. After having consultation with Sai Baba, it seems he had some end in view. In this, the unification of two fairs of festivals, the Urus and the Ramnavami, and the unification of the two communities, the Hindus and the Mohammedans. As future events showed, this end or object was achieved, though the permission was obtained, but other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a village and there was a scarcity of water. There are two wells in the village. The one in use dried up soon, and the water from the second was brackish. This brackish water was turned into sweet one by Sai Baba by throwing flowers into it. The water of this well was insufficient. So Tatya Patil had to arrange to get water from the well by fixing moats, leather sacks thereon at a considerable distance. Then temporary shops had to be constructed and wrestling bouts arranged. Gopalrao Gundu had a friend by name Damu Annasagar of Ahmednagar. He also was similarly unhappy in the matter of progeny, and though he married two wives, he too was blessed by Sai Baba with sons. Mr. Gundu prevailed upon his friend to prepare and apply one simple flag for the procession of the fair. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Nana Sahib Nimorkar to supply another embroidered flag. Both these flags were taken and procession through the village, and finally fixed at the two ends or corners of the masjid, which is called Sai Baba as Dwarka Mai. This is being done even now. The sandal position.
Yes. Or Mahalakshmi, you want to take care?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, she will continue then. Thank you. Oh, Shri Sachita Satguru
Sri Sai
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki jai.
Jai, Jai Sai Ram.
Sai. The sandal procession. There was another procession which was started in this fair. This idea of sandal procession originated with one Mr. Amir Shakkar Dalal, a Mohammedan Bhakta from Kerala. This procession is held in honor of great Muslim saints. Sandal, that is chandan paste, and scrapings are put in the thali, flat dishes, and these are carried with incense burning before them in procession to the accompaniment of band and music through the village, and then after returning to the masjid. The contents of the dishes are thrown on the nimbar and walls of the masjid with hands. This work was managed by Mr. Amir Shakkar for the first 3 years and then afterwards by his wife. Soon on, one day, the two processions, the flags by the Hindus and that of sandal by the Muslims, went on side by side and are still going on without any hitch. Arrangement. This day was very dear and sacred to the devotees of Sai Baba. Most of them turned out on the occasion and took a leading part in the management of the fair. Tatya Kote Patil looked to all outward affairs while the internal management was entirely left to one Radha Krishna Mai, a female devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion and she had to look to their needs and also to arrange for all the paraphernalia of the fair. Another work which she willingly did was to wash out and clean and whitewash the entire masjid, its walls and floor, which were blackened and were full of soot on account of the ever burning duni, sacred fire of Sai Baba. This work she did during the night when Sai Baba went to sleep every alternate day in the Chavdi. She had to take out all the things, including even the duni, and after through cleaning and whitewashing, replace them as they were before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was also a great item in this fair. For this purpose, cooking on a grand scale and preparing various sweet dishes was done in Radha Krishna Mai's lodging, and various rich and wealthy devotees took a leading part in this affair. Transformation of Urus into Ramanavami festival. Things were going on in this way, and fair was gradually increasing in importance till 1912 AD when a change took place. That year, one devotee, Mr. Krishnarao Jageshwar Bhishma, the author of the pamphlet Sai Sagnopasana, came for the fair with Dada Saheb Kapade of Amravati and was staying on the previous day in the Dikshit Wada. While he was lying on the veranda and while Mr. Lakshman Rao alias Kaka Mahajani was going down with puja materials to the masjid, a new thought arose in his mind and he accosted the later thus, there is some providential arrangements in the fact that the Urus or fair is celebrated in Shirdi on the Ramanavami day. This day is very dear to all the Hindus, then why not begin the Ramanavami festival, the celebration of the birth of Sri Rama here on this day? Kaka Mahajani liked the idea and it was arranged to get Baba's permission in this matter. The main difficulty was how to secure a Haridas who would perform kirtan and sing the glories of the Lord on the occasion. But Bhishma solved the difficulty by saying that his Ramakyan composition of on Rama's birth was ready and he would do the kirtan himself, while Kaka Mahajani should play on the harmonium. It was also arranged to get the Suntavada ginger powder mixed with sugar as prasad prepared by Radha Krishna Mai. So they immediately went to the masjid to get Baba's permission. Baba, who knew all things and what was passing there, asked Mahajani as to what was going on in the Vada. Before, before rather perturbed, Mahajani could not catch the purport of the question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Bhishma what he had to say. He explained the idea of celebrating Ramanavami's festival and asked for Baba's permission, and Baba gladly gave it. All rejoiced and made preparations for the Jayanti festival. Next day, the masjid was decorated with buntings, etc., a cradle which supplied by Radha Krishna Mai and placed in front of Baba's seat, and the proceedings started. Bhishma stood up for Kirtan and Mahajani played on the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man to call Mahajani. He was hesitating to go, doubting whether Baba would allow the festival to go on. But when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on and why the cradle was placed there. He answered that the Ramanavami festival was commenced and the cradle was put on for that purpose. Then Baba took a garland from the nimbar and placed it around his neck and sent another garland for Bhishma. Then commenced the kirtan. When it came to a close, sounds of victory of Rama went up and gulal, red powder, was thrown up all around amidst band and music. Everybody was overjoyed when suddenly roaring was heard. The red powder thrown promiscuously all around went up, somehow entered Baba's eyes. Baba got wild and began to scold and abuse loudly. People got frightened by this scene and took their heels. Those intimate devotees who knew Baba well took these scoldings and outer pourings of Baba as blessings in disguise. They thought that when Rama was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild, enraged to kill Ravana and his demons in the form of egoism and wicked thoughts, etc. Besides, they knew that whenever a new thing was undertaken at Shirdi, it was usual with Baba to get wild and angry. And so they kept quiet. Radha Krishna Mai was rather afraid and thought that Baba might break her cradle, and she asked Mahajani to get the cradle back. When she when he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba went to him and asked him not to remove it. Then, after some time, Baba became calm, and that day's program, including Mahapuja and Arati, was finished. Later on, Mr. Mahajani asked Baba for permission to remove the cradle. Baba refused the same, saying that the festival was not yet finished. Next day, another kirtan and Gopal Kala ceremony, an earthen pot containing parched rice mixed with curds is hung only to be broken after the kirtan, and the contents distributed to all, as was done by Lord Krishna amongst his cowherd friends, were performed, and then Baba allowed the cradle to be removed. While the Ramanavami festival was thus going on, the procession of the two flags by day and that of the sandal by night went off with the usual pomp and show. From this from this time onwards, the Urus of Baba was transformed into Ramanavami festival.
Yeah.
From
Shri, no, let Anita continue from here. Shri Sachitanand Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you. Thank you so much. Anita, you can continue and finish the chapter.
Sure, thank you. Om Sai Ram. From the next year, 1930, the items in the program of Ramanavami began to increase. Radha Krishna Mai started a Sapata, singing the glory of the God's name continuously day and night for 7 days. From 1st of Chaitra, for this all devotees took part by turns and also joined in it. Sometimes early in the morning. As Ramanavami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country, the difficulty of getting a Haridas was felt again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani met accidentally Balabuva Mali, who was known as a modern Tukaram, and got him to do the Kirtana that year. The next year, 1914, another Balabuva Satarkar of Brihad Siddha Kawate, district Satara, could not act as a Haridas in his own town, as plague was prevailing in his town. So he came to Shirdi with Baba's permission, which was secured through Kaka Sahib Dixit. He did the kirtan and was sufficiently recompensated for his labor. The difficulty of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved from 1914 by Sai Baba, as he entrusted this function to Das Kanu Maharaj permanently. And since that time, he has been successfully and creditably conducting the function up till now. Since 1912, this festival began to grow gradually year by year. From the 8th to 12th of Chaitra, Shirdi looked like a beehive of men. Shopping began to increase. Celebrated wrestlers took part in wrestling bouts. Feeding of the poor was done on a grander scale. Hard work and sincere efforts of Radhakrishna Mai turned Shirdi into a sun state. Paraphernals increase. A beautiful horse, a palanquin, a chariot, and many silver things, pots, buckets, pictures, mirrors, etc., were presented. Elephants were also sent for the procession. Through all this paraphernalia increased enormously, Sai Baba ignored all these things and maintained his simplicity as before. It is to be noted that both Hindus and Mohammedans have been working in unison in both the processions and during the entire festival. There has been no hitch or quarrel between them at all so far. First, about 5,000 to 7,000 people used to collect, but that figure went up to 75,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of the epidemic or any riots worth the name during the so many past years. Repairs to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopalganj just as he started to the Urus or fair, he thought that he should put the masjid in order. So, in order to carry out the repairs, he collected stones and got them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reversed for Nana Sahib Chandodkar and the pavement work for Kaka Sahib Dikshit. First, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have this work done, but with the intervention of Malspati, a local devotee of Baba, his permission was secured. When the payment was completed in one night in the masjid, Baba took a small gadi for his seat, discarding the usual piece of the sackcloth used till then. In 1911, the Sabha Mandap courtyard was also put in order with a great labor and effort. The open space in front of the masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kaga Sahib Dixit wanted to extend it and put on it a roofing. A great expense. He got iron posts and pillars and then the trusses and started the work. At night, all devotees worked hard and fixed the post. But Baba, when he returned from Chavdi next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand and began to shake and unroot it, and with the other hand caught the neck of Tatya Patil. He took by force Satya Peta, struck a match, set it on fire, and threw it in a pit. At the time, Baba eyes flashed like a burning embers. None dared to look at him. All got terribly frightened. Baba took out a rupee from his pocket and threw it there. As it were an offering of an auspicious occasion, Tatya was also much frightened. None knew what was going to happen to Tatya and then none dared to interfere. Bagoji Sinde, the leper devotee of Baba, made a little boldly advance, but he pushed out by Baba. Mahara was also similarly treated, he being pelted with the bricks pieces. So all those who went to the intergate were similarly dealt with it. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got for him an embroidered pater, and himself tied it on Tatya's head, as if he was being given a special honor. All the people were wonderstruck to see the strange behavior of Baba. They were sorry. They were all at loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly and what led him to assault Tatya Patil and why his anger cooled down the next moment. Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and talked sweet things with love, but soon after, with or without any pretext, got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I do not know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was a Hindu or Mohammedan will be taken up, and his yogic practices and powers and other matters will be dealt with. Bow to Sri Sai Baba, peace be to all. Sachidananda Sadguru
Guru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj ki
Maharaj ki
jai.
jai. Thank you, Anita. Dipti?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So
Yes.
you will be starting chapter 7 and you will be reading until page number 41. The paragraph, I think, which will continue till page, no, I think it's finishing. Yeah. So till 41 end. Yeah. From second point, Balaji will take over. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Om Sai Ram. Chapter 7, Wonderful Incarnation, Behavior of Sai Baba, His Yogic Practices, His All-Pervasiveness and Mercy, Leper Devotees Service, Master Khapare's Plague Case Going to Pandharpur. Wonderful Incarnation. Sai Baba knew all yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including dhoti, stomach cleaning by a moistened piece of linen 3 inches in breadth and 22.5 inches in length. Khanda Yoga, that is separating his limbs and joining them again, and Samadhi, etc. If you think that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Yavan. If you think him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Ram Navami with all due formalities and at the same time permitted the sandal procession of the Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in this festival. When the Gokul Ashtami came, he got the Gopal Kala ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed the Mohammedans to say their prayers, namaz, in his masjid. Once during a Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tazia or tabut in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in procession through village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of the tabut for 4 days, and on the 5th day got it removed from the masjid without the least compunction. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced, that is, had holes according to Hindu custom. If you think that he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision, though according to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who observed him closely, he was not himself circumcised. Wide article in Sai Leela on Baba Hindu Ki Yavan by B.V. Dev, page 562. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. If Mohammedan, he had always the dhuni sacred fire there. And the following things which are contrary to Mohammedan religion, that is grinding on the handmill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation in the fire, bhajan, giving of food and worship of Baba's feet by means of aragya, water were allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of Brahmins and Agnihotris, leaving aside the orthodox ways, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make inquiries about his caste were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. This is no wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord by getting rid of his egoism and body consciousness thus becomes one with him and has nothing to do with any questions of caste or nationality. Baba saw no difference between any two castes and even between beings. He took meat and fish with fakirs but did not grumble when dogs touched the dishes with their mouths. Such a unique and wonderful incarnation was Sai Baba. On account of the merits in my past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him, his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at his feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhaks, and all sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked, and laughed with them, and always uttered Allah Malik, God is the sole owner. He never liked discussion or disputation. He was always calm and controlled. Though irritable at times, always preached Vedant, and nobody knew till the last who was Baba. Princes and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the inmost secrets of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was the repository of all knowledge, still he feigned ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhead. All people considered him as the god in Shirdi. Behavior of Sai Baba. Ignorant that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired. Through Tatya the temples of Shani, Ganpati, Shankar, Parvati, village deity, and Maruti were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as dakshina was freely distributed, rupees 20 to some, rupees 15 or 50 to others every day. People were immensely benefited by having Baba's darshan. Some became hale and hearty. Wicked people were turned into good ones. Kusht, leprosy, was cured in some cases. Many got their desires fulfilled without any medicine being put in the eyes. Some blind men got back their sight, and some lame ones got their limbs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all sides flocked to Shirdi. Baba had his asan near the dhuni and always rested there. He sat there in meditation, sometimes without a bath. He used to tie a small white turban on his head and wear a clean dhotar around his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his attire in the beginning. He first practiced medicine in the village, examined patients, and gave medicines. He was always successful and he became famous as a hakim, doctor. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee had his eyes quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. In such cases, other doctors would use ointments, anjans, cow's milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. Baba's remedy was quite unique. He pounded some biba, some carpus anna cardium, that is marking nuts, and made two balls of them and thrust them on each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth bandage around them. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them. The inflammation subsided and the pupils became white and clear. Though the eyes are very delicate, the biba caused no hurt but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured, and this is only an instance in this regard.
Balaji?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Om Sai Ram.
Thank you, Dipti. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Nath Maharaj ki jai.
Om Sai Namo Namah, Shri Sai Namo Namah, Jai Jai Sai Namo Namah, Sadguru Sai Namo Namah. Baba's yogic practices. Baba knew all processes and practices of yoga. Two of them will be described here. Dauti Kriya or cleansing process. Every third day, Baba went to the well near the banyan tree at a considerable distance from the masjid, washed his mouth, and had a bath. On one occasion, he was seen throwing up his intestines, cleaned them inside and outside, and placed them on a jam tree for drying. There are people in Shirdi who actually have seen this and who have testified to this fact. Ordinary dhauti is done by a moistened piece of linen, 3 inches broad, 22.5 feet long. This piece is gulped down the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour for being reacted there and then taken out. Baba's dhauti was quite unique and extraordinary. Handa Yoga. In this practice, Baba extracted limbs from the body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. Once a gentleman went to masjid and saw that the limbs of Baba lying in separate places. He was terrified. He first thought of running into the village officers and informing them of Baba being hacked to pieces and murdered. He thought that perhaps he would be held responsible as he was the first informant and knew something about the affair. So he kept silent. But next day, when he went to the masjid, he was very much surprised to see Baba, hale and hearty as before. He thought what he had seen the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga since his infancy, and nobody knew or guessed the proficiency. He had attained it. He charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by virtue of his merits, gave health to many poor and suffering persons. This famous doctor of doctors cared not for his interest, but always worked for the good and welfare of others, himself suffering unbearable and terrible pain many a times in the process. One such instance I will relate now, which will show the all-pervasive and most merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba's all-pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the dhuni on Diwali and warming himself. He was putting firewood into the dhuni, which was burning brightly. A little later, instead of pushing logs of wood, Baba pushed his arm into the dhuni. His arm was scorched and burnt. This was noticed by errand boy Madhav and also by Madhav Rao Deshpande, Shama. They at once ran to Baba, and Madhav Rao clasped Baba by his waist from behind and dragged him forcibly backwards and asked, "Deva, why have you done this?" Then Baba came to his senses and replied, "The wife of a blacksmith at some distant place was working the bellows of a furnace. Her husband called her. Forgetting that her child was on her lap, she got up hastily and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I do not mind my arm being burnt, but I'm glad that the life of the child is saved. Leper devotee service. One, on hearing the news of Baba's hand being burnt from Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, Mr. Nanasaheb Chandorkar, accompanied by the famous Dr. Parmanand of Mumbai, with his medical outfit consisting of ointments, lint, and bandages, etc., rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Parmanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the burn. This was refused. Ever since the burnt arm was dressed by Bagoji Shinde, a leper devotee, his treatment consisted in massaging the burnt part with ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it tightly. Mr. Nanasaheb Chandorkar solicited Baba many a time to unfasten the bandages, get the wound examined, dressed and treated by Dr. Parmanand, with the object that it may heal fast. Dr. Parmanand himself made similar requests, but Baba postponed it by saying Allah was his doctor, and he did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Parmanand's medicines were not exposed to the air of Shirdi. They remained intact, but he had the good fortune of getting darshan of Baba. Bagoji Shinde was allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we do not know whether any trace of pain was left or not. Every morning, Bagoji went through his program of untying the bandages, massaging the arm with ghee, and tightly bandaging it again. This went on till Baba's death, and Sai Baba was a perfect Siddha as he did not really want this treatment, but out of love for his devotees, he allowed this upasana, service of Bagoji, to go uninterrupted all along. When Baba started for Lindi, Bagoji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning, when Baba sat near the post close to the Duni, Bagoji was present and started his service. Bagoji was a sinner in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His fingers had shrunk. His body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was the premier servant of Baba and got the benefits of his company. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Yes,
Maharaj
Sainath
Ki Jai.
Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Balaji. Ramaraju,
Yes, Sairam.
you will be finishing chapter 7 reading.
Okay, thank you. Master Kaprade's plate case. I shall now relate another instance of Baba's wonderful Leela. Mrs. Kaparde, the wife of Mr. Dada Saheb Kaparde of Amravati, was staying at Shirdi with her younger son for some days. One day, the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt most uneasy. She thought of leaving the place for Amravati and went near Baba in the evening. When he was coming near the Vada, now Samadhi Mandir, in his evening rounds for asking his permission, she informed him in a trembling tone that her dear young son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will melt and pass off, and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his kafni up to the waist and showed to all present uh, four fully developed bubos as big as eggs, and added, see how I have to suffer for my devotees. Their difficulties are mine. Seeing this unique and extraordinary deed, Leela, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for their devotees. The mind of the saints is softer than wax. It is soft in and out as butter. The love their devotees, they love their devotees without any idea of gain and regard them as their true relatives. Going to Pandarpur and staying there. I shall now close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba loved his devotees and anticipated their wishes and movements. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who was a great devotee of Baba, was Mamlatadar of Nandurbar in Khandes. He got an order of transfer to Pandharpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit as he got an order to go and stay at Pandharpur, which is regarded as the Vaikuntha, heaven on earth. Nana Sahib had to take immediate charge, so he left immediately for the place without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit to Shirdi. His Pandharpur see and salute his Vithoba Baba and then proceed. Nobody dreamt of Nana Sahib's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this, and um, as his eyes were everywhere, omniscient. As soon as Nana Sahib approached Neemgan, a few miles from Shirdi, there was a stir in the masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and taking with Mahalsapati, Appa Shinde and Kashiram, when he at once said, "Let us all four do some bhajan." The doors of Pandari are open. Let us merrily sing. Then they began to sing in chorus. The burden of the song being, I have to go to Pandharpur and I have to stay on there, for it is the house of my Lord. Baba sang and the devotees followed him. In a short time, Nana Sahib came there with his family, prostrated before Baba and requested him to accompany them to Pandharpur and stay with them there. The solicitation was not necessary, as the devotees told Nana Sahib that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandharpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nana Sahib was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then, getting Baba's permission, Udi, sacred ashes and blessings, Nana Sahib left to Pandharpur. There is no end to Baba's stories, but let me now make halt here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as importance of human life, Baba's living on alms, Bayaji, Bayajibai service and other stories. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all. Kuchal Chand of Rahata. Baba loved Ganapat Kote Patil of Shirdi. He equally loved also Chandraban Seth Marwadi of Rahata. After the demise of this state, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or even perhaps more and watched his welfare day and night. Sometimes in a bullock cart, at other times in a tanga with intimate friends. Baba went to Ratha. People of that village came out with band and music and received Baba at the ways or gate of the village and prostrated before him. Then he was taken into the village with great eclat and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and gave him a good lunch. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is midway between and equidistant from Rahata on one side south and Nimagan on the other north. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He knew exactly the timing of arrivals and departures of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions, that is their departure, even at the time of taking his leave, fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accident.
Just a second, Ramraju. I'm very sorry. What exactly? Because in my book, the chapter is already over. I don't have this content.
I'm looking at the PDF. It's almost done.
Have you started chapter 8?
Chapter 8 will start now. Actually, I'm looking at the PDF.
Oh,
Two
okay.
more
So
sentences.
maybe are you reading online?
Yeah, online.
Oh, online I think is different because I was not sure what exactly you're reading. Yeah. You have not started chapter 8.
No. I haven't
Chapter
started
7
the
has
chapter
ended
8
by
yet.
mistake.
Yeah, I haven't
No,
started
no,
the
you
chapter 8
just
yet.
read the last paragraph of chapter 8. You just read the last paragraph of chapter 8. Chapter
No.
7 has
No.
Chapter
Actually,
7.
he's in chapter 7 only. The thing is, online there is a different content. I understood that because see, I can see chapter 8 starting is different. That's okay. You can finish. How much lines are there, Amaraj?
Two more lines. Two more lines.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Anu, sorry. I think she's right. Shirdi is midway between equidistant between Rata and Nimgaon is chapter 8, last paragraph.
That chapter in our book is like here, chapter 8. But
Yeah. I'm really sorry about that. I am looking
No
at the
problem.
PDF that was given in the WhatsApp.
Okay, anyways, it's 2 lines, right? Go ahead, and then Vasudevan can start from chapter 8. No problem. Please.
Yeah, devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions, that is, their departure given at the time of taking his leave, fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Bow to Shirdi Sai, Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Sri Sachidananda
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki
Jai.
Sai Ram.
Yeah. Vasudevanji, you will be starting chapter 8 and you will be reading till this on page number 48 before Baba begging food. Okay? Like 47 paragraph you will complete, which is on 48. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Om Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Chapter 8. Importance of human birth. Sai Baba begging food. Bayaja Bai's service. Sai Baba's dormitory. His affection for Kushal Chand. As hinted in the last chapter, Hemad Pant now explains at length in his preliminary remarks on the importance of human birth, and then proceed to relate how Sai Baba begged his food, how Bayaji Bai served him, and how he slept in the masjid with Tatya Kote Patil and Mahal Sapati, and how he loved Kushal Chand of Rahata. Importance of human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created billions, 84 lakhs according to Hindu Shastra calculation, of creatures or being, including gods, demigods, insects, beasts, and men, inhabiting heaven, hell, earth, ocean, sky, and other intermediate regions. Of those creatures or souls whose merits preponderate go to heaven and live there till they enjoy the fruits of their actions. And when this is done, they are cast down, while those souls whose sins or demerits preponderate go down to hell and suffer the consequences of their misdeeds for so long a time as they deserve. When their merits and demerits balance each other, they are born on earth as a human beings and are given a chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits both drop down or got rid of completely, they get their deliverance and become free. To put the matter in a nutshell, soul get the birth or transmigration according to their deeds and intelligence, development of their minds, special value of human body. As we all know, 4 things are common for creatures, that is food, sleep, fear, and sexual union. In the case of a man, he is endowed with a special faculty, which is knowledge, with the help of which he can attain God vision, which is impossible in any other birth. It is for these reasons that gods envy man's fortune and aspire to be born as a man on earth, so as to get their final deliverance. Some say that there is nothing worse than human body, which is full of filth, mucus, film, and dirt, and which is subject to decay, disease, and death. There is no doubt true to a certain extent, but in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of human body, that is the man has got the capacity to acquire the knowledge. It is only due to the human knowledge that one can think of perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and of the world, and get a disgust of the sense enjoyments, and they can discriminate between the unreal and real, and thus attain the God vision. So if we reject or neglect the body because it is filthy, we lose the chance of God vision. And if we fondle it and run after sense enjoyments because it is precious, we go to hell. The proper course, therefore, for us to pursue is the following: that the body should be neither be neglected nor fondled, but should be properly cared for, just as a traveler on a horseback take care of his pony on the way till he reaches his destination and returns home. Thus, the body should ever be used or engaged to attain God vision or self-realization, which is the supreme end of life. It is said that the God created various sorts of creatures. He is not satisfied, for none of them was able to know and appreciate his work. So he had to create a special being, man, and endow him with a special faculty, which is a knowledge. And when he saw that man was able to appreciate his Leela, marvelous work and intelligence, he was highly pleased and satisfied. This is according to the Bhagavata. So really, it is a good luck to get a human body, better luck to get a birth in a Brahmin family, and best one to get an opportunity to having the recourse of Sai Baba's feet and surrendering to him. Man's endeavor, realizing how precious the human life is, and knowing that death is certain and may snatch us at any time, we should be ever alert to achieve the object of our life. We should not make the least delay, but make every possible haste to gain our object. Just as a widower is most anxious to get himself married to a new bride, or just it's a king lives, so no stone unturned to seek his last son. So with all the earnestness and speed, we should strive to attain our end, that is self-realization, casting aside sloth and laziness, warding off the drowsiness. We should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of beast. How to proceed? The most effective and speedy way to gain our object is to approach a worth saint or a sage or Sadguru who has himself attained a God vision. What cannot be achieved by hearing religious lectures and study of religious works is easily obtained in the company of such worthy souls. Just as the sun alone gives light, which all the stars put together cannot do, so the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom, which all sacred books and sermons cannot infuse. His movements and simple talks gives us silent advice. The virtues of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of the mind and body, egoness, etc., are observed by the disciples as they're being practiced in such a pure and holy company. This enlightens their minds and lifts them spiritually. Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he acted as a fakir, he was always engrossed in the self. He always loved all the beings in the whom he saw the God or divinity. By pleasures, he was not elated. He was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a pauper were same to him. He whose glance would turn a beggar into a king used to beg his food from door to door in Shirdi, and let us know how he did it. Om Sachidananda Sadguru Sri Sai Maharaj ki Jai.
Thank you, Vasudevan. Thank you so much. Yeah, Madhu's wife, right? Mrs. Madhu, you can start. What's your name?
Anuja.
Anuja. Okay. Hi,
Tanuja.
Tanuja. Okay, got it. Yeah, Tanuja. So you will be reading, you will be finishing the chapter, basically. Yeah. Okay.
Baba begging food. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, in front of whose houses Baba stood as a beggar and called out, "O Mai, give me a piece of bread," and spread out his hand to receive the same. In one hand he carried a tumbrel, and in the other a joli or chaupadari, that is a rectangular piece of cloth. He visited certain houses daily. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk, or buttermilk, were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread, and such solid things were taken in the joli. Baba's tongue knew no taste, as he had acquired control over it. So, how could he care for the taste of different things mixed up together? Whatever things he got in his joli and in the tin pot were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise was never noticed by Baba, and his tongue was devoid of the sense of taste altogether. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few rounds, on other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was kept in a kundi, that is earthen pot. Dogs, cats, and crows freely ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The women who swept the floor of the masjid took some 10 or 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. How could he, who even in dreams never warded off cats and dogs by harsh words and signs, refuse food to poor, helpless people? Blessed indeed is the life of such a noble person. People in Shirdi took him in the beginning for a mad fakir. He was known in the village by this name. How could one who lived on alms by begging a few crumbs of bread be revered and worshipped? But this fakir was very liberal of heart, detached and charitable. Though he looked restless from outside, he was firm and steady inside. His way was inscrutable. Still, in that small village, there were a few kind and blessed people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One such person's account is given below. Baija Bai's brilliant service. Tatya Kote's mother, Baija Bai, used to go to the woods every afternoon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. She roamed in the jungles course about 3 miles after course, trampling bushes and shrubs in search of mad fakir, and after finding him, fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation while she placed a leaf before him, spread her things, eatables, bread, vegetables, etc. thereon, and fed him. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungles and insisted upon Baba to partake of the lunch. Her service, upasana or penance, by whatever name we call it, was never forgotten by Baba till the end. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son significantly. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir who was their god. Baba often said to them that fakiri mendicacy is real, lordship riches is transient. After some years, Baba stopped going into the woods and began to live in the village and take his food in the masjid. Thus, Baija Bai's troubles of roaming in the jungles ended. Dormitory of Trio. Ever blessed are the saints in whose heart Lord Vasudeva dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tatya Kote Patil and Bhagat Mahalsapati, equally shared the company of Sai Baba. Baba also loved them both. These three persons slept in the masjid with their heads towards the east, west, and north, with their feet touching one another's at the center. After spreading their beds, they lay on them, chit-chatting and gossiping till late at night. If any one of them showed any signs of sleep, others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Mahalsapati, he pulled him close, stroked his legs, and patted his back. In this way, for a period of 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the masjid on account of his deep love for Baba. How happy and never to be forgotten were those days. How to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba after passing away of his father. Tatya took charge of the household affairs and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. Baba loved Ganpat Kote Patil of Shirdi. He loved Chandraban Sheth Marwadi of Rahata equally. After the demise of this Sheth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or perhaps more, and looked after his welfare day and night, sometimes in a bullock cart, at other times in a tonga, with intimate devotees, Baba went to Rahata. People of that village would come out with band and music and receive Baba at the gate of the village and prostrate before him. Then he was taken into the village with great honor and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and gave him a good meal. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is midway and equidistant from Rahata on one side south and Nimgaon on the other north. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any train or traveled by it. Still, he knew exactly the timings of arrivals and departures of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions given at the time of taking his leave fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Peace be to all.
Chapter 9. Om Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 9. Effect of compliance and non-compliance with Baba's orders at the time of taking leave. A few instances. Mendicancy and its necessity, devotees, Tharkad's family's experiences. Baba fed sumptuously how, at the end of the last chapter, it was barely stated that the bhaktas who obeyed Baba's orders at the time of taking leave fared well, and those who disobeyed them suffered many a mishap. This statement will be amplified and illustrated with a few striking instances and by other matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristic of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was this, that none could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and if he did, he invited untold sufferings. But if anyone was asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints when bhaktas went to bid goodbye and take leave. Those suggestions had to be followed. If they were not followed or were departed from, accidents were sure to befall them. Who acted contrary to Baba's directions? We give below a few instances. Tatya Kote Patil. Tatya Kote was once going in a tanga to Kopargaon Bazaar. He came in haste to the masjid, saluted Baba, and said that he would go to Kopargaon Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't make haste. Stop a little. Forget the bazaar. Don't go out of the village." On seeing his anxiety to go, Baba asked him to take Shama, Madhav Rao Deshpande, at least with him. Not minding this direction, Tatya Kot immediately drove his tanga. Of the two horses, one which cost rupees 300 was very active and restless. After passing Savul well, it began to rush rashly, got a sprain in its waist and fell down. Tata was not much hurt, but was reminded of Mother Sai's directions. On another occasion, while proceeding to Kolhar village, he disregarded Baba's direction and drove in a tanga which met with a similar accident. European gentlemen. One European gentleman of Bombay once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahab Chandorkar and with some object in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tries to step into the masjid. But Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshana from therefrom. Not pleased with the reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go next day and not to make hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's direction. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in a tanga. The horses ran at first all right, but when Savul well was passed, a bicycle came in front. On seeing, which the horses were frightened and ran fast. The tanga was turned topsy-turvy, and the gentleman fell down and was dragged some distance. He was immediately rescued. He had to go and lie in Kopargaon hospital for treatment of his injuries. Such experiences were legion, and all the people learned the lesson that those who disobeyed Baba's instruction met with accidents in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. Bow to Sri Sai.
Om Sai Ram. The necessity of mendicancy. Now, to return to the question of mendicancy, a question may arise in the minds of some that if Baba was such a great personage, God in fact, why should he have recourse to the biggest begging bowl? All his lifetime, this question may be considered and replied from two standpoints. One, who are the fit persons who have a right to live by the begging bowl? Our Shastras say that those persons who getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires, with the for progeny, for wealth, for fame, except sannyasa, are the fit persons to live by begging alms. They cannot make cooking arrangements and dine at home. The duty of feeding them rests on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor vanaprastha. He was a celibate sannyasi from boyhood. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home. He was the Lord Vasudeva, the supporter of the universe and the imperishable Brahman. So he had the full right to have recourse to the begging bowl. Now, from the standpoint of one, Panchasoon, 5 sins and their atonement. We all know that in order to prepare food, stuffs, and meals, the householders have to go through 5 actions of process. Khandani, pounding, Peshani, grinding, Udakumbi, washing pots, Marjani, sweeping and cleaning, Chulli, lighting hearths. These processes involve destruction of a lot of small insects and creatures. And thus the householders incur a lot of sin. In order to atone for this sin, our Shastras prescribe 5 kinds of sacrifices. Brahma Yajna, Vedyayan, offering to Brahmana or the study of the Vedas. Pitra Yajna, offering to the ancestors. Deva Yajna, offering to the gods. Bhuta Yajna, offerings to the beings. Manushya Atiti Yajna, offerings to the men or uninvited guests. If these sacrifices enjoined by the Shastras are duly performed, the purification of their minds is effected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self-realization. Baba, in going from house to house, reminded the inmates of their sacred duty, and fortunate were the people who got the lesson at their homes from Baba. Devotees' experiences. Now to return to the other more interesting subject. Lord Krishna had said in the Bhagavad Gita 9-26, whoever devoutly offers me a leaf, a flower, or a fruit or water of that pure-hearted man, I accept that pious offering. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee really longed to offer anything to Sai Baba, and if he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or his friend about the offering and made him present it to him, and then accepted it and blessed the devotee. A few instances are given below. Tharkad family, father and son. Mr. Ramchandra Atmaram alias Baba Sahib Tharkad, formerly a Prarthana Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son loved Baba equally or perhaps more. It was once proposed that Master Tharkad should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend his May vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go, as he thought that in case he left his home at Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to, as his father, being a Prarthana Samajist, would not care to worship Sai Baba's enlarged portrait.
However, on his father's giving an assurance of oath that he would perform the worship exactly as the son was doing, the mother and the son left to Shirdi on one Friday night. Next day, Saturday, Mr. Tharkar got up early, took his bath, and before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I'm going to perform the puja exactly as my son has been doing, but please let it not be a formal drill. After, the, after he performed the puja, he offered a few pieces of lump sugar as naivedya, offering which were distributed at the time of the lunch. That evening and one Sunday, everything went on well. The following Monday was a working day and it also passed well. Mr. Tharkar, who had never performed puja like this in his all his life, felt great confidence within himself that everything was passing on quite satisfactorily according to the promise given to his son. On Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual and left for his work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad, sugar, to partake of. When the meal was served, he asked the servant, cook, who told him that there was no offering made that morning and that he had completely forgotten then to perform that part of the puja offering naivedya. After hearing that, he left his seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressed his regret. At the same time, chiding Baba for the want of guidance in making the whole affair a matter of mere drill. Then he wrote a letter to his son stating the facts and requested him to lay it before Baba's feet and ask his pardon for his neglect. This happened in Bandra at Tuesday noon. At about the same time, when the noon aarti was just about to commence in Shirdi, Baba said to Mrs. Tharkar, Mother, I had been to your house in Bandra with a view to having something to eat. I found the door is locked. I somehow got an entrance inside and found to my regret that Bhau, Mr. Tharkar, had left nothing for me to eat. So I have returned from there without eating anything. The lady could not understand anything, but the son, who was close by, understood that there was something wrong with the puja in Bandra, and then he therefore requested Baba to permit him to go home. Baba refused the permission, but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father stating all that took place at Shirdi and implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to the respective parties the next day. Is this not astonishing? Bo to Sai Baba, peace to be all.
Shri Sachitananda Sadguru
Sadguru Sainath
The
Maharaj ki
Maharaj.
jai.
Ki Jai. Anuradha, just a second. Santosh wants to say something. Santosh.
Yeah, thank you. Sairam, everyone. I just want to take opportunity. I want to just do one small prayer before Anuradha starts the Parayanam. Request all the devotees do a small prayer for Anuradha's family. They are really needed, and request a humble request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, Anuradha, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Mrs. Tarkad, let us now take up the case of Mrs. Tarkad herself. She offered 3 things, that is bharit, roasted brinjal eggplant mixed with curds and spice, kacharia, circular pieces of brinjal fried in ghee, peda, sweet meal ball. Let us see how Baba accepted them. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandare of Bandra, a great devotee of Baba, started for Shirdi with his family. Mrs. Tarkad went to Mrs. Purandare and gave her 2 brinjals and requested her to prepare bharit of 1 brinjal and kacharia of the other. When she went to Shirdi and serve Baba with them. After reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandare went with her dish of bharit to the masjid when Baba was just about to start his meals. Baba found the bharit very tasty, so he distributed it to all and said that he wanted kacharias now. A word was sent to Radha Krishna Mai that Baba wanted kacharias. She was in a fix, as that was no season of brinjals. How to get brinjals was the question. When an inquiry was made as to who brought the Bharit, it was found that Mrs. Purandare was also entrusted with the duty of serving kacharyas. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's inquiry regarding kacharyas and was wonderstruck at Baba's all-pervasive knowledge. In December 1915 AD, one Govind Balram Mankar wanted to go to Shirdi to perform the obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mr. Tarkad. Then Mrs. Tarkad wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a peda which had already been offered as Naivedya. Mr. Mankar was in mourning. Still, out of great devotion to Baba, she sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept and eat it. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba, but forgot to take the peda with him. Baba simply waited. When again he went to Baba in the afternoon, he went empty handed without the peda. Baba could no longer wait and therefore asked him straight, "What did you bring for me?" Nothing was the reply. Baba asked him again. The same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the leading question: "Did not the mother, that is Mrs. Tarkad, give some sweetmeat to you for me at the time of your starting?" The boy then remembered the whole thing. He felt abashed, asked Baba's pardon, ran to his lodging, brought the peda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hand, he put it in his mouth and gulped it down. Thus, the devotion of Mrs. Tarkad was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them. Gita 4-11 was proved in this case. Baba fed sumptuously. How? Once Mrs. Tarkad was staying in a certain house in Shirdi. At noon, meals were ready and dishes were being served, when a hungry dog turned up there and began to cry. Mrs. Tarkad got up at once and threw a piece of bread, which the dog gulped with great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to the masjid and sat at some distance, Sai Baba said to her, "Mother, you have fed me sumptuously up to my throat. My afflicted pranas, that is the life forces, have been satisfied. Always act like this, and this will stand you in good stead. Sitting in this masjid, I shall never speak untruth. Take pity on me like this. First give bread to the hungry and then eat yourself. Note this well. She could not at first understand the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, "Baba, how could I feed you? I am myself dependent on others and take my food from them on payment." Then Baba replied, "Eating that lovely bread, I am heartily contented and am still belching. The dog which you saw before meals and to which you gave the piece of bread is one with me. So also other creatures like cats, pigs, flies, cows, etc. are one with me. I am roaming in their forms. He who sees me in all these creatures is my beloved. So abandon the sense of duality and distinction and serve me as you did today." Drinking these nectar like words, she was moved, her eyes were filled with tears, her throat was choked, and her joy knew no bounds. Moral: see God in all beings is the moral of this chapter. The Upanishads, the Gita, and the Bhagavad all exhort us to perceive God or divinity in all the creatures. By the instance given at the end of this chapter and others too, numerous to mention, Sai Baba was practically demonstrated to us how to put the Upanishadic teachings into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent or teacher of the Upanishadic doctrines. Bo to Shri all, peace be to all. Bo
Shri
to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj.
Ki jai.
Pray to
Chapter
Sai
10.
keep everyone strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Anytime. Yes.
Can I read, Anu?
Yes. So Vijaya, you'll be starting chapter 10 and until page number
58.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Om
Sai
Sai.
Baba's mode of life, his sleeping board, his stay in Shirdi, his teachings, his humility, the easiest path. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was engrossed in doing good to all and always abided in his self. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas, as it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great rewards. So, as long as
our senses are sound. We should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusions. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him nicely, we get rid of our samsar. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyayas and the Mimamsa. If we make him our Hemelsman man, we can easily cross over the sea of all our pains and sorrows as we trust the Himalayan is in crossing rivers and seas. So we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feeling and devotion of the devotees, endows them with the knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's menendency and devotees' experience and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now hear where and how Baba lived, how he slept, and how he taught, etc. Baba's wonderful bedstead. Let us just see when, where, and how Baba slept. Mr. Nanashab Dengele brought for Sai Baba a wooden plank amount 4 cubits in length and only a span in breadth for sleeping upon instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it. Baba tried it like a swing in the rafters of the masjid with old shreds or rags and commenced to sleep upon it. The rags were so thin and worn out that it was problem how they could bear or support even weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or other, it was Baba's sheer leela that their own outrags did not sustain the plank with the weight of Baba on it. On the four corners of this plank, Baba lighted panthis, earthen lamps, one at each corner, and kept them bumping the whole ride. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was wonder. It was wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank. Out of curiosity, many careful observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell as to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the eight siddhis powers as at his command. He never practiced nor craved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his perfection. Saguna manifestation Brahmana. Though Sahib Baba looked like a man, 3 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the hearts of all. Inwardly he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly he longed for public welfare inwardly and disinterested. He looked outwardly full of desires for the sake of his devotees, inwardly an abode of peace. He looked outwardly restless. Inwardly he had the state of Brahma, outwardly he acted like a devil. Inwardly he had the state of Brahmana, outwardly he acted like a devil. Inwardly he loved Advaita, union on monism. Outwardly he got entangled with the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, and at times he threw stone at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He always abided and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asan and never traveled. His band was a small stick which he always carried in his hand. He was calm, being thought free. He never cared for wealth and fame and lived on begging. Such a life he led. He always uttered Allah Malik, God the real owner. Entire and unbroken was his love for the Bhaktas. He was the mind, a storehouse for self knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated. One principle which envelops the whole universe from a stone pillar to Brahma incarnated in Sai Baba. The really meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure trove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real worth of Sai Baba, took or take him to be a man, mere human being, were and are indeed miserable. His stay in Shirdi and probable birth date None knew or known the parents and exact birth date of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba's first came to city when he was a young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time he reappeared in the Nizam state near Aurangabad and again came to Shirdi with marriage party of Chand Patel when he was 20 years old. Since then, he stayed in Shirdi continuously for a period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Mahasamadhi in the year 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. Om Sai Ram.
Thank you, Vijay. Om Sai Ram. Shri Sachidananda
Nanda.
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Shilpa,
Yes, I'm gonna start.
you and Kritin will be completing chapter 10.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Baba's mission and advice. Sant Ramdas flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas, Mohammedans. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened again, and Sai Baba came to the breach the gulf. His constant advice to all was to this effect: Rama, the god of Hindus, and Rahim, the god of Mohammedans, were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them. Then why should their devotees quarrel among themselves? You ignorant fool, children, join hands and bring both the communities together. Act sanely, and thus you will gain your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue, so don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider your interest and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, when is your birth? If anyone does any evil unto you, to do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good unto other. This in short was Sai Baba's advice to all. This will stand in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are gurus and gurus. There are many so called gurus who go about from house to house with cymbal and veena in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ear of their disciples and extract money from them. They process to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his work. Body body consequences, he had none, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kind of gurus: niyat, appointed or fixed, and aniyat, unappointed or general. The latter by their advice develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former disciples, our quality, sense of difference, and establishes us in unity by making us realize thou art that. There are various gurus imparting to us various kind of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is undescribable. If anybody went to take his darshanam, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future life. He saw divinity in all beings. Friends and fools were alike to him, disinterested and equal balance. He obligated the evildoers. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he possessed the human body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really disembodied, that is, free in this every life. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worship Sai as their god while eating, drinking, working in their backyard and field, and doing various household work. They always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other god except Sai, what to speak of the love, the sweetness of the love of the woman of Shirdi. They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rural language. Letters or learning they had none. Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence, but love that inspired real poetry as such. Real poetry is the magnification of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of these folk song is desirable, and Baba willing, some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of collecting and publishing these folk songs, either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book form. Baba's humility. Lord or Bhagwan is said to have six qualities like fame, wealth, not non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, and generosity. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness. He drew the devotees to him, and how else one could have known him. For the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words as the goddess of speech dare not utter. Here is the specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows: Slave of slaves, I am your debater. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excreta. I consider myself blessed thereby. What humility is this? If anybody would think that by publishing this, any disrespect is shown to Sai, we beg his pardon, and to atone for this we sing and repeat Baba's name. Though Baba seemed outwardly to enjoy sense object, he had not the least flavor in them, nor even the consequences of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect a celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consequences, and the resting place of desire, anger, and other feeling. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of his statement. Kritin is going to continue.
Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Yeah, Kritin, you can start and finish chapter 10. Thank you.
There was in Shirdi a very quaint and queer fellow by the name Nanavali. He looked at Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi, and asked him to get up, as he wanted to occupy the same. Baba at once got up and left the seat, which he occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavali got up and asked Baba to take his seat. Then Baba sat on the seat, and Nanavali fell at his feet, and then went away. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated to and ousted. This Nanavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba taking Maha Samadhi, the easiest path. Hearing the stories of the saints and being in their company, though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his actions showed extraordinary intelligence and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any asana, regulations of breathing, or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantras into their ears. He told him to leave off their cleverness and always remember Sai, Sai. If you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting between five fires, sacrifices, chantings, eightfold yogas as possible as Brahim's own. They are, they are of no use to the other class. The functions of the mind is to think. It cannot remain for a minute without thinking. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it a guru, it will think about guru. You have heard most attentively the greatest, grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance, worship, and kirtan of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saint is not difficult, as the other sandhas mentioned above. These stories remove all fears of this samsara and take you on the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. If this is done, not only Brahims, but women's and lower classes will be pure and holy. You may do or attend to the worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why do you not take it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saint is, in a way, keeping their company. The importance of company of saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism. It destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of our ties, of our hearts, and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It certainly increases our non-attachment to sense objects and makes us quite in. We conclude this chapter with meditation of Sai's form. He, the beautiful and handsome Sai, standing on the edge of masjid and distributing yudi to each and every bhakta with a view to his welfare. We who think the world as naught and who is ever engrossed in supreme bliss before him, we humbly prostrate ourselves. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace to be all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you. Thank you, Kritin. And thank you everyone in Dwarkamai group, because we have successfully completed chapter 10, till chapter 10 I meant, before time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anu. Those of you who are in Gurustan group, we will start at the original time that was proposed, which is 10 a.m. So please log back in at that time.
Thank you.
Sairam.
Balaji, let me know if you need any help.
Will do, Anu. Sure.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Bye.
Start the video.
No.
Later. Sound? Are you hearing anything? Why? Oh, dial in, maybe it's not working. Audio should convert. This is a different one. Audio is there. Oh, switch to active speaker. Start the video.
Sir, I will give it a minute. Okay, let's start. Anantakoti, Brahmanda Nayaka, Rajadiraj, Yogiraj, Parabrahma, Shri Sachidananda, Samartha Satguru, Shri Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Please start chapter 11. Yeah.
Chapter 11. Sai as Sagun Brahmin, Dr. Pandit's worship, Haji Sidkat Falke, control over the elements. Let us now in this chapter describe the manifested Sagun Brahmin Sai as to how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. Sai as Sagun Brahma. There are two aspects of God or Brahman. One, the unmanifested Nirgun, and two, the manifested Sagun. The Nirgun is formless, while the Sagun is with form, though both denote the same Brahman. Some prefer to worship and the former, some the latter. As stated in the Gita, chapter 12, the worship of the latter is easy and preferable. As man has got a form, body, senses, etc., it is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Sagun Brahman for a certain period of time. And as we advance, it leads us to the worship, meditation, or Nirgun Brahman. So let us start with Sagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahman are the 7 objects of worship. But Sadguru is better than all this. Let us on this occasion bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was non-attachment incarnate and who was a resting place for his wholehearted devotees. Our faith in his words is the seed of asana, and our sankalpa, determination to start and finish the puja, is the abandonment of all our desires. Some say that Sai was a Bhagavad Bhakta, devotee of the Lord. The others say he was a Others say he was a Maha a great devotee, but to us he is a God incarnate. He was extremely forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied as having the form, he was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges, on its way to the sea, cools and refreshes the creatures affected with heat, gives life to the crops and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints, souls like Sai, while they live their own life, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am here, or he is my pure form being. This indescribable Shakti or power of God, known as pure existence, knowledge and bliss incarnated in the form of Sai and Shirdi. The Shruti Tattvarya Upanishad describes Brahmin as bliss. Om Sai Ram. This we read or hear daily in the books, but the devout people experience this Brahman or bliss in Shirdi. Baba, the support of all, required no proper support, asan, from anybody. He always used a piece of sackcloth for his seat, which was covered with a small, beautiful bed by his bhaktas and had a bolster placed by them as a rest on to his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved chamara or fans before him, some played on musical instruments, some washed his hands and feet, some others applied scent and chandan, some gave betel nut with leaves and other things, and some others offered naivedya. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This all pervasiveness of his was daily experienced by his devotees, a humble prostration to this all-pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tatya Sarunulkar, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshana. After saluting Baba, he sat in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to Dadabad Kelkar. He went to Dadabad, by whom he was well received.
Then Dadabhat left his house for puja and Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dadabhat worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Malsapati used to apply it to his throat. But this simple-hearted devout Dr. Pandit took Dadabhat's dish containing puja materials and taking sandal paste out of it, drew a tripundra, three horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent without uttering a single word. Then Dadabhat that evening asked Baba, how is it that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, but you allowed Dr. Pandit to do so now? Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru, Raghunath Maharaj of Dobeshwar, known as Kaka Purani, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiry, Dr. Pandit told Dadabhat that he took Baba as his guru Kaka Purani and realized him as the same. Hence, he marked the Tripundra on Baba's forehead as he did on his guru's. Though Baba allowed the devotees to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was wrapped incarnate. Then who could approach him? Sometimes he scolded the devotees. At times he looked softer than wax, a statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger and his eyes rolled round and round, still he was internally a stream of affection and motherly love. Sairam.
Om Sai Ram.
Sairam.
Sri Shachidananda Samartha Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Shruti ji, you're there? Shruti
Yes,
ji, are you
can you
there?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, please start. We could read up to end of page 66, end of the chapter.
Okay. He would call out his devotees and say that he never knew when he was ever angry with them. If it was possible that mothers could cook their children and see turn back the rivers, he too could neglect the devotees' welfare. That he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for their love. Haji Siddiq Falke. There was no knowing as to when Baba would accept a devotee. That depended on his will. Siddiq Falke's story is to the point. One Mohammedan gentleman by name Siddiq Falke of Kalyan, after making pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in the Chavdi facing north and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Falke felt disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed but to try to approach Baba through Shama Madhavrav Deshpande, a close and intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached the Lord Shiva through his servant and devotee, Nandi, so should Baba be approached through Shama. Falke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and on a convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him thus. Baba, why don't you allow the old Haji to step onto the masjid while so many persons freely come and go after taking your darshan? Why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are immature to understand things. If the fakir Allah does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to the narrow footpath near the Bavi well. Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of 40,000 rupees in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he was willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shama, we are going to cut a goat in the masjid, so ask him whether he would like to have its meat, haunch, or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that Haji would be happy to receive a small crumb from Baba's Kolamba mud pot. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars and kolamba and straightway advanced to the Haji and lifting his kafni up in arms said, why do you brag and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Mecca, but you do not know me. Being thus scolded, the Haji confounded. Baba then went back to the masjid. purchased a basket of mangoes and sent them to the Haji. Then again, Baba went to Haji and taking out rupees 55 from his pocket, gave them in Haji's hand. Henceforth, Baba loved the Haji, invited him for meals, and Haji thereafter came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus the Haji was enrolled in Baba's darbar. Baba's control over the elements. We shall close this chapter after describing two incidents showing Baba's control over the elements. Once at evening time, there was a terrible storm at Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. Winds began to blow with great force, clouds rose, and lightning began to flash, and rain started pouring in torrents. In a short time, the whole place was flooded with water. All creatures, birds, beasts, and men got terribly frightened and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to their rescue. So they all prayed to Baba, their god, who was fond of their devotion, to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing at the edge of the masjid addressed the storm in a loud and thunderous voice. Stop your fury and be calm. In a few minutes the rain subsided, the wind ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky, and people went back home well pleased. On another occasion at noon, the fire in the Duni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his satka, short stick, and dashed it against a pillar in front, saying, "Get down, be calm." At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to slow down, and in a few minutes the Duni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, an incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai, he will he will get very soon good God vision. All his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the supreme Amen. Boto Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai Ram.
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय.
Om Sai Ram.
Yeah, please. So you will read chapter 12, the first two pages, correct? Just give me 1 minute. Let me just
Yes.
go back.
Sai Ram. Chapter 12.
No, go ahead, please.
Chapter 12. Sai Ram. Sai, as Sagun Brahman, Dr. Pandit's work, control over the elements. Let us now, chapter 12, right?
Yeah, chapter 12, you will read the first two pages up to the paragraph before Bole
First two
Shastri.
pages.
Yeah.
Sai Ram. Chapter 12. Sai Leela. Experience of Kaka Mahajani, Sri, a doctor. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba. Saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose or object of divine incarnation is to protect the God and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, good and the wicked are the same. First, they feel for the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are like Agastya to destroy the Bhavasagar, the ocean of worldly existence, or like the sun in the darkness incarnated for the welfare of the devotees, supreme in knowledge and surrounded with divine luster. He was unattached. Foes and friends, for the sake of devotees, he spent his stock of merits and was ever alert to help them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their turn did not come, Baba did not remember them, as his leelas could not reach their ears. Then how could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Babas, but they did not get any opportunity of in taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons believing in him listen to his leelas, their quest for milk darshan will be to a great extent satisfied by the buttermilk leelas. If such persons went there, they would be able to stay there longer. Nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there long even if he so wished. They could stay there as long as Baba permitted them to stay and had to leave the place when asked to do so by Baba. So everything depended on Baba's will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Bombay. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokulashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home when Baba ordered him to do so. Then Baba said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Bombay, he found that his employer was anxiously waiting for him. His Munim, that is the manager, suddenly fell ill. Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He sent Babu Sahib Dumal. Now listen to an opposite story. Once Babu Sahib Dumal, a pleader was going to Nishad for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and wanted to proceed to Nishad immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate of Nishad suffered intensely from pains of his abdomen, and the case was adjourned. Mr. Dumal was then allowed to was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dumal won the case and his client was acquitted. Miss Nimokar. Mr. Nana Sahib Nimomkar, Watandar of Nimo and Hornary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimomkar were spending most of their time in the masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill at Belapur, and the mother decided, with Baba's consent, to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in a fix and did not know what to do. But her God's eye came to her help. While leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Sateswada with Mr. Nana Sahib and others, and prostrated at his feet and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Belapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi. Opportune were Baba's words. Mr. Nana Sahib's proposal was overdue by Baba's decrees.
Shri
Mule Shah
Sachidananda Sadguru
Sri
Sainath
of
Maharaj ki jai. Sandhya
Nas,
ji, you can read till the end of
an
chapter 12.
Orthodox Agnostic Brahmin of
Sandhya ji, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Sandhya ji,
Yeah.
you're on mute.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Yes, please start.
Sairam. Thank you. Yeah. Mule Sastri of Nasik, an Orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nasik, by name Mule Sastri, who had studied the six sastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry. Once, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Babu Sahib Bhoti, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to the persons present in the masjid. Baba used to press the mango on all sides so skillfully that when any person received it from Baba and sucked it, he got all the pulp at once in his mouth and could throw away the stone and the skin. Forthwith plantains were peeled off by Baba and the kernel kernel was distributed to the devotees, while the skin were retained by Baba for himself. Muley Shastri, as a palmist, wanted to examine Baba's hand or palm and requested him to extend the same. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to the Vada and Mullah Sastri bathed, wore sacred clothes, and started his routine duties. Agnihotra, with example, Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba, as usual, started for Lendi and said, take some giru, that is red miry substance, to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today done don saffron color cloth. None understood what Baba meant. That then after some time, when Baba returned and preparations for the noon aarti were being made, Bapu Sahib jokes asked Mullah Sastri whether he would accompany him for the aarti. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Very soon Baba sat on his seat, was worshipped by the devotees, and aarti commenced. Then Baba said, get some dakshina from the new Nasik Brahmin. Uti himself went to get the dakshina, and when he gave Baba message to Mule Sastri, he was sorely and when he gave Baba's message to okay, he was sorely per- perplexed. He brought in his mind that I am a pure Agnihotri Brahmin. Why should I pay Dakshina? Baba may be a great saint. I am not his dependent, but as a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for Dakshina through a millionaire like Puti, he could not refuse. So, leaving his routine unfinished, he forthwith started with booty to the masjid, thinking himself holy and sacred, and the masjid otherwise he remained at a distance, and after joining his palms threw flowers at Baba. Then, lo, all of a sudden, he saw no Baba on the seat, but saw his late Guru Golab Swami there. He was wonder struck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not, and he was wide awake. But though awake, he could his late Guru Golab be there. He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again, but could not reconcile the fact of his late Guru Golab being in the masjid, ultimately leaving off all doubt, he went up, fell at his guru's feet, and then, getting up, stood there with flooded hands. Other people sang Baba's Harti, while Mule Sastri chanted loudly his guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and ideas about sacredness, he fell flat at his guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconvincible power, Mule Sastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave the dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed and that he saw his own Guru. On seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, all the people, including Mullah Sastri, were much moved and they realized the meaning of Baba's words. Bring Guru, we shall done saffron colored garment. Such is the wonderful Leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamaltadar came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Rama and that he would not bow before a Mohammedan, and so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamaltadar replied that nobody would press him to make a bow, nor would ask him to do so, so he should come and give the pleasure of his company. Accordingly, they came to Shirdi and went to Masjid for Baba's darshan. All were wonder struck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed before a Mussulman. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Rama on the seat, and he therefore prostrated himself before him. Then, as he was saying this, he saw Sai Baba there again. Being dismayed, he said, "Is this a dream? How could he be a Mohammedan? He is a great yoga sampanna, full of yoga avatar." Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the fourth day, a close friend of him from Khandesh turned up, and with him he went to the masjid for Baba's session. After the salutation, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him, so that he had come. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. The same night he was blessed by Baba, and he experienced the bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where they experienced the same state of a fortnight. Thus, his devotion to Sai Baba increased manifold. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, especially that of Mule Sastri, is this, that we should have firm faith in awe in our Guru. And now here else. More Leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Go to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Sri
Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj ki
Maharaj
jai.
ki jai.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anand, you will read up to the just before the paragraph Bala Ganpat Chimpi.
Okay, Sairam. Sairam. Chapter 13. More Sai Leelas, diseases cured, Bhimaji Patel, Bala Shimpi, Babu Sahib Bhuti, Alandi Swami, Kaka Mahajani, and Dasto Pant of Harda. The inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, pithy, deep, full of meaning, efficient and well balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, "Though I have become a fakir, have no house or wife, and though leaving of all cares, I have stayed at one place, the inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forgot myself, I cannot forget her. She always envelops me. This Maya, elusive power of the Lord, Sri Hari, teases God, Brahma, and others. Then what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who take refuge in the Lord will be freed from her clutches with His grace." In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavat that the saints are his living forms, and see what Baba had said for the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have vanished, take to my worship. If you always say, "Sai, Sai, I shall take you over the seven seas," believe in these words, and you'll be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, neither either eightfold or 16-fold. I rest there where there is full devotion. Now read what Sai, the friend of those who surrendered themselves to him, did for their welfare. Bhimaji Patil. One Bhimaji Patil of Narayangaon, Taluka Junnar district, Pune, suffered in the year 1909 AD from a severe and chronic chest disease which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of pathos, remedies, but to no effect. Losing all hopes, he ultimately prayed to God, "O Lord Narayana, help me now." It is a well-known fact that when our circumstances are well off, we do not remember God. But when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of Him. So Bhimaji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, a great devotee of Baba, in this respect. So he wrote to him a letter, giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to have recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparations for going to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to the masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, were then present. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the previous evil karma and was not at first disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair, that he was helpless and sought refuge in him, as he was his last hope, and prayed for mercy. Then Baba's heart melted and he said, "Stay, cast off your anxiety. Your sufferings have come to an end. However oppressed and troubled one may be, as soon as he steps into the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind and he will cure the disease and protect all with love and kindness." The patient vomited blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From the time Baba uttered the words of hope and mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhima Bai's house, which was not a convenient and healthy place. But Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him by 2 dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering the severe pain of a flogging, which he received for not reciting his Savai poetry lesson before his class master. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain and torture by rolling a stone up and down over his chest. With the pain thus suffered in dream, his cure was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba did for him and prostrated before him. Baba also did not expect anything from devotees but grateful remembrance, unchanging faith and devotion. People in the Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayana Puja in their homes every fortnight or month. But it was this Bhimaji Patil who started a new Sai Satyavrata Puja instead of Satyanarayana Vrata Puja in his house when he returned to his village. Bow to Sri Sai.
Anand, continue that one more paragraph.
Okay,
Read
fine,
until
thank
Bala Ganpat Shimpi paragraph.
Okay,
Finish
Saram,
that.
thank you. Bala Ganpat Shimpi. Another devotee of Baba by name Bala Ganpat Shimpi suffered much from a malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and decoctions, but in vain. The fever did not abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell on Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe, in this case as follows. Give a black dog some morsels of rice mixed with curds in front of the Lakshmi temple. Bala Shimpi did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home than he found rice and curds. After mixing them together, he brought this mixture near the Lakshmi temple when he found the black dog waving its tail. He placed the curds and rice before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Anand. Gomati ji, you can read till the end of the chapter.
Yeah, sure. Sairam. Babu Sahib Bhuti. Sri Ram Babu Sahib Bhuti suffered once from a dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Babu Sahib got very weak on account of purgings and vomitings and therefore was not able to go to masjid for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now take care, you should not budge anymore," and gestured with his index finger. The vomiting must also stop. Now look at the power of Baba's words. Both the maladies disappeared and Bhuti felt well. On another occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies but could give him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as to what to drink that would allay his thirst and cure the disease. Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachio, a kind of a dry fruit, boiled in sugared milk. This would be considered a cause for fatal aggravation of the disease by any other doctor or the physician. But in implicit obedience to Baba's order, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. Alandi Swami. A Swami from Alandi with a desire for Baba's darshan came to Shirdi. He suffered from severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting sleep. He was operated for this, but it served no purpose. The pain was severe and he did not know what to do. While he was returning, he came to take Baba's leave when Shama, mother of Deshpande, requested Baba to do something for the pain in the Swami's ear. Baba comforted him saying, "Allah acha karega, God will do good." The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week
sent a letter to Shirdi stating that the pain in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there, and in order to get the swelling removed, he went to Mumbai for operation, but the surgeon on examining the ear said that no operation was necessary. Such was the wonderful and potent effect of Baba's words. Kaka Mahajani. Another devotee named Kaka Mahajani suffered once from diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his services to Baba, Kaka kept Tamia with water in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call, he would go out. As Sai Baba knew everything, Kaka did not inform him of his disease, thinking that Baba would of his own cure it soon. The work of constructing the pavement in front of the masjid was permitted by Baba, but when the actual work began, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away, and as Kaka was also doing the same, Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody left a small pouch of groundnuts there. Baba took a handful of groundnuts, rubbed them in his hands, blew away the skins, and gave the clean nuts to Kaka and made him eat them. Scolding and cleaning the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then, when the nuts were finished, Baba asked him to fetch water as he felt thirsty. Kaka brought a pitcher full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink it. Baba declared, "Now your diarrhea has stopped and you may attend to the work of the payment." In the meanwhile, other people who had ran away returned and started the work, and Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined them. Are groundnuts medicine for diarrhea? According to current medical opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this is, as in other cases, was Baba's word. Dattopant of Hada. A gentleman from Hada by name Dattopant stomachache for about 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then, on hearing Baba's fame that he cures diseases by sight, he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him blessings. When Baba placed his hand on his head and gave him Udi with blessings, he felt relief and there was no further trouble about the malady. Towards the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in the footnotes. Madhavrao Deshpande suffered from piles. Baba gave him decoction of Sonamuti, that is henna parts. This relieved him. Then after 2 years, the trouble reoccurred and Madhavrao took the same direction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was cured by Baba's grace. Kaka Mahajani's elder brother, Gangadhar Pant, suffered for many years from stomach pain. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, "God will cure." From that time, there was no stomach pain. He was completely cured. Nana Sahib Chandorkar also once suffered from acute stomach pain. He was restless both day and night. Doctors administered injections which produced no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat buffy, a kind of a sweet meat, mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him a complete relief. All these stories show that real medicine that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's word and grace and not any medicines or drugs. Go to Sri Sai, please to see on.
Shri Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
Jai.
Thank you, Gomati ji. Ashwini ji, start, please.
Yeah, sure. Chapter 14, Ratanji Wadia of Nanded, Saint Mauli Sahib, Dakshina. In the last chapter, we described how Baba's word and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratanji Wadia and gave him an issue. The life of this saint is naturally sweet. His voice, his various doings, eating, walking, and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai gave bliss to his devotees as a means of remembrance. He gave them various stories of duty and action, which ultimately led them to true religion. His object may be that people should live happily in this world, but they should be ever cautious and achieve the object of their life, namely self-realization. We get human body
as a result of merits in past births, and it is worthwhile that with its aid, we should attain devotion and liberation in this life. So we should never be lazy, but always be on the alert to gain our goal of life. If you hear the Leelas of Sai daily, you will always see him. Day and night, you will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its fickleness. And if you go on in this manner, it will finally be merged in pure consciousness. Ratanji of Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nanded, in the Nizam state, there lived a Parsi mill contractor and trader by name Ratanji Shapuji Waria. He had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired fields and lands. He had cattle, horses, and conveyance, and was very prosperous. In all outward appearances, he looked very happy and contented, but inwardly he was not so. Providential dispensation is such that no one in this world is completely happy. And rich Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped all in various ways. The people took him to be a good and happy man, but Ratanji thought himself miserable as he had no issue, male or female, for a long time. Just as Kirtan, singing glories of the Lord, without love or devotion, song without rhythmical accompaniments, Brahmin without the sacred thread, proficiency in all arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace are futile and useless. So is a householder without an issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He thus looked morose and did not relish his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety as to whether he would ever be blessed with a son. He had a great regard for Dasganu Maharaj. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Dasganu advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, fall at his feet, and seek his blessings and pray for an issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days, he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and fell at his feet. Then, opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With reverence, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you, and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have anxiously sought your feet. Please do not disappoint me. Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina of rupees 5, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received rupees 3 3 rupees 14 annas from him, and that he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out as to what Baba meant. That was the first time he thought that he had come to Shirdi. And how was it that Baba said that he had earlier got 3 rupees and 14 annas from him? He could not solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of the dakshina asked for, explained to Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to worry, and that thence onward his bad days had ended. He then gave him Udi, placed his hand on his head, and blessed him, saying that Allah would satisfy his heart's desire. Then, after after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told Das Ganu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, then that he got Baba's darshan and blessing with Prasad, but there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he had got 3 rupees 14 annas before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Das Ganu, I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum? To which Baba referred. To Das Ganu, too, it was a puzzle, and he thought much over it for a long time. Sometime afterwards, it struck him that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mauli Sahib in his house and had spent some money for his reception. The Mauli Sahib was a well-known saint of Nanded and worked as a porter. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Mauli Sahib turned up at Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave him a small party in his honor. Das Ganu got from Ratanji the memo of expenses of this reception, and everybody was wonderstruck to see that the expenses amounted to exactly 3 rupees 14 anna. Nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient. That though he lived in Shirdi, he knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present, and future and could identify himself with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mauli Sahib and the amount spent therefore, unless he could identify himself with him and be one with him? Ratanji was satisfied with this explanation and his faith in Baba was confirmed and increased. In due time, he was blessed with a son and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all a dozen issues, out of which only 4 survived. In a footnote towards the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Hari Vinayak Sate after the death of his first wife to remarry and that he would get a son. R.B. Sate married second time. The first 2 issues by this wife were daughters, and he therefore felt very despondent. But the third issue was a son. Baba's word did come true, and he was satisfied. Dakshina. Now, we shall close this chapter with a few points about Dakshina. It is a well-known fact that Baba always asked for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask a question: if Baba was a fakir and perfectly non-attached, why should he ask for dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now.
Shri Sachidananda
Ananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
Ki
Jai.
Jai. Sairam.
Pavni ji, you can read now from this paragraph first for a long time until the end of the chapter. You are on mute, Pavni ji.
Give me 1 minute. I was just following him and I just lost the page. I'm just getting to the page.
No problem. You should start from the word first for a long time.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the second paragraph in
Yes,
that.
yes.
Yeah.
I got
First
it.
one. Okay, got it.
Sairam.
Sairam.
First, for a long time, Baba did not accept anything. He stored burnt matches and filled his pockets with them. He never asked anything from anybody, whether he be a devotee or otherwise. If anybody placed before him a piece or two, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for his always smoked a beedi or chillum, an earthen pipe. Then some persons thought that they could not see the saints empty handed, and they therefore placed some copper coins copper coins before Baba. If a piece was placed before him, he used to pocket it. If it was two-piece coin, it was returned immediately. Then, after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers, and Baba began to ask dakshina from them. It is said that in Shruti Veda, that puja of gods is complete complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin was necessary in the puja of the gods, why should it be not so in the puja of saints also? Ultimately, the Shastras laid it down that when one goes to see God, king, saint, or guru, he should not go empty handed. He should offer something, preferably coin or money. In this connection, we may notice the percepts recommended by the Upanishads. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men, and demons by one letter, Da. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice dharma, that is self control. The men thought or understood that they should practice too dana, that is charity. The demons understood that they should practice three daya, that is compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in the Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts his pupils to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, give with magnanimity, that is, liberally, give with modesty, with awe, and with sympathy. In order to teach the devotees the lesson of charity and to remove their attachment to money and thus to purify their minds, Baba extracted dakshina from them. But there was this peculiarity, as Baba said, that he had to give back 100 times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this had happened. To quote an instance, Mr. Ganapat Rao Bhodas, the famous actor, says in his Marathi autobiography that uh, pressing him often and often for dakshina, he emptied his money bags before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Bodas says, that in later life he never lacked money, as it came to him abundantly. There were also secondary meaning of dakshina in many cases in which Baba did not want any peculiar amount. To quote two instances, Baba asked rupees 15 as dakshina from Professor G.G. Narke, who replied that he did not have even a pie. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading Yoga Vasishta. Give me dakshina from that. Give dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mr. R.A. Tharkan, to give rupees 6 as dakshina. The lady felt pained as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies: lust, anger, avarice, etc., to surrender to him. Baba agreed with this explanation. Um, it is note it is to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day and the next morning. He would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as dakshina for about 10 years, he had only a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Postscript. Mr. B.V. Dio of Thana, retired Mamlatar and a great devotee of Baba, had written an article on this subject, Dakshina, in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 8, page 1626, in which he says, amongst the other things, as follows. Baba did not ask dakshina from all. If some gave dakshina without being asked, he sometimes accepted it, and at times he refused it. He asked it from certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their mind that Baba should ask them for it, and then they should pay it. If anybody offered it against his wishes, he never touched it, and if he kept it there, he asked him to take it away. He asked for a small and big amounts from devotees according to their wish, devotion, and convenience. He asked it even from women and children. He never asked all the rich for it, nor from all the poor. Baba never got angry with those from whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent through some friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him somehow of it and made him pay it. On some occasions, Baba used to return some sum from the amount tendered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it and keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked more dakshina from some than what they originally intended to give, and if they had no money, asked them to get or borrow from others. For some, he demanded dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent very little for his sake. That is for buying chilam, clay pipe, and fuel for his duni, sacred fire, and all the rest he distributed as charity in varying portions to various people. All the paraphernalia of Shirdi Sansthan was brought by various rich devotees at the instance and suggestions of Radha Krishnamai. Baba always used to get wild and scolded those who brought costly and rich articles. He said to Mr. Nana Saheb Chandorkar that all his property consisted of one coppin, cord piece, one stray piece of cloth, one kafni, and a tumbrel, tin pot, and that all the people troubled him by bringing all these unnecessary, useless, and costly articles. Women and wealth are the two main obstacles in the way of our paramarthas, spiritual life. And Baba and provided in Shirdi two institutions, that is Dakshina and Radha Krishnamai. Whenever they came to him, he demanded dakshina from them and asked them to go to school, Radha Krishnamai's house. If they stood these two tests well, that is, if they showed that they were free from attachment of women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Dio has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and showed that charity given in a holy place and to a holy personage conduces to the donor's welfare to a great degree. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity, Sai Ram? Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Sainath
ki
Maharaj ki jai.
jai.
Thank you, Pavni ji. Almelu ji, between you and your daughter, you'll be reading entire chapter 15. So I leave it to you as to where you want to stop and where your daughter will pick up.
Okay, okay. Can I start now?
You can start now. Sai Ram.
Chapter 15. Naradyan Kirtan Patadi, Mr. Cholker's sugarless tea to lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Ramanomi festival in Shirdi. How the festival originated and how in the early years there was a great difficulty in getting a good Haridasas for performing Kirtan on that occasion, and how Baba permanently entrusted this function to Dasganu permanently. Now, in this chapter, we shall describe the manner in which Dasganu was performing the Kirtan. Naradya Kirtan Patadi. Generally, our Haridasas, while performing the Kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put on a head dress, either a feta or a turban. a long flowing coat with a skirt inside, an uprene on the shoulders, and the usual long dhoti from the waist below. Dressed in this fashion for some kirtan in the Shirdi village, Daskanu once went to bow to Baba. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going dressed so beautifully like this?" For performing for performing a kirtans, was the reply. Then Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia, code, oprane, and feta, etc.? Do off all that before me. Why wear them on the body?" Daskanu immediately took them off and placed them at the Baba's feet. From the time, Daskanu never wore these things while performing the kirtan. He was always bare from waist upwards. A pair of chuples was in his hand and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Haridasa, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narada, from whom the Kirtan Pattadi originated, wore nothing on his trunk and head. He carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place wherever singing the glory of the world. Mr. Solkar's sugarless tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmedabad districts, but Nana Sahib Sandokar by his personal talks and by Dasgano by his splendid kirtans spread the fame of Baba in the Konkan Bombay presidency. In fact, it was Dasgano, my God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable kirtans made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who come to hear the kirtans have different tastes. Some like the erudition of the Haridas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on Vedanta, and some others his main stories, and so on. But among them there are very few who by hearing the kirtan get faith and devotion or love for God or saints. The effect of hearing Daskanu's kirtan on the minds of audience who was however electric as it were. We give an instance here.
Sairam. Sairam. Bhaskara was once performing in his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in the Tripuneshwar temple in Thana. Once, Mr. Chokra, a poor man serving as a candidate in the civil courts in Thana, was amongst the audience. He heard Daskanu's kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed and vowed to Baba, saying, "Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, fall at your feet, and distribute sugar candy in your name." As good luck would have it, Mr. Choker did pass the examination and did get the permanent post, and now it remained for him to fulfill his vow, the sooner the better. Mr. Choker was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay for the expenses of a Shirdi trip. As is well said, one can easily cross over the Nanegat in Thana district or even the Sayadri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to cross Umbaregat, i.e. the threshold of his house. As Mr. Choker was anxious to fulfill his vow as early as possible, he resolved to economize, cut down his expenses, and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed it with a clean conscience along with sugar candy as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desires were fulfilled that day. Mr. Chokar was in the masjid with his host Bapu Sahib Jog. When the host and the guest both got up and were about to leave the masjid, Baba spoke to Jog as follows: "Give him your guest cups of tea fully saturated with sugar." Hearing these significant words, Mr. Choka was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedewed with tears, and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Jog was also curious about this direction regarding the teacups to be given to his guest. Baba wanted by his words to create faith and devotion in Cholka's mind. He hinted, as it were, that he got the sugar candy as per his vow, and that he knew full well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba meant to say, "If you spread your palms with devotion before me, I am immediately with you day and night. Though I am here bodily, still I know what you do beyond the seven seas. Go wherever you will over the wide world, I am with you. My abode is in your heart, and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed he who knows me thus." What a beautiful and important lesson was thus imparted by Baba to Mr. Chokar. Two lizards. Now we close the chapter with the story of two little lizards. Once Baba was sitting in the masjid, the devotee sat in front of him when a lizard ticked. Out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether this ticking of the lizard signified anything. Was it a good sign or a bad omen? Baba said that the lizard was overjoyed as a sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out the meaning of Baba's words. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out a bag from his shoulders to bring grams and dashed it on the ground to remove dirt. A lizard came out therefrom and, in the presence of all, climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her words. She had once went strutting to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, whirled round and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad? How should the man on horseback come down from Aurangabad with the lizard? And how should Baba make the prophecy of the meeting of the two sisters? All this is very wonderful and proves the omniscience, the all-knowing nature of Baba. Postscript. He who respectfully reads this chapter or studies it daily will get all his miseries removed by the grace of the Sadguru Sai Baba. Hence. Saira.
Fine. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Geeta ji, can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry, I was speaking on mute. You can read until point number 6 on page 89, which is preferring Shreyas and Prayas. You can stop at that paragraph. Sunil will start with point number 7. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sayana.
Chapter 16th and chapter 17th. Quick Brahmajnana. These two chapters relate the story of a rich gentleman who wanted Brahmajnana quickly from Sai Baba. Preliminary. The last chapter described how Mr. Cholkar's vows of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion, but if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of Satchit Anand, existence, knowledge, and bliss, he did not care much for more outward formalities, but if an offering was made in meek and humble spirit, the same was welcome and he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no person more liberal and benevolent than a Sadguru like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to the Chintamani jewel, the philosopher's stone which satisfies desires, the Kalpataru, the celestial tree which fulfills our desires, or Kamadenu, the celestial cow which yields what we desire, for they give us only what we desire. But the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable. Now let us hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmajnana. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name and whereabout are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses, fields, and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba's fame reached his ears, he said to a friend of his that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give him Brahmajnana, which, if, if he got, would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying, "It is not easy to know Brahman, and especially so for a various man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife, and children. Who will, in your quest of Brahmajnana, satisfy you that won't give away even a piece in charity?" Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey tanga and came to Shirdi. He went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and said, Baba, hearing that you show and Brahman to all who come over here without any delay, I have come here all the way from my distant place. I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get Brahman Brahman from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded. Baba then replied, Oh, my dear friend, don't be anxious. I shall immediately show you Brahman. All my dealings are in cash and never on credit. So many people come to me and ask for wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of disease, and other temporal matters. Rare is the person who comes here to me and asks for Brahmajnana. There is no dearth of persons asking for worldly things, but as persons interested in spiritual matters are very rare. I think it a lucky and auspicious moment when person like you come and press me for Brahmajnana. So I show to you with pleasure the Brahman with all its accompaniments and complications. Saying this, Baba started to show him the Brahman. He made him sit there and engaged him in some other talk or affair, and thus made him forget his question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nandu Marwari and get from him a hand loan of 5 rupees. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Nandu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to Bala grocer and get from him. Then the said loan, this time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again twice or thrice with the same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, the living and moving Brahman incarnate. Then someone may ask, why did he want the paltry sum of 5 rupees and why did he try hard to get it on loan? Really, he did not want the sum at all. He must have been fully knowing that Nandu and Bala were absent, and he seems to have adopted this procedure as a test for seeker of Brahman. That gentleman had a roll and bundle of currency notes in his pocket, and if he was really earnest, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker. When Baba was frantically trying to get paltry sum of 5 rupees, he knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, the Brahmajnana. Any other man who really loved Baba would have at once given 5 rupees instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient as he was in haste to return and implored Baba, saying, "Oh Baba, please show."
Hello, Deepak Ajay. Did we lose?
Sunilji, we've completed. Sorry, I just stepped out.
No, I think she was reading and then
She got discontinued, is it?
yeah, she got disconnected when she was on page 89. So all of them.
Oh, okay. So we should wait for her to come back. Let's
Maybe
give
we'll
it.
just give a minute, right?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Gitaji,
We can hear you, man. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Qualification for Brahmajnana or self-realization. All persons don't see or realize the Brahman in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. First one, mumuksha or intense desire to get free. He who thinks that he is bound and that he should get free from bondage and works earnestly and resolutely to that end, and who does not care for any other things is qualified for the spiritual life. Second one, virakti or a feeling of disgust with the things of this world and the next. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things, emoluments, and honors which his action would bring in this world and the next, he has no right to enter into the spiritual realm. Third one is Antarmukta. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward, and so man always looks outside himself and not inside. He who wants self realization and immortal life must turn his gaze inwards and look to his inner self. Fourth one, catharsis from sins. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong, and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self realization even by means of knowledge. Fifth one, right conduct. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, and insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. Sixth one, preferring Shreyas to Preyas. There are two sorts of things, the God and the pleasant. The former deals with spiritual affairs and the latter with mundane matter. Both these approach man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, chooses the pleasant.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru
Guru
Sainath.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Gita ji. Sunil, yeah, start.
7. Control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot and the self is its master. Intellect is the charioteer and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses and sense objects their paths. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained. The senses unmanageably like the vicious horses of a chariot does not reach his destination, get realization, but goes through the round of births and deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained has his senses being under control, like the good horse of a charioteer, reaches that place, that is the state of self-realization. When he is not born again, the man who has understanding as his charioteer, guide, and is able to rein his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all the pervading. Vishnu, Lord, number 8, purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be purified, and unless his mind in that viveka, discrimination between the unreal and the real, and vairagya, non-attachment to the unreal, crop up and lead on to self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, advice got rid of, and mind made desireless, pure, self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great delusion, and attachment to this idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment. Therefore, if you want to get to the goal of self-realization. Number 9, the necessity of a guru. The knowledge of the self is to substitute and mystic that no one could by his own individual effort ever hope to attain it. So the help of another person teacher who has himself got self-realization in absolute necessarily. What other cannot give me great labor and pain can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher. For he has walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. 10. And lastly, the Lord grace is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with one body, he gives him a viveka and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, nor by intelligent, nor by much learning. He who the self chooses gains it. To him, the self reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket the Brahma or Mama or Mamoon in the form of 50 times 5 rupees, 250 rupees. Please take that out." The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes, and to his great surprise found on counting them that there were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing this omniscience of Baba, he has moved and fell at Baba's feet and cowed for his blessings. Then Baba said to him, "Roll up your bundle of Brahma, his currency notes. Unless you get rid completely of your averence or greed, you will not get the real Brahma. How can be whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny, and prosperity expect to know the Brahma without removing away his attachment from the same? The illusion of attachment of the love for money is a deep, eddy whirlpool of pain full of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can also cross his whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are all, or as poles assured, they are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of the Brahma. Then how can a greedy man get dispassion and salvation? For a greedy man, there is no peace, neither contentment or certainly steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all the sadhana, spiritual endeavors are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of the fruit or reward of his actions and who has got no disgust for the same is useless and can't help him in getting self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all our spiritual endeavors are nothing. But unless show and pomp, it is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full, and I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether he is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. While sitting in the masjid, I even speak any untruth. I never speak any untruth. Whenever a guest is invited to a house, all the members of the household and other friends and relations that happen to be present are entertained along with the guests. So all those who were present in the masjid at this time could partake of the spiritual feast, but was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessings, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who, leaving their houses, stay in forests, caves, or hermitages and remaining in solitude. Try to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not of such a type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relations near or distinct. Still, he lived in the world. He bagged his bread from 4 or 5 houses. Always lived at the foot of the neem tree. Cared on worldly dealings and taught all the people how to act and behave in this world. Where are the sadhus and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people? Sai Baba was the forefront of these, and therefore says Hemant Pant, blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents where this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, and pure jewel Sai Baba was born. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri
Sri
Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj ki
Ki
jai.
Jai. Your son will be reading, Sunil, now?
Yeah, my wife and son will be reading.
Okay. So they will read till, give me a minute, till page 96.
Okay. Yeah.
Which will be page 96. So maybe they can stop with the highlighted sentences, as a devotee is resolute and determined. So let them stop with that sentence.
Okay.
Okay. Saram.
Sorry. Chapters 8 and 9, 18 and 19. How Hemant was accepted and blessed. Stories from Mr. Sathe and Mrs. Deshmukh, encouraging good thoughts to fruition and variety in Upanishad teachings, readings, slender, and remuneration for labor. In the last two chapters, Hemantpad was described how a rich gentleman aspiring for quick Brahma Gnana was treated by Baba, and how in these two chapters he describes how Hemantpad himself was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified them and gives his teachings regardless, self-improvement, slender, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that Sadhguru looks first to the qualifications of his disciples and then gives them suitable instructions without unsettling their minds in the least and leads them on towards the goal of self-realization. In this respect, some say that what Sadhguru's teachings or instructions should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions becomes useless if they are published. This view is not correct. Sadhguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely. EI scatters widely his nectar-like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content, and then serve others with them without any reserve. This rule should apply not only to what he teaches in our waking state, but to the visions he gives us in other dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Kaushik Rishi composed his celebrated Ram Rakta Stotra, Raksha Stotra, which he had seen in his dream. Living like a loving mother, forcing bitter but wholesome medicines down the throats of their children for the sake of their health, Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled or secret, but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their object. Sadgurus like Sai Baba opened our eyes of the intellect and showed us the divine beauties of the self and fulfill our tender longings of devotion. When this is done, our desire for for sense objects vanishes, twin fruits of viveka, discrimination, and vairaga, dispassion or non-attachment, comes to our hands, and knowledge sprouts up even in the sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with saints, Sadguru, serve them, and secure their love. The Lord who fulfills the desires of his devotees comes to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, and makes us happy. This process or um, development is entirely due to the help of the Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru here. His stories fall at his feet and serve him. Now we come to our main story.
Mr. Sathe. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sathe who attained some publicity many years ago during the Crownfield regime, which was put down by Lord Grey. When the then the governor of Bombay. He suffered severe losses in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him much trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities take over, he turns to him and prays for relief. In his evil actions have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with a saint who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sathe had a similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Sai Baba's darshan for getting peace of mind and satisfaction of his wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like an eternal Brahma, self-luminous, spotless and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought it was the accumulation of merits of his former births that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make um, para, para, Parayana study of Guru Charitra. When reading was finished in the Saptah 7 days, Baba gave him the vision that night. It was to his effect. Baba, with Guru Charitra in his hand, was explaining its contents to Mr. Sathe, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba, who awakens the soul like his and that are snoring in ignorance and make them taste the nectar of Guru Charitra. The next day, he informed Kaka Sahib Dikshit of his vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding its meaning and significance, uh, whether one Saptah's week's reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, when got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, O God, what did you suggest Mr. Sathe by this vision? Whether he should stop or continuing Saptah. He is a simple devotee. His desire should be fulfilled, and the vision explained him and he should be blessed. Then Baba replied, he should make one more saptah of this book. If the work be studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of mundane existence. At this time, Hemapant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's words, he thought in his mind as follows. What? Mr. Sapde read for a week only and got a reward, and I am reading it for 40 years with no result. His 7 days stay here becomes fruitful, while my 7 years stay 1910 to 1917 goes for nothing. Like a chatak bird, I am ever waiting for a merciful cloud Baba to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instructions. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of the Bhaktas that Baba read and understood all their desires, and that he suppressed the evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Reading Hemapant's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up, go to Shama, and get from him rupees 15 as dakshina, sit and chit chat with him for a while and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Hemapant immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and was wearing dhotar. He came out and asked Hemapant, how is it that you are here now? It seemed that you have come from the masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why are you alone? Please sit and rest, while I shall just do my worship and return. And in the meantime, you please take Panwant, leaves Panwant. Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, he went inside and Hemapant sat alone in the front veranda. He saw in his window a well-known Marathi book named Nath Bhagwat. This, this, this is a commentary by Saint Eknath on the 11th Skanda chapter of a bigger Sanskrit work, the Bhagwat. At the suggestion or the recommendation of Sai Baba, Mirses Bapu Sahib Jog and Kaka Sahib Dikshit read daily in Shirdi. Bhagavad Gita, with its Marathi commentary named Bhagavarat Deepika and Jnaneshwar, a dialogue between Krishna and his friend devotee Arjun. Nath Bhagwat, a dialogue between Krishna and his servant devotee Uddhava. Also, Eknath's other big work, Bhagavarat Ramayan, where devotees came to Baba and asked him certain questions. He sometimes answered them in part and asked them to go and listen to the readings, right, of the above mentioned work. Is it till here? Okay. Yeah, above mentioned works, which are main treatise of Bhagavad Dharma. When devotees went and listened, they got full and satisfactory replies to their questions. Hemapant also used to read daily some portions of the book Nath Bhagwat. That day he did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but had left it unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took the book from the Shama's widow and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portion turned up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Sharma's house for enabling him to complete his daily reading. So when he went throughout the unfinished portion and completed it. As soon as it was over, Shama, after doing his worship, came out and the following conversation took place between them. Hemapant, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return rupees 15 as dakshina from you, also to sit with you for a while and have a pleasant chit chat and then return to masjid with you. Shama with surprise, I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskaras, bow in lieu of rupees as dakshina for Baba. Hemapant, right, all right, your namaskaras are accepted. Now let us have some chit chat. Tell me some stories and leelas of Baba, which will destroy your sins. Sham. Yeah.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Indiraji, you're going to start from Shama, then sit here for a while.
Oh, okay. Sairam. Shama. Then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the sport, Leela, of this god Baba. You know it already. I am a village rustic, while you are an enlightened citizen. You have seen some more Leelas since you are coming here. How should I describe them before you? Well, take these leaves, betel nut and chunam, and eat the panvida. While I go in, dress myself, and come out. In a few minutes, Shama come out and sat talking with Hemat Pant. He said, the Leela of this god, Baba, is incredible. There is no end to his Leelas. Who can see them? He plays or sports with his Leelas. Still, he is outside of, unaffected by them. What do we rustics know? Why does not Baba himself tell stories? Why does he send learned men like you to fools like me? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not human. With this preface, Shama added, I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee, is resolute and determined, so is Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba puts the devotees in severe tests and then gives them upadesh, that is instructions. As soon as Hemat Pant, the word upadesh, if Hemat Pant heard the word Upadesh, a flash of lightning crossed through his mind. He at once remembered the story of Mr. Sate's Guru Charitra reading and thought that Baba might have sent him to Shama in order to give peace to his restless mind. However, he curbed this feeling and began to listen to Shama's stories. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba was to his devotees. Hemat Pant began to feel a sort of joy while hearing them. Then Shama began to tell the following story. Mrs. Radhabhai Deshmukh. There was an old woman by name Radhabhai. She was the mother of the Kashabat Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, she came to Shirdi with the people of Shangamnar. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as her guru and take some upadesh from him. She knew nothing else. She determined to fast herself unto death so long as Baba did not accept her and give her any upadesh or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and left off taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You drag so many persons here. You know that old lady, she is very obstinate and depends on you entirely. She has resolved to fast unto death if you don't accept and instruct her. If anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her, and consequently she met her death. So take some mercy on her, bless her, and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her, changed the turn of her mind by addressing her as follows: "O mother, why are you subjecting yourself to unnecessary tortures and hastening your death? You are really my mother, and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me through. I tell you my own story, which, if you listen carefully, will do you good. I had a guru. He was a great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still, he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had a keen desire never to leave him, but to stay with and serve him, and at all costs receive some instructions from him. But he had his own way. He first got my head shaved and asked me two paise as dakshina. I gave the same at once. If you say that as my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money, and how should he be called desireless? I replied plainly that he never cared for coins. What had he do with them? His two paise were one firm faith and two patience and perseverance. I gave these two paise or things to him, and he was pleased. I restored to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no death of food and clothing. He was full of love. He was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is Guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation, and then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day, I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other object to meditate, nor any other thing than my Guru to attend. He was my sole refugee. My mind was always fixed on him. This is one paisa dakshina, saburi, patience or perseverance, is the other paisa. I waited patiently and very long on my Guru and served him. This saburi will ferry you across the sea of this mundane existence. Saburi is manliness in man. It removes all sins and afflictions, get rid of calamities in various ways, and casts aside all fear and ultimately gives you success. Saburi is the mine of virtues, concert of good thoughts, nish, 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 Nishta, faith, and Saburi, patience, are like twin sisters, loving each other very intimately. My Guru never expected anything from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him. Still, I never felt the want or absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as the tortoise feeds her young ones. Whether they are or near her or away from her on the other side of the river bank, by her loving looks, O mother, my Guru never taught me any mantra. Then how shall I blow any mantra in your ears? Just remember that Guru's Tata is like loving glance given us happiness. Do not try to get mantra or upadesh from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain Paramartha, the spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I in turn look at you similarly. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but the truth. No sadhanas nor proficiency in the six sastras are necessary. Have faith and confidence in your Guru. Believe fully that Guru is the sole actor or doer. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his Guru and thinks him to the Hari, Hara, and Brahma. Trimurti incarnate. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced. She bowed to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and attentively and making its significance and appropriateness, Hemat Pant was most agreeably surprised. Seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, he was moved from top to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His throat was choked and he was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent? How many innumerable leelas of Baba shall I describe?" Just at that time, the bell in the masjid began to ring, proclaiming that the noon worship and arati ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Hemat Pant hurried to the masjid. Bapu Sahib Jog had just started the worship. Women were up in Women were up in the masjid and men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all loudly singing the arti in chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, pulling Hemat Pant with him. He sat to the right and Hemat Pant in front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemat Pant to give the dakshina brought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskaras in lieu of rupees and that he was there in person. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat, and if so, tell me all that you talked about." Not minding the sounds of the bell and the drum and the chorus song, Hemat Pant was eager to tell what they had talked and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxious to hear, and so he left the bolster and leaned forward. Hemat Pant said all that they talked about was very pleasant, And that especially the story of the old lady was most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable, and under the guise of that story, really blessed him. Baba then said, "Wonderful is the story. How were you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you. So tell me all about it." Then Hemat Pant related in full the story which he had heard a little while before, and which had made a lasting impression in his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you, and did you catch its significance?" He replied, "Yes, Baba, the relentlessness of my mind was vanished, and I have got the true peace and rest and come to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows: "My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story, and it will be very useful. To get the knowledge, realization of the self, dhyaya, the meditation, is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the thoughts will be pacified. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on the Lord who is in all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledgeable, incarnate consciousness and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here night and day. As you go on doing this, your ritis will concentrate on one point, and the distinction between the dhyata, the meditator, and the dhyana, the act of meditation, and dhyaya, this meditated upon, will be lost, and the meditator will be the one with the consciousness and merged in the Brahman. The mother tortoise is on one bank of the river, and her young ones are on the other side. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember, meditate upon their mother. The tortoise glance is to the young ones a, a downpour of nectar, the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relation between the Guru and disciples. When Baba uttered these last words, the chorus of the Aarti song stopped, and all cried out loudly in one voice, "Victory be to our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is existence, knowledge, and bliss." Dear readers, let us imagine that we are at this time standing amongst the crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in this Jai Jaikar. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Bapu Sahib Jog advanced as usual, and after saluting Baba, gave him his hand, gave into his hand a handful of sugar candy. Baba pushed all this quantity into the hands of Hemat Pant and said to him, "If you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet as the sugar candy. All your desires will be fulfilled, and you will be happy." Hemat Pant bowed before Baba and implored, "Do favor me like this. Bless and protect me always." Baba replied, "Hear the story, meditate on it, and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord who will manifest himself to you." Dear readers, Hemat Pant got prasad of sugar candy then, and we now got the prasad of sugar candy or nectar of this story. Let us drink it out heart's content, meditate on it, and assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hemat Pant had dealt with some other matters which are given below.
Indiraji,
Yeah.
if you don't mind, let's stop here, and then I think Shefali ji can take over. So Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
jai.
Shefali ji,
Yes.
you can read from Baba's advice regarding behavior till the end of the chapter.
Okay.
Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words of Baba are of general welfare and invaluable. If they are kept in mind and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any man or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with due respect. Sri Hari, God will be certainly pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and your veranda to strangers for resting. If anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at him like a dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you. Do not resent by giving any bitter reply. If you tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world go topsy turvy. You remain where you are. Standing in your own place, look on calmly at the show of all things passing before you. Demolish the wall of difference that separates you from me, and then the road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation as I and thou is the barrier that keeps away the disciple from his master, and unless that is destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Malik. That is, God is the sole proprietor, nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and inscrutable. His will his will be done, and He will show us the way and satisfy our heart's desire. It is on account of Rinanubandh, former relationship, that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy. All others merely exist. That is, live so long as they breathe. Encouraging good thoughts to fruition. It is interesting to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to Him with love and devotion, and then you will see how He helps you. Thought out, some saint has said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same afterwards during the day, your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Hemarpan wanted to try this. One Wednesday night before going to bed, he thought tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place which Shirdi is so holy. So let me pass the whole day in remembering and celebrating Ramnam. And then he slept off. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. After finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshitwada and was passing by Bhutiwada, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nicely by one Aurangabadkar in the masjid before Baba. The song sung nicely. The song was Guru Kripaji.
Shefali ji, you have gone silent. Can't hear
Yeah,
you.
your voice is little low, Shefali.
Oh, okay. Now is it good now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's better
perfect.
now. Yeah.
It's better now. Okay. Sorry for that.
You may want
This
to
song.
repeat the last 30 seconds,
The last 30 seconds.
or maybe the last sentence or something. Yeah.
Tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place with Shirdi is so holy. So let me pass the whole day in remembering and celebrating Ramnam. And then he slept off. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. After finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshitwada and was passing by Bhutiwada, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nicely by one Aurangabadkar in the masjid before Baba.
The song was Guru Kripajan Payo Mere Bhai, etc. by Eknath, in which he says that he got collyrium in the form of his Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Ram in and out, in sleep, dream, and walking state, and everywhere. There were so many songs, but why was this song particularly chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is this not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to amplify and determination of Himarpan to sing unceasingly Ram Nam during the day? All saints agree and lay stress upon the efficacy of uttering Ram's God's name in fulfilling the ambitions of the Bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Variety in Updesh, slandered, condemned. Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instructions. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it is happened that a bhakta of Baba revealed someone behind his back before other people. On leaving aside, merits he dwelt on the fault of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Sorry. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on ill feelings. Saints see scandal in another light. They say that there are various ways of cleansing or removing dirt by means of water and soap, etc. But a scandal monger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirt faults of others by his tongue. So, in a way, he obliges the person whom he reveals, and for this he is to be thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the scandal monger. He knew his omniscience, what the slanderer had gone, and when he met him at noon. Near and lending, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating fifth near the fence and said to him, Behold, how with what relish it is gulping fifth. Your conduct is similar. You go on revealing your own brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born as a human. And if you act like this, how can Shirdi help you in any way? Needless to say that the Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds and acted upon, the spiritual goal realization is not far off. There is a proverb which says, If there be my Hari, Lord, he will feed me on my coat. The proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing. But if any more believing this sits idle and does nothing in spiritual matter, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent, transcending land, air, word, a light, and heaven, and that he was not localized. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3.5 cubits in length, he incarnated sorry, himself in this form, and if any devotee meditated on him day and night with complete self surrender, he experienced complete union with him, like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea, I and its side. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths should lead a righteous life with his mind calm and composed. He should not speak harshly to anyone so as to hurt him. He should always engage himself in good actions. should do his duties and surrender himself, heart and soul, to him. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely hears and expounds his leelas and does not think of anything else is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him, but to those who wanted to know who they were, who I am, he advised Shravan study and Manan contemplation. To some, he advised remembering God's name, to others, hearing his leelas, to some, worship of his feet, to others, reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayan, Dhyaneshwari, and others sacred.
Okay, mute this. వస్తుందా ఇప్పుడు? వస్తుందా?
I think they have started Aarti, I guess.
Yeah, over వస్తుంది.
I
can continue there.
Should I continue?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Shafali, you can please wait till Aarti is complete.
Okay, okay.
Hare Om Yandena Yajnamayantadevasthani Dharmani Vrdhavanyasana Devanakam Mahimana Sajantayatra Purve Sadhya Santi Devaha Om Rajadhirajaya Prasaya Sahine Namo Vayom Vai Sravanaya Kurmahe Same Kaman Kama Kamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vai Sravano Dadhatu Kuberaya Vai Sravanaya Maharajaya Namaha Om Swaste Samrajam Bhojam Swarajam Vairajam Paramesham Rajam Maharajamarivatyamayam Samantavarya Esha Sarvabhauma Sarvayushan Pradhat Pradhat Prithivye Samudra Varyantaya Ekarani Talapesha Shloko Vega Marutah Pariveshkaro Marutasya Vasangrahe Avikshidasya Kamapre Vishve Deva Sahasadaive Sri Narayana Vasudevaya Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai Ananta Tulate Kasere Stavave Ananta Tulate Kasere Navave Ananta Tukata Jivete Jagata Namaskar Sashtan Shri Nata Marave Mani Padani Shabave Sage Swabhave Tarave Jagatharuni Maya Tata Namaskar Sashtan Shri Sai Nata Vasejo Sakata Vaya Santalila Lokan Parijo Janala Pariyantarinyana Kaivalya Data Namaskar Sashtang Shri Sai Nata Marala Dalajan Mahamanavasa Narasarthaka Sadhani Bhutta Sacha Narosai Prema Garaya Anta Namaskar Sashtang Shri Sai Nata Dharave Kare San Alpadya Bala Dharave Yamadanya Chumbo Nikala Mukhe Kala Preme Paragras Ata Namaskar Sashtang Shri Sai Nata Sunade Kayanja Padavandikate Radhe Kayante Samanan Vadete Kayana Nitirthe Padinam Rahota Namaskar Sashtang Shri Sai Nata Jaya Padama Hata Gopavali Sadarangale Swarupe Virali Karira Sakrila Sabe Krishna Nata Namaskar Sashtang Shri Sai Nata Lama Koma Gani Kajave Karazori Todi Natyanta Bhavi Bhavi Mohani Raji Hatari Hata Namaskar Sashtang Shri Sai Nata Hai Sai Ma Sai Digambara Akshay Rupavatara Sarvai Vyapatatam Jyotitara Anusaya Kumara Baba Deva Kanti Jnana Japa Sajde Vashi Kolapur Vishe Nirmala Nadi Tunda Jalaprashi Nindra Mahura Deshe Aisale Jole बतसे वाम करे त्रिशूल डमरुधारी भक्ता भरत सदा सुखकारी देश मुक्ति चारे ऐसा ही पाई पादुका जपमाला कमंडलो मृगशाला धारण कर सेवा नाग जटा मुकुट शोभतो माता ऐसा ही तत्पर तुझाया जे जाने अक्षय ज्ञान के सकले लक्ष्य निवास करे दिन रजनी रक्षस संकट वारुणी ऐसा ही या पर जान तुझे गुरुराया कृष्ण नयनाया पूर्णानंद सुखे एकाया हरि गुण गाया ऐसा ही साई दिगंबरा अक्षय रूपावतारा सर्व व्यापक तुम संसारा अनुसया त्रिकुमारा बाबा सदा सस्वरूपं चिदानन्दकन्दं जगत्सम्भवस्थान संहारहेतुं स्वभक्तेक्षयामानुषं दर्शयन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं भवद्वान्तविद्वांसमानन्दविद्यं मनोवागतेतं मुनिर्ध्यानगम्यं जगद्व्यापकं निर्मलं निर्गुणत्वां नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं भवाम्भोधिमग्नादितानां जनानां स्वपादाश्रितानां स्वभक्ते प्रियाणां समुद्धारणार्थं करो सम्भवन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सदा परोक्षस्य मूलादिवासात् सुधास्राविणं ते तमभ्यप्रियन्तं तरुं कल्पवृक्षादिकं साधयन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सदा कल्पवृक्षस्य तस्यापि मूले भवद्भावबुद्ध्या सपर्यादिसेवा गुणां कुर्वतां भोक्तिमुक्ते प्रदन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् अनेकाश्रुतातर्क्यलीला विलासे समावेशकृतेषान्नः स्वप्रभावम् अहं भावहीनं प्रसन्नात्मभावं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं सदा विश्रमाराममेवाभिरामं सदा सज्जनैः सस्तुतं सन्नमद्भिः जनामोदनं भक्तभद्रं नदन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् अजन्माद्यमेकं परब्रह्म साक्षात् स्वयं सम्भवं राममेवावतीर्णं भवद्दर्शनासं पुनीतप्रभोऽहं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् श्री साई च कृपानिधे किलनृणां सर्वार्थसिद्धिप्रदां युष्मत्पादरजप्रभावमतुलम् दातापि भक्ता क्षमां सद्भक्ता शरणं कृताञ्जलिपुटां तं प्रापितोऽस्मि प्रभो श्रीमत्साई परेशपादकमलान् ज्ञान्यच्छरण्यं मम सायिरूपधर राघोत्तमं भक्तकामविबुधद्रुमं प्रभुं माययोपगतचित्तशुद्धये चिन्तयाम्यहमर्निशं मुदा शरत्सुधांशु प्रतिमं प्रकाशं कृपातपत्रं तव साईनाथ त्वदीयपादाब्जसमाश्रितानां स्वच्छायया तापमपाकरोतु उपासनादैवत साईनाथ स्तवैर्मयोपासनिनास्तु तस्त्वं रमेन्मनोन्मे तव पादयुग्मे भृङ्गो यथाब्जे मकरन्दलुब्धा अनेकजन्मार्जितपापसंशयो भवेत् भवत्पादसरोजदर्शनात् क्षमस्व सर्वान्धपरान्धपुण्यकान् प्रसेद साये सद्गुरो दयानिधे श्री साईनाथ चरणामृतमोत चित्तास् तत्पादसेवनरतः सततं च भक्ष्यात् संसारजन्यदुरितोऽधवनीर्गतास्ते कैवल्यधाम परमं समवाप्नुवन्ते स्तोत्रमेतत्पठेत् भक्त्या यो नरस्तन्मनः सदा सद्गुरो साईनाथस्य कृपापात्रं भवेत् ध्रुवम् करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वा पराधम् विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री प्रभो साईनाथ श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की
Jai. It's so good to see Baba's Arati.
Very nice.
Seriously.
Shefali ji, please continue.
Yeah, this is actually Rahul here, Shefali's husband. Even I wanted to read first. I'm
Oh,
taking
please go ahead. You can continue.
Yeah, thank
Ram
you.
everyone, please have Harati Darshan.
Sai Ram.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Satchidananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath ki jai.
Jai.
Thank you, Sai Ramji.
Rahul, you can start.
Santosh garu malli
Thank
mute
you.
chestunna.
Chal. Thank you, Andy.
Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him. But to those who wanted to know who they were, he advised Shravan and Manan. To some, he advised remembering God's name. To others, hearing his leelas. To some, worship of his feet. To others, reading and studying Adhyatma, Ramayana, Dhyaneshwari, and other sacred scriptures. Some, he said, he made sit near his feet. Some he sent to Khandoba's temple, and some he advised the repetition of the 1,000 names of Vishnu, and some the study of Chandogya Upanishad and Gita. There was neither any limit nor any restriction to his instructions. He gave in person or by visions and dreams. To someone addicted to drink, he appeared in his dream, sat on his chest, pressed it, and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some, he explained some mantras, like Guru Brahma in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he would leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet, and wait. It is impossible to describe all his ways and methods. In ordinary worldly dealings, he set examples by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba came near Radha Krishnamai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some men brought it and set it against the wall of a house, as directed by Baba. He climbed up on the roof of Vaman Gondkar's house, passed over the roof of Radha Krishna Mai's house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had, none could know. Radha Krishna Mai's was at the time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fear that he may have gone up there. Immediately after getting down, Baba paid 2 rupees to the persons who brought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that Nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. If the principle taught by Baba be followed, that is, if the remuneration for labor be paid promptly and satisfactorily, the laborers will turn out better, and both the laborers and their employers will be profitable.
Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Shafalaji, Rahul.
Thank you.
Srinivas ji, you are you online? Yes.
He's there.
Okay, perfect. So I think between your family, you're going to read the entire chapter 20, right?
Yeah, Jai Sairam. Yeah, this is Srinivas Kakala here. So I'll start actually, and then after that, my son, my kids, Sanjit and Shrikar will continue. The entire chapter 20.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sairam.
Jai Sairam. Chapter 20. Das Ganu's problem solved by Kaka's maid servant. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes how Das Ganu's problem was solved by Kaka Sahib Desh's maid servant. Preliminary. Sai, Lord, was originally formless. He assumed a form for the sake of bhaktas. With the help of actress Maya, he played the part of the actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Sri Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and see carefully the programs after the noon Aarti. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of masjid and standing on its edge, distribute Udi to the devotees with very kind and loving looks. The bhaktas also got up with equal fervor, clasped his feet, and standing and staring at him, enjoyed the shower of Udi. Baba passed handfuls of Udi into the palms of the devotees and marked their foreheads with Udi with his fingers. The love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the bhaktas as follows. O Boo, go to take your lunch. You, Anna, go to your lodging. You, Bapu, enjoy your dishes. In this way, he accosted each and every devotee and sent them home. Even now, you can enjoy these sights if you bring into play your imagination. You can visualize and enjoy them. Now, bringing Sai before our mental vision, let us meditate on him. For his feet upwards to his face, and prostrating before him humbly, lovingly, respectfully, revert the story of this chapter. Ishavasya Upanishad. Das Ganu once started to write a Marathi commentary on the Ishavasya Upanishad. Let us first give a brief idea of this Upanishad before proceeding further. It is called a Mantropanishad as it is embodied in the mantras of Vedic Samhita. It constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of the Vajasanayi Samhita, Yajurveda, and it is therefore called Vajasanayi Samhitopanishad. Being embodied in Vedic Samhitas, this is regarded as superior to all other Upanishads, which occur in Brahmanas and Aranyakas. Explanatory treatises on mantras and rituals. Not only this, our Upanishads are considered to be commentaries on the truths mentioned briefly in the Ishavasya Upanishad. For instance, the biggest of Upanishads, that is the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is considered by Pandit Satwalkar to be a running commentary on the Ishavasya Upanishad. Professor R.D. Ranade says the Ishopanishad is quite a small Upanishad, and yet it contains many hints which show an extraordinary piercing insight. Within the short compass of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of the Atman, a description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the minds of the temptations and sorrows, and adumbration of the doctrine of Karma Yoga as later formulated. And finally, a reconciliation of the claims of knowledge and works. The most valuable ideas that lies at the root of the Upanishad is that of logical synthesis between two opposites of knowledge and work, which are both required according to the Upanishad to be annulled in a higher synthesis. Page 24 of the constructive survey of the Upanishad philosophy. In another place, he says that the poetry of the Upanishad is a commixture of moral, mystical, and metaphysical, as per page 41. From the brief description given about the Upanishad, anyone can see how difficult it is to translate this Upanishad in a vernacular language and brief out its exact meaning. Das Gunu translated it in Marathi, Avimeter, verse by verse, but he did not comprehend the gist and essence of the Upanishad. He was not satisfied with his performance. He therefore consulted some learned men regarding his doubts and difficulties and discussed with them at great length. They did not solve them, nor did they give him any rational or satisfactory explanation. So Das Gunu was a little restless over his matter. Sadguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, this Upanishad is the quintessence of the Vedas. It is the science of self-realization. It is a scythe or weapon which can rend asunder the bondage of life and death and make us free. Therefore, he thought that he who was himself attained self-realization can only give him the true and correct interpretation of the Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Das Gunu, he resolved to consult Sai Baba about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shirdi, he saw Sai Baba, prostrated himself before him, and mentioned his difficulties about Ishavasya Upanishad and requested him to give the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. The maid servant of Kaka Sahib Dikshit, will solve your doubts at Vilay Parle on your way home." The people who were present then and heard this thought that Baba was joking and said, "How could an illiterate maid servant solve the difficulties of this nature?" But Das Guru thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true. Baba's word was the decree of Brahma, Almighty. Sri Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Next paragraph, my son Srikar will read. Come down. Yeah. Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. On believing in Baba's words, he left Shirdi and came to a suburb of Bombay and stayed with Kaka Shiv Dikshit. There, the next day, was Das Ganu enjoying his morning nap, some say, when he was engaged in worship. He heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song in clear and melodious tones. Ganu, the subject matter of the song was crimson-colored sari. How nice it was, how fine was its embroidery, how beautiful were its ends and borders. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namya, who was a servant of Kaka Sheb. The girl was cleaning vessels and had only a torn rag on her person. On seeing her impoverished condition and her jovial temperament, Das Ganu felt pity for her, and when Rao Bandar M.V. Brandan next day gave him a pair of dotars, he requested him to give a sari to the poor little girl also. Rao Bandar bought a good Shirdi small sari and presented it to her. Like a starving person getting luckily good dishes to eat, her joy knew to bounds. Next day she wore the new sari, and out of the great joy and merriment. World danced around and played fugati with other girls and excelled them all. The day following, she kept the new sari in her box at home and came with the old and torn rags, but yet she looked as merry as she did the previous day. On seeing this, Das Ganu's pity was transferred into admiration. He thought that the girl, being so poor, had to wear a torn rag, but now she had a new sari, which she kept in reserve, and putting on the old rag, stuttered herself, showing no trace or sorrow or dejection. Thus, he realized that all our feelings and pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of our mind. On thinking deeply over this incident, he realized that a man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him, in the firm conviction that he beats everything from behind and before and all sides, and that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the impoverished condition of the poor girl, her torn rag, and the new sari, the donor, the dance, and the acceptance were all parts of the Lord and pervaded by him. Hence, Das Ganu got a practical demonstration of the lesson of the Upanishad, the lesson of contentment with one's own lot, and the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is ultimately good for us.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
Sanjit.
Unique method of teaching. From the above incident, the reader will see that Baba's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shirdi, he sent some to Machindragad, some to Kolhapur or Sholapur for practicing sadhanas. To some, he appeared in his usual form. To some, he appeared in waking or dreaming state, day or night, and satisfy their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Das Ganu to Vile Paral, where he got his problem solved, through the maidservant. To those who say that it was not necessary to send Das Ganu outside and that Baba could have personally taught him, we see that Baba followed the right or best course, or else how could Das Ganu would have learned a great lesson that the poor maidservant and her sari were pervaded by the Lord. Now we close the chapter with another beautiful extract about this Upanishad. The ethics of the Isavasya Upanishad. One of the main features of the Isavasya Upanishad is the ethical advice it offers. And it is interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad are definitely based upon the metaphysical position advanced in it. The very opening words of the Upanishad tell us that God pervades everything. As a corollary from this metaphysical position, the ethical advice it offers is that a man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him in the firm belief that as he pervades everything, whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishad should forbid us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens, it is divinely ordained and it is hence good for us. Another moral advice is that a man must spend his lifetime always in doing action, especially the karmas enjoined in the sastras, in the mood of believing or resignation to his will. Inactivity, according to the Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime on doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideal of Naishkarmya. Finally, the text goes on to say that a man who sees all things in the self and sees the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all beings and everything that exists have become the self. How can such a man suffer infatuation? What ground would such a man have for grief? Loathfulness, infatuation, and grief verily proceed from our not being able to see the Atman in all things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things for whom everything has become the self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by all the common foibles of humanity. Page 169 to 170 of the creative period, with Messrs. Bellwalker and Renade.
Go to Sri Sai.
Go to Sri
Peace
Sai,
be
peace
to
be
all.
to all. Sri
Sri
Sachidananda
Sai Maharaj
Sadguru,
ki jai.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you to all of those in Gurusthan group who read. May Baba's blessings abundantly fall on all of you and your families. With that, we will pass the baton to Dipankar for Shraddha and Saburi group.
Thank you, Balaji Sairam. So we'll Shraddha and Savori groups. We will start. And Raji, are you online?
Yes, I'm online. You'll
Yeah,
see
please.
me with Srini Takarla's title. Can I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Till what point? Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. The stories of V.H. Thakur, Anant Rao Patankar, and Pandaripur Pleader. In this chapter, Hemant Pant relates the story of Vinayak Harishchand Thakur B.A., Anant Rao Pankar of Pune, and the pleader from Pandaripur. All these stories were interesting if very carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers into a spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a rule that is our luck to in the form of accumulation of merits in the past births that enables us to seek the company of the saints and profits thereby. In illustration of this rule, Hemant Pant gives his own instance. He was the resident magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Fir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who followed the different religions used to go to him and take his darshan. His Mujawar priest by name Yunus impressed the Hemats many a time, night and day, for going to see him, but for some reasons or the other, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shirdi, where he was permanently enlisted in Sai Baba's Darbar. Unfortunate people do not get this contact of saints. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Institution of saints. There has been institutions of saints in this world from the time immemorial. Various saints appear incarnate themselves in various places to carry out the mission allotted to them. But though they work in different places, they are as it were one. They work in unison under the common authority of Almighty Lord and known full well what each of them is doing in his place, and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating that is given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. V.H. Thakur B.A. was a clerk in the revenue department, and he was once to a town named Vadgaon near Belgaum, SM country, along with the survey party. There was a Kanras Saint Appa and bowed before him. And the saint was explaining the portion of the book Vichar Sagar to Nishchal Das, a standard work of Vedanta, to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book. And if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in future, you will come across a great saint by your good work, and then he will show you the future path and the rest of your mind and make you happy." Then he transferred to Gunjar, where he had to go by crossing a Nain Ghat. This ghat was very steep and impassable, and no other convenience than buffalo was used in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the ghat, which inconvenienced and pained him much. Thereafter, he transferred to Kalyan on a higher post, and there he became acquainted with the Nana Sahib Chindorkar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi, and he asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so as he has to attend the Thana civil case for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thane, but the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left for Shirdi, and when he went there, he found that Nana Sahib was left for the place for the previous day. Some of the other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears of joy, and his hair stood on the end. Then, after a while, a omniscient Baba said to him, the path of this place is not so easy as the teachings of Cancer Saint Appa or even the buffalo ride of the Nanak Ghat. In the spiritual path, you will have to put your best exertion as it is difficult. When Thakur heard the significant words, signs in the words, which none else than he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know the words of the concert saint and turned true. Then joining both the hands and placing his hands on the Baba's feet, he prayed that he should accept and be blessed. Then the Baba said, "What Appa told you is all right. But these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere readings won't do. You will have to think and carry out what you read. Otherwise, it is of no use. Mere book reading without the grace of the Guru and the self-realization is no avail." The theoretical portion was read from Vichar Sagar by Thakur, but the practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out the truth in more forcibly.
I'm going to continue. This is Sangeeta.
Okay.
Om
Sadhguru
Sai
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Om Sai Ram. Anantrao Patankar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anantrao Patankar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were satisfied and he was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship said to Baba, "I have read a lot, studied Vedas, Vedanta and Upanishads and heard all the Puranas, but still I have not got any peace of mind. So I think all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, book learning is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by your mere glance and potent word. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." Then Baba told him a parable which was as follows. Parable of 9 balls of stool. Once a merchant came here. Before him a mare passed her stool, 9 balls of stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of his dhotar and gathered all the 9 balls in it, and thus he got concentration of mind. Mr. Patankar could not make out the meaning of the story, so he asked Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar, "What does Baba mean by this?" He replied, "I too do not know all that Baba says and means, but at his inspiration I say what I come to know. The mare is God's grace, and the 9 balls excreted are the 9 forms or types of bhakti, which Shravana, hearing, Kirtan, praying, Smaran, remembering, Padasevana, resorting to feet, Archan, worship, Namaskar, bowing, Dasya, service, Sakyam, friendship, Atma Nivedan, surrender of the self. There are 9 types of bhakti. If any of these is faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of the devotees. All the sadhanas which japa, tapa, yoga practice and studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, that is devotion. Knowledge of the Vedas or fame as a great dhyani and mere formal bhajan are of no avail. What is wanted is full devotion. Consider yourself as the merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Patankar went to Baba for salutation, he was asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he, being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba and he would be able to collect them. Then Baba blessed him and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Pandharpur pleader. We shall close this chapter with a short story showing Baba's omniscience and his using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once a pleader from Pandharpur came to Shirdi, went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet, and without being asked, offered some dakshina, sat in a corner, eager to hear the talk that was going on. Then Baba turned his face toward him and said, "How cunning the people are. They fall at feet, offer dakshina, but abuse behind me. Is it not amazing? The cap fitted the pleader and he had to wear it. None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it but kept quiet. When they returned to the Wada, the pleader said to Kakashad Dikshit, "What Baba remarked was perfectly right. The dart was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in reviling and scandalizing others. When the sub-judge or Munif of Pandharpur came and stayed here for improvements of his health, a discussion about this matter was going on in the bar room at Pandharpur. It was said or discussed there whether the ailments from which the sub-judge suffered were ever likely to be got rid of without medicines by mere going after Sai Baba, and whether it was proper for an educated man like sub-judge to take recourse to such methods. The sub-judge was taken to task, that is, he was criticized, as also Sai Baba. I also took part in this affair, and now Sai Baba showed the impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor, a lesson that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander of others and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shirdi is about 50 kos from Pandharpur. Still, Baba, by his omniscience, knew what transpired there in the barroom. The intervening places, rivers, jungles, and mountains were no bar to his all perceiving sight, and he could see or read the hearts of all. And there was nothing secret or veiled from him. Everything far or near was open and clear to him, as broad as daylight. Let a man be far or near, he cannot avoid the all pervading gaze of Sai Baba. From this incident, the pleader took the lesson that he should not speak ill of others or unnecessarily criticize. Thus, his evil tendency was completely got rid of and he was set on the right path. Though the story refers to a pleader, still it is applicable to all. All should therefore take this lesson to heart and benefit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable, so his wonderful Leelas. His life is also such, for he is Parabrahma incarnate. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Shrivani ji, are you online?
I am online.
Yes.
Can I start?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sai Satchitra, Chapter 22. Om Sri Sai Ram. Rescues from Serpent Bites. Bala Sahib Mirkar, Babu Sahib Bhuti, Amir Shakkar, Hemant Pant, Baba's opinion regarding killing of serpents. Preliminary. How to meditate on Baba. No one has been able to fathom the nature or the form of the Almighty. Even the Vedas and the thousand-tongued Shesha are not able to describe it fully. But the devotees cannot but know and look at the form of the Lord. For they know that his feet are the only means of their happiness. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet. Hemant Pant suggests an easy way to devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month wears out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day, we do not see the moon at all, nor do we get her light. Therefore, when the bright fortnight begins, people are very anxious to see the moon. On the first day, the moon is not seen, and the second day also she is not clearly visible. Then the people are asked to see the moon through an opening between the two branches of a tree. And when they began to see through this aperture eagerly and after concentratedly, the distant small crescent of the moon comes to their great delight. When they can, following this clue, let us try to see Baba's light. Look at Baba's posture. How fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded, then the right leg held across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the right toe are spread his two fingers, the index and middle ones. But by this posture, Baba means to say, as it were, if you want to see my light, be egoless and most humble and meditate on my toe through the opening between the two branches, index and middle fingers, and then you will be able to see my light. This is the easiest means of attaining devotion. Now let us turn for the moment to Baba's life. One I'm reading. Now let us turn for a moment to Baba's life. Shirdi has become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's story. People from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one and in some form of or other. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful natural knowledge and his all pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience and one or all of these. Sometimes Baba observed long silence, which was in a way he dissertation on Brahman. At other times he was consciousness bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. And sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quiet, clear, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teachings in a nutshell. At other times he argued at length. Many a time he was a very plain in this way. He gave varied instructions to many according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable beyond the ken of our mind, beyond our intellect and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him and hear his leelas were never satisfied. Still, we were overflowing with joy. We can count the showers of rain in circles, the wind in a lather bag, but who can gauge or measure his leelas? No, now we deal here with on one aspect of them, viz. How he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and wandered them off in time. Bala Sahib Mirkar. Bala Sahib Mirkar, son of Sridhar Kaka Sahib Mirkar, was a Mamaldar of Kopargaon. He was going on tour to Chitli. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced. When Baba sounded a note of warning as follows: "Do you know our Dwaraka Mai?" As Bala Sahib did not understand, he kept quiet. Baba continued, "This is our Dwaraka Mai, where you are sitting. She wards off all dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This Masjid Mai, its preceding deity, is very merciful. She is the mother of a simple devotee whom she will save in calamities. Once a person sits on her lap, all his troubles are over. He who rests in her shade gets bliss." The Baba gave him Udi and placed his protecting hand on his head. When Bala Sahib was about to depart, he again said, "Do you know the Lamba Baba, long gentleman with serpent?" And then closing and left arm like first he brought it near the right elbow and moving him left arm like the hood of a serpent. He said, "He is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwaraka Mai? When the Dwaraka Mai, its presenting deity, protects, what can the serpent do?" All who were present there were curious to know the meaning of all this and its references to Mirkar, but none had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Bala Sahib sorted Baba and left the masjid with Shama. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Bala Sahib and enjoy the Chitli trip. Shama came to Bala Sahib and told him that he would go with him according to Baba's wish. Bala Sahib replied that he need not to come as it would be inconvenient. Sharma returned to Baba and told him what Bala Sahib said to him. Baba said, "All right, do not go. We should mean we all right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen." In the meanwhile, Bala Sahib thought over again and calling Shama asked him to accompany him. Then Shama going again to Baba and taking his leave started with the Bala Sahib in the Tanga. They reached Chitli at 9 p.m. and encamped in the Murti temple. The office people had not come. So they sat quiet in the temple, taking and chit-chatting. Bala Sahib was sitting on a mat reading a newspaper. His uparani was spread across his waist, and on a part or of it a snake was sitting unobserved. It began to move with a rustling sound which was heard by the spion. He brought a lantern, saw the snake, and raised an alarm. Serpent, serpent. Bala Sahib was frightened and began to choir. Shama was also amazed. Then he and others moved noiselessly and took sticks to and clubs in their hands. The snake got down slowly from the waist and it moved away from Bala Sahib. It was immediately done to death. Thus, this committee which was proposed by Baba, was averted, and Bala Sahib's love for Baba's was deeply confirmed. Thank you, Sairam. Hello?
Yeah.
Shaileja ji, you are next, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Om Sai Ram. So, Bapu Sahib Bhoti, a great astrologer named Nana Sahib Dengle told one day Bapu Sahib Bhoti, who was then in Shirdi, today is an inauspicious day for you. There is a danger to your life. This made Bapu Sahib restless. When they, as usual, came to masjid, Baba said to Bapu Sahib, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you. Well, you need not to be afraid. Tell him boldly. Let us see how death kills." Then later in the evening, Bapu Sahib went to his privy for easing himself where he saw a snake. His servant saw it and lifted a stone to strike at it. Bapu Sahib asked him to get a big stick, but before the servant returned with the stick, the snake was seen moving away and soon disappeared. Bapu Sahib remembered with joy Baba's words of fearlessness. Amir Shakhar. Amir Shakhar was a native of the village Korale in Kopergaon Taluka. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission agent in Bandra and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He was then reminded of God, and so he left his business and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in the Chabdi, which was then a damp, unhealthy place, unfit for such a patient. Any other place in the village or Korel itself would have been better for Amir. But Baba's word was the deciding factor and the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to the masjid, but fixed him in the Chabdi, where he got very great advantage. Baba passed via Chabdi every morning and evening, and every alternate day Baba went to the Chabdi in a procession and slept there. So Amir got Baba's contact very often easily. Amir stayed there for full 9 months, and then somehow or other he got a disgust for the place. So one night he stealthily left the place and came to Kopergaon and stayed in a dharmashala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank, he passed away. Then Amir was in a fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authorities, he would be held responsible for the death, as he was the first and sole informant, and he knew something about it. He repented for his actions via leaving Shirdi without Baba's leave and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi and then saw some light. He ran back, and that same night he ran back, remembering and muttering Baba's name on the way, and reached Shirdi before daybreak and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in the Chabdi in perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders and got himself cured. One night it so happened that Baba cried at midnight, "Oh Abdul, some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed." Abdul came with a lantern, examined Baba's bed but found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the place and began to strike around with his satka. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might have suspected some serpent
serpent had come there. Amir could know by close and long contact the meaning of Baba's words and actions. Baba then saw near Amir's cushion something moving. He asked Abdul to bring in the light, and when he brought it, he saw the coil of serpent there, moving its head up and down. Thereupon, the serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus, Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir. Hemat Pant, the scorpion and serpent. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was daily reading the two works of Sri Eknath Maharaj, Viz Bhagavat and Bharata Ramayan, and Hemat Pant had the good fortune to be one of the audience when the reading of the works was going on. Once, when a portion from the Ramayan relating to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness according to his mother's instructions was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Hemat Pant was one of them. A big scorpion, none knew where it came from, jumped and sat on the right shoulder of Hemat Pant on his uparani apradhotar. First, it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, he casually cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed it. It was dead silence, not a bit moved here or there. It seemed as if it also enjoyed the reading. Then, by the Lord's grace, Hemat Pant, without disturbing the audience, took the two ends of his dhotar, folded them, and brought them together, enclosing the scorpion within. Then he went out and threw it in the garden. On other occasions, some persons were sitting in the upper floor of Kaka Sahib's Wada just before nightfall, when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat coiled up. A light was brought. Though it was first dazzled, yet it sat still and only moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed there with sticks and cudgels, but as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons there felt relieved. Baba's opinion. One devotee named Muktaram then said it was good that the poor creature escaped. Hemat Pant challenged him, saying that serpents should better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them, the former contending that serpents and such creature should not be killed. The latter that they should be. At night, as night came on, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived at. Next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his settled opinion as follows: God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they be serpents or scorpions. He is the great wire puller of the world, and all beings, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he will eat, nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love all creatures, leave off adventurous fights and killings, and be patient. The Lord is the protector of all. Both to Sai, peace to be all. Peace be to all. Om Sainath Sadguru.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shailaja ji. Madhu ji, you are next.
Thank you. Chapter 23, Preliminary. In reality, the jiva transcends to the three qualities, sattva, rajas, and tamas. But being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, which is pure consciousness, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the doer and thus entangles himself in endless miseries and does not know the way to deliverance. The only way to deliverance is the loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself. We regard Sai Baba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and to carry out the duties of their respective station, varnas, in this life. He never emulated others in any way to behave, or asked others to have something done for him. For him, who saw the God in all movable and immovable things of this world, humility was the virtue. None he disregarded or disrespected, for he was Narayan, Lord, in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant, and he always remembered him and always uttered Allah Malik. We do not know the various kinds of saints, how they behave, what they do, etc. We only know that by God's grace, they manifest themselves in this world to deliberate the ignorant and bound souls. If there be any store of merit in our account, we get a desire or interest in listening to the stories and the leelas of saints, otherwise not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter, Yoga and Onion. Once it so happened that a sadka of yoga came to Shirdi with Nana Sahib Chandokar. He had studied all works on yoga, including Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba will be pleased with him, he will show him the way to attain samadhi for a longer time. With this object in view, he came to Shirdi, and when he went to the masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating chapati with onion. On seeing this, a thought crossed his mind. How can this man eating stale bread with raw onion solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said to Nana Sahib, "O Nana, he who has the power to digest onion should eat it and none else." Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck and he fell at Baba's feet with complete surrender. With pure and open mind, he related his difficulties and got their solutions from Baba. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's Uri and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Hematpan began the story, he says about the jiva that it can be very well compared with a parrot, and that they both are bound, the one in the body and the other in a cage. Both think that their present bound state is good for them. It is only when a helper, that is Guru, comes and by God's grace opens his eyes and liberates them from their bondage that their eyes are open to a greater and larger life, compared to which their former bound and limited life is nothing. In the last chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to befall on Mr. Mirikar and rescued him from it. Now, let the readers hear a story more interesting than this. Once Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger was bitten and the poison began to spread in the body. The pain was also severe, and Shama thought that he would pass away soon. His friends wanted to take him to God Vitoba, where such cases were often sent. But Shama ran to masjid to his Vitoba Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, "Oh, while Bhatturiya, priest, do not climb up. Beware if you do so," and then roared, "Go, get away, come down." Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that masjid was his home and Sai Baba was his sole refuge, but he was driven away like this. Where should he go? He lost all hopes of life and kept silent. After a while, when Baba became normal and calm, Shama went up and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid. Don't care a jot. The merciful Fakir will save you, and go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me and remain fearless and have no anxiety." Then he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tataya Patil and Kakasab Dikshit to him with instruction to the effect that he should not eat what he liked. He should eat what he liked, should move around in the house, but should in no case lie down and sleep. Needless to say, that these instructions were acted upon, and Shama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered in this connection is this: the word of Baba were not addressed to Shama as it apparently looked, but they were direct order to the snake and its poison not to rise up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well versed in mantra shastra, he had not to use any incantation, charge, rice, or water, etc. His words only were most efficacious in saving the life of Shama. Anyone hearing this story and other similar ones will beget firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba, and the only way to cross ocean of Maya is to remember the feet of Baba in the heart. Sai.
Sairam. Thanks, Mother. Cholera epidemic. Once cholera was raging virulently in Shirdi, the residents were much frightened and they stopped all the communications with the outside people. The punch of the village assembled together and decided upon two ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were one, no fuel cart should be allowed to come into the village, and two, no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and punished. Baba knew that all this was mere superstition, and therefore he carried a dam for the cholera ordinance. While the ordinances were in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. One second, sorry. Enter the village. Everybody knew that there was a dearth of scarcity of fuel in the village. Still, the people began to drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cartmen to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against his action of Baba. He wanted fuel for his dhoni, and so he purchased it. Like an Agnihotri, keeping his sacred fire alive throughout his life, Baba kept his dhoni ever burning all day and night, and for this he always stocked the fuel. Baba's home, that is the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and key, and some poor people removed some wood from for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example to the people. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Let us now see how the second cholera ordinance fared. With Baba, while it was in force, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Fir Muhammad of Malegaon, alias Bade Baba, was near. Sai Baba asked him to behead it with one stroke and offer it as an oblation. This Bade Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right side of Sai Baba. After children was first smoked by him, it was then offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served at the time of taking the meal at noon, Baba called Bade Baba and made him sit on his left side, and then all partook of food. Baba paid him also daily 50 rupees out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 steps whenever he went away from the masjid. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused and saying, why it should be killed for nothing. Then Baba asked Sharma to kill it. He went to Radhakrishna Mai and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose of which the knife was taken, he recalled it. Then Sharma went to bring another knife, but stayed in the Vada and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Dikshit. He was gold, not doubt, but had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to the Sateswada and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing, though quite averse to do any act of violence. Still, he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that while Bade Baba, a Mohammedan, was unwilling to kill it, but this Brahmin was making preparations to do so. He tightened his dhota and with a semicircular motion raised his hand with the knife and looked at Baba for the final signal. Baba said, "What are you thinking of? Go on, strike." Then, when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop. How cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you are killing a goat." Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, "Your word is law unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always meditate on your form and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to reason or discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with Guru's orders is our duty and dharma." Then Baba asked to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing business. He was settled that the goat should be disposed of near a place called Takia, where fakirs used to sit. Then when the goat was being taken to that place, it fell dead on the way. Hemant Pant closes the chapter with a classification of disciples. He says that there are of three kinds. First of best, second are average, third are ordinary. The best kind of disciples are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their masters to a letter without any delay. And the third kind of disciples are those who go on postponing the carrying out of their order and make mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith backed by the intelligence, and if they add patience to those, their spiritual goal will not distant control of breath, ingoing and outgoing. Hatha yoga or the other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciples get the above mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them on in their spiritual path to perfection. In the next chapter, we deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all.
Pankarji, can I continue?
Yeah, Hemaji, please continue.
Yeah. Chapter 24, Sairam. Baba's wit and humor, Chana Leela, Hemant Band, Sudama, Anna Chinkanekar versus Boumsi Bai. Preliminary. Unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual. and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba's Leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they do not like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind, even if they were held up to the ridicule. Hemant Bhatt gives his own instant below. Chana Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring village came there, erected booths, and stalled in the open street and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Hemant Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Naro to his right. Shriman Bhuti and Kaha Sahib Dishit and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, "See that some grains seem to have struck to the sleeve of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hemant Pant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter for joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or other. eh, Began to wonder and said something or other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemant Band also could not guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows. This follows Anna Sahib has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is a bazaar day and he came here chewing grams. I knew his habit and these grams are a proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter? Hemant Band, Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why do you shoulder this bad habit on me? I have never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to a bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams and how could I eat them if I had bought them? If I had not bought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of my meals. Baba, it is true that you give to the persons present, but if none be nearby, what would you do or what would you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat? Moral. Let us mark and note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind, and intellect enjoy their objects, first he should be remembered, and with this be done, it is in a way by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their object. But if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the vrittis, subtle thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all the vrittis. When before enjoyment of the objects, you think that Baba is present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise, then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way our vicious habits or vices will disappear and our character will improve. Then love for the Guru will grow and the poor knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness, we are the body, will snap and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness, we are the spirit. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them finds God nowhere. So, leaving aside all ideas of differences, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru, as stated above, God will be certainly pleased and by purifying our minds will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will always reminded of Baba and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagun form of Baba will ever be before our eyes, and then devotion, non attachment, and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forgot hunger, thirst, and this sanskar world. The consciousness of worldly pressure will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemant Pant was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrated the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balaram were living with a co-student named Sudama in the ashram of their guru Santipani. Once Krishna and Balram were sent to the forest for bringing fuel, then the wife of Santipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose, with some quantity of grams for the three. When Krishna and Sudama in the forest, he said, Dada, I want water, as I am thirsty. Sudama replied, no water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it is better to rest a while. He did not say that he had grams with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the gram and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what are you eating? What is this chitter chatter sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I am shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasranam. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another, and when asked about this, he said, what does should he eat? Meaning thereby that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know that you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I asked you what you are eating. If Sudama had known the omniscient Krishna, Sri Krishna and his Leelas, he would not have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Sri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice earned by his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy them. After they are renounced by Him, Baba also has taught us the same lesson to his inimitable and humorous way. Anna Chinchanaikar versus Mausi Bai. Hemant Bant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker part. There was one devotee by name Damodar Jnanashyam Babre, alias Anna Chinchinagar. He was simple, rustic, and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly, and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good natured and clueless. So Sai Baba loved him. He was willed away all his property to Sri Sai Baba Sansan Samastan Shirdi. One day, like others serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the Kada railing. On the right side, one old widow named Venubai Kaujalgi, whom Baba called Mother and all others called Mausi Bai, was serving Baba in her own way. This Mausi Bai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the finger of both her hands round the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcefully that Baba's back and abdomen became flat and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Mausi Bai face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it is so happened that her face came very close to Anna. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is lewd fellow. He wanted to kiss me. Even being so old with grey hair, he feels so no shame in kissing me." These words encouraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeves and said, "You say that I am an old bad fellow? I am quite a fool. I am quite a fool. Am I quite a fool? It is you who has picked up a quarrel with me." All the persons present there were enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully. Lovingly, he said, "Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I do not understand what harm or impropriety this is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotee to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering in this. To quote an instant, the same Mausi Bai was on another occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh, mother, be considerate and moderate, otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up and once from his seat and dashed his satka on the ground. He got encouraged and his eyes became red like a live embrace. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of one end of the satka with both hands and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen. The other end he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The satka, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all ready to go into the abdomen, and the people feared that the Baba would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it and clasped the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was accepted, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hit to the Mausibai to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well intended effort had resulted in this crisis, and they would do nothing but to wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled down. He left the sadka and resumed his seat. From this time onward, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anybody but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to gauge the merits and worth of the service rendered unto him. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sachidananda Satguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Chapter 25th, Damuanna Kasar of Ahmednagar, Speculations and Amri Leela. Preliminary. We begin in this chapter with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba, who is an ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, who is Parabrahma and great Yogeshwar, Lord of Yoga. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the crest-swell of the saints, who is the home of all auspicious things, who is our Atmaram, dear self, and who is the able refuge of devotees. The prostrate ourselves before him who has attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When the desire arose in the mind of Hematwant to write the life and Leelas of Sai Baba, he immediately got in got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hemadpant was inspired and his intellect got strength and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, he say, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking. And thus you have this Satcharitra, which is so Somakan jewel from which nectar in the form of Sailita oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee had complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damodar Savalram Rezane Kasar of Ahmednagar, now of Pune, alias Damoanna, illustrates the above statement is given below. Damoanna, the readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895 when the Ram Navami Utsav celebration began, and from that time he has been providing an ornamental flag for the occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and fakirs that come there for the festival. His speculations: one, cotton. A Bombay friend of Damoanna who wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakhs of rupees as profit. Damoanna says in his statement made about a year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha Swami that the proposal about speculation in Bombay in cotton was from a broker who was not to be a partner, and that he, Damoanna, was to be the sole adventurer. White page 75 of the Devotee's Experience Part 2. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risk, and that the opportunity should not be lost. Damoanna was oscillating in his mind. He could not at once determine to venture in this speculation. He thought about this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter to Shama, giving him the facts and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter next day, and when he came with it at noon to Masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shama what the matter was and what the paper was about. He replied that Damoanna of Nagar wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, "What does he write and what does he plan?" It seems that he wants to catch the sky and that he is not content with what God has given him. Read his letter. Shama then said, "The letter contains what you have just said now. Oh Deva, you sit here calm and composed and agitate the devotees, and when they get restless, you draw them here, some in person and some through the letters. If you know the content of the letter, why do you then press me to read it?" Baba said, "Oh Shama, read it please. I speak at random, and who believes me?" Then Shama read the letter, and Baba heard it attentively and said feelingly, the Seth, Damoanna, has gone mad. Write to him in reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with the half loaf of bread he has now, and let him not bother himself about lakhs. Sama sent the reply which Damoanna was anxiously waiting for. Reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees as profit were dashed to the ground. He thought that he had done a mistake in consulting Baba, but as Shama had written in the reply that there was always much difference in seeing and hearing, and that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba. He thought it advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him, and sat shampooing his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share in his business should be given be assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in this transaction, he would surrender some share of profits to him. Damuna was thus thinking secretly in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything, past, present, and future, were clear to him as an amalgar fruit in hand. A child wants sweets, but his mother gives bitter pills. The former spoils his teeth while the latter improves it. So the mother, looking to the welfare of her infant, coaxes it and gives it bitter pills. Baba, kind mother as he was, knew the present and future prospect of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damona's mind, he openly spoke to him, Babu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly things, sharing profits. Seeing Baba's disapproval, Damu Anna dropped the enterprise. Om Ji Sachidanand Sadguru, Sainath Baba ki jai.
Grain dealing. Then he thought of trading in grain, rice, wheat, and other groceries. Baba read also this thought and said to him, you will be buying at 5 seers and selling at 7 seers a rupee. So this business was also given up. The rice and the pieces of grains was kept up for some time, and Baba's prophecy seemed to be falsified. But in a month or two, there was evident rain everywhere, and the prices suddenly fell down, and therefore those who stored grains suffered a severe loss. Damu Anna was saved from this fate. Needless to say that the cotton speculation, which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant, also collapsed with a severe loss of the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved him from 2 severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, Damu Anna's faith in Baba grew strong, and he remained a true devotee of Baba till his passing away, and even now. Anna Amra Lila mango miracle. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes was received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by one Mamaltadar named Rail to Sai Baba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in a good condition. They were given in Shama's charge, and only 4 were retained and placed in the Columba pot by Baba. He said that these 4 fruits are for Damu Anna, let them lie there. This Damu Anna had 3 wives. According to his statement mentioned above, he had not 3 but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent, and found that as there was a Papi inauspicious planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issue to him in this life. But he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel for worshipping Baba, he said, though other people are looking for the mangoes, they are Damyas. He whose they are should eat and die. Damu Anna, on hearing these words, was first shocked, but on Malsapati, prominent Shirdi devotees, explaining to him that death meant the death of the little self of egos, and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing. He said that he would accept the fruits and eat them, but Baba said to him, do not eat yourself, but give them to your junior wife. This Amra Lila, mango's miracle of 4 mangoes, will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was done, and ultimately, in due course, it was found Baba's words turned out true and not those of the astrologers. Baba's speech established its efficacy or greatness while he was living in the flesh, but wonder of wonders, it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tomb will give you hope and confidence. Not only myself, but my tomb would be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare. But remember me always. Believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited. Prayer. Hemant Pant closes this chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish-fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs, births and deaths in this sansar. Now free us from this cycle of births and deaths. Restrain us from the outgoing of our scenes of their objects and introvert us and being us face to face with the Atma self. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self realization. Neither son, nor wife, nor friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and happiness. Destroy completely our tendency for discussion in other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name, drive out our thoughts, good or otherwise, and make us forget our bodies and houses, and go away with our egoism. Make us ever remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just clasp us, the darkness of night of our ignorance will vanish and we shall live happily in your light. That you made us drink the nectar of your leelas and awaken us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits in past births. In this comment, the following excerpt Damu Anna's statement mentioned above is worth pursuit. When I sat at his feet along with many others, I had two questions in my mind and he gave answers to both. There are so many crowding to Sai Baba. Do tell all get benefit from him. To this he replied orally, look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers brought fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off, either as flowers or as unripe fruits by winds, etc. Very few remain. The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be, and how am I to fare then? To this, Baba answered that he would be with me when and wherever I thought of him. That promise he had kept up before 1980 and has been keeping up after 1918. He is still with me. He is still guiding me. This was about 1910 and 11 when brothers separated from me and my sister died. And there was a theft and police inquiry, all of which incidents upset me very much. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his Updesh and made me eat a fresh feast of Puran Poli at Appa Kulkarni's house and get pasted with sandal. There was a theft in my house. A 30 years friend of mine stole my wife's jewelry box, including her auspicious Nathi nose ring. I went before Baba's photo. The next day, the men returned the jewel box and prayed for pardon. Woe to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki
Jai.
Vani ji, are you online? Mala ji, can you begin with chapter with page number 135 then?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, chapter 26, stories, Bhakta Pant, Harichandra Pitale, Gopal Ambedkar, preliminary. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but the play of Maya, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the absolute. Just as we mistake a rope or a garland for a serpent on account of darkness, we always see the phenomena that are things as they outwardly appear, and not the neomian, which underlies all the visible things. It is only the Sadguru who opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but God vision, inner worship. Hemant Pant has given us a novel form of worship. Let us, he says, use water in the form of tears of joy to wash Sadguru's feet. Let us besmear his body with the sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with the cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotus in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions and fruit in the form of our concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head the bukka, black powder, in the form of devotion and tie the waistband of bhakti and place our head at his feet. After decorating the Sadguru with all ornamentation this way, let us offer ourselves to him and wave charmer of devotion to ward off heat. After such blissful worship, let us pray thus. Turn our mind inward, give us discrimination between the unreal and the real and non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body consciousness and ego to you. Make our eyes yours so that we should never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you wish. Let our mind rest at your feet. Now, let us turn to the stories of this chapter, Bhakta Pant. Once, it so happened that a devotee by name Pant, a disciple of another guru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in the BB and CI Relay train, where he met many friends bound for Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany them, and he could not say no. They alighted at Mumbai, while Pant got down at Virar. There he took the permission of his guru for the Shirdi trip, and after arranging for the expenses, left with the party for Shirdi.
Sahil, Arjun hai ka bhau?
They all reached the place in the morning and went to masjid at about 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse of devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Pant suddenly got the fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened. Still, they tried their best to revive his senses. With Baba's grace, after sprinkling water over his head, he regained his consciousness and sat upright as if he was just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another guru, assured him and confirmed his faith in his own guru by addressing him as follows. Come what many, leave not, but stick to your own bolster, support, that is guru, and ever remain steady with him. Pant at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was reminded of his guru. This kindness of Baba he never forgot in his life. Harichandra Pitale. There was a gentleman by name Harichandra Pitale in Mumbai. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic physicians, but there was no cure. There remained only one way of remedy, that is restoring to the saints. It has been stated in chapter 15 that Das Ganu, by his inimitable and splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Sai Baba in the Mumbai presidency. Mr. Pitale heard some of these kirtans in 1910 and learnt from the kirtans and others that Baba, with his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba. Making all preparations and taking offerings and fruit baskets, Mr. Pitale came to Shirdi with his wife and children. He then went to the masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sick son at Baba's feet. No sooner did Baba see the child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to throw foam and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he was breathing his last. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and upset. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into a house which collapsed on him, or like a cow fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of the butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under a tree, which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into a temple which collapsed upon him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodgings. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the Vada, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family and others were very happy, and their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale went with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very humbly and respectfully, and sat shampooing his legs and mentally thanking Baba for his kind help. Baba then smilingly said, "Have not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hurry, Lord will protect him, who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on a large scale and offered to Baba excellent fruits and palm betel leaves. Mrs. Pitale was a very pious lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, gazing at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. Seeing her amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like gods, saints are always dependent on their devotees, who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to the masjid to take Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave him udi and blessings and called Mr. Pitale close to him and said, "Bapu, I had given you rupees 2 before. Now I give you rupees 3. Keep these in your shrine for worship and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba and prayed for his blessings. A thought arose in his mind that as this was his first visit to Shirdi, he could not understand what Baba meant when he said that he had given rupees 2 previously. He was curious to have this mystery resolved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Mumbai, he narrated to his old mother all that happened in Shirdi and the mystery about Baba's giving him rupees 2 earlier. The mother also did not understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about this, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, "As you now went to Shirdi Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done when he took you to Akalakot for the darshan of Maharaj there many years ago. That Maharaj was also a Siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient and gracious. Your father was devout and his worship was accepted. He then gave your father rupees 2 for being kept in the shrine and worshipped. Your father worshipped them till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared, and now, as you are very fortunate, the Akalkot Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba just to remind you of your duties and worship to ward off all dangers. Now, beware, henceforth, leave all your doubts and bad thoughts, follow your ancestors and go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees and take pride in the blessings of saints. Sai Samartha has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it to your benefit." Hearing the remarks of the mother, Mr. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about all persuasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Then onwards, he became very careful about his conduct. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in the Abkari department in the Thana district and in Jawar state, from where he had to retire. He tried to get some other job, but he did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievance before Baba. In 1916, his plight became worse and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and stayed for 2 months. One night, while sitting in a bullock cart in front of Dikshitwada, he resolved to end his life by throwing himself into the well close by. But Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel and its proprietor, Mr. Sagun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus. Did you ever read Akalkot Maharaja's life? Ambedkar took this book from Sagun and began to read it casually. Casually, or we may say providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect. During the lifetime of Akalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very soon from an incurable disease, and he could no longer endure the agony and pain. He became desperate, and in order to end his miseries, he threw himself one night into a well. Immediately, the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him this: you must bear the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If it is incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish up the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once for all? Reading this appropriate and timeless story, Ambedkar was much surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through this story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk in his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it and thereby improved his lot. He was able to earn sufficient money and passed his later life in ease and comfort. Bow to Shri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Kavita ji.
Yes. Om Sai. You want me to read now?
Yes.
Okay.
And can you read up till page 152?
152. Okay. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chapter 37, favor shown by giving Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranam. Dikshit's Vital Vision, Gita Rahasya, Kapaddes. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayanam, that is, reading regularly, and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirthas and sacred rivers. Similarly,
Kavita ji, this is Dipankar again. So from which page have you started?
I thought like right after page number 142, right? 140, I'm sorry. Page 140, right? She was done at 139.
Okay, okay, please, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I thought you wanted me to read 37, chapter 37, right?
It is not chapter 37. So
I mean, 27, sorry. 27.
yeah, so thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. You want me to go over again?
No, please continue. I just wanted to correct you and
Okay.
people on the
My
call.
I have glasses. I'm sorry. I
No,
don't
no
know.
worries. Silence.
Thank you, sir. Okay. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayan and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirthas and sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Sri Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge, who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us reverence for your stories. Let the readers and audience devour them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the true and pious emotions, which is, let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their breath be steady, let their minds be composed, let their hair stand on end, let them cry, sob, and quiver, let their hostilities vanish. When these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of the Guru dawning upon them. When these emotions grow in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on the path of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the God in all creatures. Granting consecrated book. The various methods of imparting instructions followed by Baba have already been noticed in the previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take to Baba some religious books of which they wanted to make a special study and to receive the same back from him after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading such books daily, they felt that Baba was with them. One Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of Eknati Bhagavat. Shama took this book to read in the masjid. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and turning some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, no, replied Baba. As I have given it to you, you better keep it. It will be of use to you. In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after a few days, came again with another copy of the same Bhagavat and gave it to Baba in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as a prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with reverence. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranam. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favor him in a particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasranam as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramdasi, a follower of the saint Ramdas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then, after wearing saffron-colored clothes and besmearing himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranam, a book giving 1,000 names in praise of Vishnu and held second in importance to Bhagavad Gita, an Adhyatma Ramayan, esoteric version of Rama's story with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranam. He therefore called the Ramdasi to him and said to him that He was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took Senapods, that is Sonamukhi, a mild purgative drug, the pain would not stop. So he should please go to the bazaar and bring the drug. The Ramdasi closed his book and went to the bazaar. Then Baba came from his seat to Ramdasi's place of reading and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranam, and after coming back to his seat, said to Shama, Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious, so I present it to you. You read it. Once I suffered intensely and my heart began to palpitate and my life was in danger. At that critical moment, I hugged this book to my heart. And then, Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah Himself came down and saved me. So I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little, read daily, one name at least, and it will do you good. Shama replied that he did not want it and that the owner of it, the Ramdasi, who was a bad-tempered, obstinate, and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides, being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly the Sanskrit or the Devanagari script text of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramdasi by this act of his, but he had no idea what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this necklace of Vishnu Sahasranam round the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of worldly existence. The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, frees up from the cycle of births and deaths. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not crave for it. So Baba forced this on him. It is also reported that long ago, Eknath Maharaj similarly forced this Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranam is a broad, open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his devotee Shama. The Ramdasi returned soon with the Senapods. Anna Chinchinikar, who was then present and wanted to play the part of Narad, the celestial rishi, who was well known for setting up confrontations between gods and demons and vice versa, informed him of what had happened. The Ramdasi at once flared up. He came down at once on Shama with full fury. He said that it was Shama who said Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomachache for bringing the medicine and thus took away the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book was not returned, he would dash his head. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows. O Ramdasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you want to scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and tender words? You read these sacred books daily, and still your mind is agitated and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of a Ramdasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you should possess this book so strongly? A true Ramdasi should have no mamta or attachment, but samata, equality towards all. You are not quarreling with Shama for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had in plenty with money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Shama had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and benefit thereby, and so I gave it to him. How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramdasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take Panchratni Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, "Why one? I shall give you 10 copies in return." So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramdasi press for Panchratni Gita, a book for which he never cared to know? And why should he, who daily read religious books in the masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that, had this incident not happened, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the significance of Vishnu Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In this case, Shama did gradually study the book and mastered its contents to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G.G. Narke, M.A. of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Shriman Bhuti and a devotee of Baba. Vital vision. One day, while Kaka Sahib Dikshit was in meditation after his morning bath in his Vada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vittal. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, "Did Vittal Patel come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away." Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vittal of Pandharpur for sale. Mr. Dikshit was surprised to see that the form of Vittal he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, that is metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Bapu Sahib Jog received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokamanya Tilak. Taking it under his armpit, he came to the masjid and prostrated before Baba when the parcel fell at Baba's feet. Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book, and handed the same with the rupee to Jog and said to him, "Read this completely and you will be benefited." Mr. and Mrs. Kaparde. Let us close this chapter with a description of Kapardes. Once, Dada Sahib Kaparde came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. The diary of his stay has been published in English in the Sri Sai Leela magazine, Volume 1. Dada Sahib was not an ordinary man. He was the affluent and the most famous advocate of Amravati and was a member of the Council of State, Delhi. He was intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only three, which is Kaparde, Nulkar, and Bhuti, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble, and good-natured. Dada Sahib, who was able to expound Panchadashi, that is well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advait philosophy by the famous Vidyaranya to others, uttered no word when he came to the masjid before Baba. A man, however learned he may be, even in Vedas, fades away before one who has realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Dada Sahib stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Kaparde stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their stay. Mrs. Kaparde was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon, she brought a dish containing sanza, wheat pudding, puris, rice, soup, and kheer, and other sun-dry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his seat, and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake of the things zealously. Shama then asked him, "Why this partiality? At times you throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them, but this appeals to you earnestly. Why is the dish brought by this lady so sweet? This intrigues us." Baba then explained, "This food is really extraordinary. In former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family, then in a Kshatriya family and married a merchant. Then she was born in a Brahmin's family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet morsels of love from her dish." After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his mouth and hands, belched out as he was fully satisfied, and resumed his seat. Then she bowed down and began to shampoo Baba's legs, and he began to talk with her and knead her arms, which were shampooing her legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, "It is going on well. It is a wonderful sight to see God and his bhakta serving each other." After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant Raja Ram, then and always, and said, "If you do this, your life's object will be achieved, your mind will attain peace, and you will be immensely benefited." To persons unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shakti Pat, that is, transference of power from the Guru to the disciple. How effective were Baba's words? In an instant, they pierced her heart and remained there. This case illustrates the nature of the relations that should subsist between the Guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction nor any difference between them. Both are one, and one cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head at the Guru's feet is a gross or outward vision. Really and internally, they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe and not perfect. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Shri
Shri
Sachidananda
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Sainath Maharaj ki
Jai.
Jai. Kavita ji, let Sukumar ji, read from page 146 to 152, please.
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Sairam.
Sure, Sairam.
Thank you. Sparrows drawn to Shirdi. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to the god Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas as well as in the science of self-realization. As he was proficient in both these, he was well fitted to be the Sadguru. Anyone, though learned, but not be able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self-realization, does not deserve to be called a Sadguru. Generally, the worldly parents give birth to the body, but death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that, let his man, devotee, be at any distance, 1,000 kilometers away from him, he will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow, with a thread tied to its feet. This chapter describes the stories of three such sparrows. 1. Lala Lakshmi Chand. This gentleman was first serving in Sri Venkateshwar Press in Mumbai, then in the railway department, and afterwards in the firm of Messrs. Raleigh Brother and Company as a Munshi clerk. He came in Baba's contact in 1910. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at Santa Cruz, a suburb of Mumbai, an old man with a beard standing and surrounded by his bhaktas. A few days later, he went to the house of his friend, Mr. Dattareya Manjunath Bijur, to hear the kirtan by Das Ganu. It was and is always the practice of Das Ganu to keep Baba's picture in front of the audience while doing the kirtan. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see that the features of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture, and thus he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The side of this picture, Das Ganu's Kirtan, and the life of Saint Tukaram, on which Das Ganu discoursed, all these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he decided to go to Shirdi. It is always the experience of the Bhaktas that God always helps them in their search for Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night, a friend named Shankara Rao knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed 15 rupees from his cousin, and after making due preparations, left for Shirdi. In the train, he and his friend Shankara Rao did some bhajan, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers for Mohammedans who were returning to their place near Shirdi. They all told them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Kopergaon, he wanted to buy some good govas as offered to Baba, but he was so wrapped in the scenery and sights there that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the govas. Just then he saw an old woman with a gova basket on her head running after the tonga. Tonga was stopped, and he gladly purchased some fruits. Then the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba." The facts was that he had intended to purchase govas but had forgotten to do so. The old woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all these were a pleasant surprise to both the friends. And Lakshmi Chand thought in his mind that the old woman might be some relation of the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi, and on seeing flags on the masjid, they saluted them. With puja materials in hand, they went to the masjid and worshipped Baba with due ritual. Lakshmi Chand was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet-smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows. "Cunning fellow, he does bhajan on the way and inquires from others. Why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking a loan from Marwari? Is the heart's desire now satisfied?" Hearing these words, Lakshmi Chand was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know how Baba came to know about all the things that had happened en route from his house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note in this respect is that Baba never let people to borrow or take loan for his darshan or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sansa. At noon, when Lakshmi Chand was sitting for meals, he got some sansa with pudding from the devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day also he expected it, but got nothing. So he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day at the noon Aarti time, Bapu Sahib Jog asked Baba what Naivedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sansa. Then the Bhaktas brought two big potfuls of sansa. Lakshmi Chand was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, "It is good that you are hungry. Take some sansa and some medicine for the pain in the back." He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein. How omniscient was he, evil eye. During this visit, he, that is Lakshmi Chand, also witnessed one night the procession to the Chavadi. Baba then suffered much from cough. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to the masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows: "I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye has worked on me, and so I am suffering." In this case, Baba spoke out what was going on in the mind of Lakshmi Chand. On seeing this proof of Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, "I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world, and let me ever chant your name and be happy." After getting Baba's woody and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba then onwards, and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor, and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance bound for Shirdi. 2. Bahanpur Lady. Now let us turn to another sparrow devotee. One lady in Bahanpur saw in her dream Sai Baba coming to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt, for his meals. On waking up, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout persons, decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomati Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to the masjid, worshipped Baba, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as Naivedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay or tardiness. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon to the masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals, and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was down, but the lady could not wait. She lifted up the curtain and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing first. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. 3. Mega. Now, let's go to the third sparrow. Mega of Viramgam was a simple and illiterate Brahmin, cook of of Rao Bahadur H.V. Sate. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5-syllabled mantra Namah Shivaya. He did not know that Sandhya nor its chief mantra, the Gayatri. Rao Bahadur Sate was interested in him, taught him the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sate told him that Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied form of God Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At the station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of bowing down to him, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kalkar, at Shirdi to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to the masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. "Kick out the rascal," roared Baba, and then said to Mega, "You are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here. Just get away." On hearing these words, Mega began to tremble. He was wondering as how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home and then to Trayambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi. This time, at the intercession of Dada Kelkar, he was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Mega was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Mega internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then, Mega began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, bare leaves are required, and Mega used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva, that's Baba. His practice was to worship all the deities in the village and then come to the masjid, and after saluting Baba's God Asa, he worshipped Baba, and after doing service, Shuni drank the washings of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the masjid without keeping Khandoba, as the door of the temple was closed. Baba did not accept worship and sent him back again, saying that the door was open there. Mega went, found the door open, worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual. Ganges bath. On one Makar Sankranti day, Mega wanted to besmear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bath him with Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to do this, but his repeated requests and Mega had to traverse a distance of 8 kilometers, going and returning, to bring the sacred water from the Godavari river. He brought the water, made all preparations for the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to be spared from this bath, saying that as a fakir, he had nothing to do with the Ganges water, but Mega did not listen to him. He knew that Shiva is pleased with Abhishek on that auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down, sat on a wooden board, and projecting his head and said, "O Mega, do please this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body. So pour the water over it fell into the whole bath." "All right," said Mega, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing this, He was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Har Har Gange," and emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba, but to his surprise and amazement, he found that only Baba's head was drenched, while the body was quite dry. Mega worshipped Baba at two places. In the masjid, he worshipped Baba in person, and in the Wada, Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Chandorkar. This he did for 12 months. Then, to appreciate his devotion from his faith, Baba gave him a vision.
Without
One
their
day,
parents.
Mega was still lying out closed, internally awake. He saw Baba fall. Baba, knowing him to be awake through Akshita, and said, "Mega, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes, saw no Baba there, but only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw trident? It was no vision, but direct order. My words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow." Mega said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed, so I was doubtful and thought it to be a vision." Baba rejoined, "I require no door to enter. I have no form. I always live everywhere. As a wire puller, I carry on all the actions of the man who trusts me and merges in me." Mega returned to the Wada and drew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramadasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba, and offered him pindi. At this time, Mega also turned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come, protect him now." Mega was pleasantly surprised to see Pindi. Also in the Vada, Kakasaya Dikshit was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath and was remembering Sai when he saw a Pindi in his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Mega came and showed him the Pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that this Pindi exactly in a few days after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the Pindi near the big picture which Mega was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Mega, and by drawing of the trident and the installation of the Pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and arati every noon and evening, Mega passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his mortal remains and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expense, the funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins, and this order was carried out by Kakasahib Dikshit. Bo to Sri Sai. Peace be on.
Om Sachidananda
Nanda
Sadguru.
Sadguru Sainath
Nath
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
jai. Savita ji, you
Yes.
are on from page 153.
Yeah. Chapter 29. Stories of Chennai's Bhajani Mela, Tendulkar's, Dr. Captain Hatte, Woman, Narvekar. This chapter describes other interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. Chennai's Bhajani Mela. It was in the year 1916 when a Chennai's Bhajani Mela started on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Banaras. The party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On their way, the party heard that there lived in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district, a great saint named Sai Baba, who was God realized and who was very generous and distributed money every day to his bhaktas and to skillful persons who went and showed their talent there.
A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba, and out of this amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a 3-year-old girl, Amni, the daughter of Bhakta Kondaji, and rupees 2 to 5 to some, rupees 6 to Jamali, the mother of Amni, and rupees 10 to 20, or even rupees 50 to other bhaktas, as he pleased. On hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Mela did very good bhajan and sang very good songs, but inwardly they desired money. 3 of the party were full of avarice, but the lady or mistress was of a very different nature. She had regard and love for Baba. Once it so happened that when the noonday aarti was going on, Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and gave her vision of her Ishta deity. To her, Baba appeared as Sitanath, while to others, the usual Sainath. On seeing her beloved deity, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood, but were not able to guess its cause. Late in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Ram in Sai Baba. He thought that she was a very simple and devout woman, and her seeing Ram might be a creation of her mind. He ignored her, saying that it was not possible that she alone should see Ram, while they all saw Sai Baba there. She did not resent this remark, as she was fortunate enough to get Ram Darshan, as and when her mind was calm and composed and free from avarice. Wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a strange vision in his dream one night. He was in a big city. The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope, and put him in a cage. As the police were tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quite outside near the cage. On seeing Baba so close, he said in a plaintive tone, "After hearing your fame, I resorted to your feet. Then why should such a calamity befall me when you are standing here in person?" Baba said, "You must suffer the consequences of your action." He said, "I have not done anything in this life which would bring such a misfortune on me." Baba said, "If not in this life, you must have committed some sin in your past life." He replied, "I do not know anything of my past life, but assuming that I did commit some sin then, why should it not be burnt and destroyed in your presence, as happens to dry grass before fire?" "Baba, have you got such faith?" He, "Yes." But then Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them than he heard a thumping sound of something falling down, and after opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and the police fallen down bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, "Now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you." Then he begged, "There is no other savior except you. Save me somehow." Then Baba again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them again, he saw that he was free out of the cage and that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked him, "Is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous ones? Think well and then reply." He said, "There is a lot of difference. My former namaskars were offered with the object of getting money from you, but the present namaskar is one offered to you as God. Besides, earlier I thought resentfully that you, being a Mohammedan, were spoiling us the Hindus." "Baba, do you not believe in your mind in Mohammedan gods?" He said, "No." Then Baba said, Have you not got a panja in your house, and do you not worship the same in Tabut, that is Moharram festival? Also, there is in your house another deity by name Kadbibi, whom you propitiate and appease on marriage occasions and other festivals. Is it not so?" He admitted all this. Then Baba said, "What more do you want?" Then a desire arose in his mind to get the darshan of his Guru Ramdas. When Baba asked him to turn back and see, and when he turned around, lo, Ramdas was in front of him. No sooner did he bend to fall at his feet, Guru Ramdas vanished. Then he inquisitively asked Baba, "You look old. Do you know your age?" "Baba, what do you say? I'm old. Just race with me and see." On saying this, Baba began to run, and he too followed. Baba disappeared in the dust raised by his footsteps while running, and at the same moment, man awoke. After waking up, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed, and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his doubting tendencies disappeared and true devotion to Baba's feet descended on his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the questions and answers therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all assembled in the masjid for the arti, Baba gave him as prasad 2 rupees worth of sweetmeats and also 2 rupees from his pocket and blessed him. He made him stay there for few more days and gave him his blessings, saying, Allah will give you plenty and he will do you all good. He did not get more money there, but he got far better things. Baba's blessings withstood him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful as they did not suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey. They all returned home safe, thinking of Baba's words and blessings, and the anand they experienced by his grace. This story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. Tendulkar family.
Kavitaji, can I just stop you because the next pages 156 to 158 is of Sudhakarji's, please.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram.
Sai Ram.
Sai Ram.
Tendulkar family. There lived in Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, a Tendulkar family, all the members of which were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitri Bai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sainath Bhajanmala, containing 800 abhangas and padas describing the Leelas of Baba. It's a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son Babu Tendulkar was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical exam. He consulted some astrologers. Examining his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year and that he should appear for the examination next year when he would be certainly successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. A few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Sai Baba. Amongst other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. Hearing this, Baba said to her, "Tell your son to believe in me, to throw aside horoscopes and predictions of astrologers and palmists and go on with his studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this year. Ask him to trust in me and not to get disappointed." The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. In the written papers, he did well, but being overwhelmed by doubts, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing. So he did not care to appear for the oral examination. But the examiner was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed in the written examination and that he should appear for the oral examination. The son, being thus encouraged to appear for the oral examination, was successful in both. Thus, he got through the examination that year successfully by Baba's grace. Though the stars were against him, it is to be noted that here that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested as the father of this boy, Raghunath Rao, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Bombay. As he grew old, he was not able to attend to his work properly, and so he had to take a leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of the leave, of a further extension of the leave of retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension as he was an old and reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of the pension to be given was under consideration. He was getting rupees 150 per month, and his pension, that is half the amount, which was rupees 75, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about the matter. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in a dream and said, "I wish that rupees 100 should be paid, settled as pension. Will this satisfy you?" She replied, "Baba, why ask me this? Why we fully trust in you." Though Baba said rupees 100, still he was given 10 rupees more, that is rupees 110 as a special case. Such a wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit for his bhaktas. Captain Hate, who was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, "Did you forget me?" Hate then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forgets his mother, how would it be saved? How could it be saved?" Then Hate went into the garden and took out fresh walpapdi vegetables and arranging Siddha, ghee, wheat flour, and dal, etc., and dakshina, was about to offer all this to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior, some days afterwards, he sent rupees 12 by money order to a friend with instructions that rupees 2 should be spent in buying the Siddha articles and wallpapdi vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with rupees 10 as dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but wallpapdi was not available. In a short time, woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the vegetables it was purchased, and then all the things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hade. Mr. Nimondkar prepared the Naivedya, rice and wallpapdi vegetables, next day and offered the same to Baba. All the people were surprised to see that Baba, while dining, took and ate wallpapdi and did not touch rice and other things. Hate's joy knew no bounds when he heard of this from his friend. Consecrated rupee. At another time, Captain Hate wished that he should have in his house a coin or rupee consecrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was born for Shirdi. With him, Hate sent his rupee. The friend went to Shirdi and after a usual salutation gave first his dakshina which Baba pocketed. Then he gave Hate's rupee which Baba took in his hand and began to stare at it. He held it in front, tossed it up and his right thumb and played with it. Then he said to the friend, return this to your owner of with the prasad of the Vudi. Tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment. The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupee to Hate, and told him all that happened at Shirdi. This time, Hate was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts, and as he wished intently, Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Vaman Narvekar. Now let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Vaman Narvekar loved Baba very much. He once brought a rupee. On one side obverse of it were engraved the figures of Rama, Lakshmana and Sita, and on the other side, reverse side, was engraved the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with a hope that he should consecrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vaman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in the presence of Vaman Rao as follows. Why should it be returned to him? We should keep it ourselves. If he gives rupees 25 for it, it will be returned. Then for the sake of that rupee, Vaman Rao collected rupees 25 and placed them before Baba. Then Baba said, the value of that rupee far exceeds 25 rupees. Shama, take this rupee and let us have it in our store. Keep this in your shrine and worship it. No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed this particular action. He only knows what is best and most suitable to each and all. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Maharaj ki jai. Kapil ji, chapter 30.
जी श्री सच्चिदानंद सदगुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय. Chapter 30, Drawn to Shirdi, Kakaji Vaidya of Vani, Punjabi Ramlal of Mumbai. In this chapter, the story of two or more devotees who were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Preliminary. Bow to kind Sai, who is the abode of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotees. By his mere darshan, he does away with their fear of this Bhava Sansar and destroy their calamities. He was first Nirgun, but on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obliged to take a form. To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is the mission of saints, and for Sai, the chief of them, that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed and their progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri mantra in his presence. We who are weak and without any merits do not know what bhakti is, but we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favors get enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and the real and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotees and fulfills the same. Hence they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. He who, being overcome with calamities, remember and praise Sai thus, will get his mind calmed and pacified through his grace. This sign, Ocean of Mercy, says Hemadpant favored him, and result of this is the present work of Sai Sacharitra. Otherwise, what qualifications had he to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibilities, Hemadpant felt no burden nor any care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech and pen, why should he entertain any doubt or feel any anxiety? Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits in the past births, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale, but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all pervasiveness. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go in for these stories. What is wanted here is not discussion, but unlimited love and devotion. Learned, devout, and faithful believers are those who consider themselves as servants of saint, will like and appreciate these stories. Others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as a kalpataru, wish-fulfilling tree. Excuse me. Drinking in or devouring this nectar of Sai Leelas will give liberation to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the householders, and sadhana to the aspirants. Now we come to the story of this chapter. Kakaji Vaidya. There lived in Vani, Nasik district, a man named Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of goddess Saptashrungi there. He was so much overwhelmed with adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost the peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening he went to the temple of goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was, but before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that the Baba might be Triambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place, Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed daily in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns, did the Abhishekam, pouring unceasingly fresh cold water over the pindi, and did other religious rites. But with all this, he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That night, she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Triambakeshwar in vain? I meant Baba, Shri Sai Samarth of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji was how and when to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the Sant and Anant are one and the same, but there is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go himself and see the saint, that will be a mere boast. Excuse me. Unless the saint wills it, no one is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to a saint, the more devout and faithful he is, the more speedily and effectively his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception, and so it happened with Kakaji. Shama's vow. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture, we shall just see. Shama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to her family goddess Saptashrungi at the Vani that if the son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then after some years, the mother herself suffered from ringworms on her breast. At that time, she again took another vow to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 silver breasts. These 2 vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama and drew his attention to the vow, and after taking promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama quite forgot about these vows, and thus 30 years passed. About this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His predictions in the case of Shriman Bhuti and others came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shama's younger brother, Babaji, consulted him and was told about his mother's woe, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill at her deathbed and were not yet
Yeah, you
fulfilled.
did.
Hence the goddess was displeased with him and was bringing
Yeah, man,
Baba's
just join.
Bapaji told this to his brother, Shama, who has then reminded of the unfulfilled vows. On thinking that any further delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the two silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the woes, as he was to him his Saptashringi goddess. Then Baba insisted him to go himself to the temple of Saptashringi and offer them in person at the feet of goddess. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Udi, he left for Vani, and while searching for the priest, reached Kakaji's house. Kakaji was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went there to see him. And at that time, what a wonderful coincidence is this! Kakaji asked him who he was and whence he had come. And on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overpowered was he with love. Then they talked about Sai Leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's vow, they both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedewed with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of goddess, no sooner did he see Baba that his mind lost all his restlessness and it became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this! Baba spoke nothing, there was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced. The mere darshan itself was so conducive to happiness. The restlessness of my mind disappeared by his mere darshan. Consciousness of joy came upon me. This is what is called greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's Leela, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety and cares, and got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Udi and blessing returned home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. It is said that a dream which we get in small hours of morning generally comes true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dream, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kakasaheb Dikshit one afternoon to go to Rahata and fetch Kushal Chand to Shirdi, and he had not seen him since long. Kakaji accordingly took a tanga and went to Rahata and saw Kushal Chand and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kushal Chand was surprised and said while he was taking a noon nap after meals, when Baba appeared in his dream and asked him to come to Shirdi immediately, and that he was anxious to go, and he had no horse of his own nearby, he had sent his son to inform Baba that when his son was just out of the village border, Dikshit Tanga turned up. Dikshit then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the Tanga back to Shirdi. Kushal Chand saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Kushal Chand was much moved. Punjabi Ramlal of Mumbai. Once a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as a Mahant, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought that he should go and see him, but he knew not his address. He did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody for an interview also makes the necessary arrangements for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the streets, he saw a picture of Baba in the shop. The features of the Mahant he saw earlier in the dream exactly tallied with those in the picture. Then, making inquiries, he came to know the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He then went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, material as well as spiritual. Go to Shri Sai, peace to be all. Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath
Maharaj ki jai.
Senthilji,
now,
over to you.
Yep, thank you, Divankar. Sairam. So we're starting with chapter Chavadi group, right? So we're starting with Nilesh with chapter 31. Nilesh ji?
हाँ जी साइराम
Sairam.
ओम श्री समस्त सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय. The passing away in Baba's presence, Sannyasis Vijayanand. Balram Mankar, Nulkar, Megha, and the tiger. In this chapter, Hemadpan describes the passing away of certain persons and the tiger in Baba's presence. Preliminary. The last wish or a thought that a man has at the hour of death determines the future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moments comes verily to me, and he that meditates otherwise at the time goes to what he looks for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at our last moment, for more than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by many causes. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought at the last moment. All saints, therefore, recommend us to always remember God and chant his name always, so that we may not be puzzled when the time of departure comes. The devotees, on their part, surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that all the saints would guide and help them in their last moments. A few such instances will be noted here. Vijayanand, a Madrasi sannyasi named Vijayanand, a Madrasi sannyasi named Vijayanand started a pilgrimage to Manas Sarovar. En route, hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. There he met one Somdevji Swamiji of Hardwar and inquired of him about the particulars of Mansarovar trip. The Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles above the Gangotri and described to him the difficulties of the journey with plenty of snow and change of dialect every 50 kos and suspicious nature of the people of Bhutan who give a lot of trouble to the pilgrims on the way. Hearing this, the sannyasi was dejected and cancelled the trip. Then when he went to Baba and protected himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi. His company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted, but sat there watching things that were going on. It was the morning darbar and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the tir, holy water from his stove and drinking it heartily, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying the sandal paste and some sense of his body, and all were doing all this, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enraged with him, he was filled with affection, for Baba did not leave the place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days. When he got a letter from Madras stating that his mother was very ill, he felt very dejected and wanted to be by mother's side, but he could not leave without Baba's permission. So he saw Baba with the letter in his hand and asked his permission to return home. The omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said that if you loved your mother so much, why did you take sannyasi? Fondness and attachment ill becomes an orchy crab. Go and sit quiet at your lodging. Wait with the patience for few days. In the Vada, there are many robbers. Bolt your doors. Be very vigilant. The thieves will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. Knowing this, do your duty, leaving all attachment to the things of the world and the next. He who does this surrenders himself to the feet of the Lord, uh, will get free and all the troubles and attain the bliss. The Lord runs and helps him who remembers and meditates him with love and affection. Your store of past merits is considerable, so you have come here. Now attend to what I say I and realize the end of your life. Being desireless, begin from tomorrow the duty of Bhagavat. Do 3 saptas, that is 3 readings during the 3 weeks continuously. The Lord will be pleased with you and destroy your sorrows. Your illusions will vanish and you will get peace. Seeing that this end is approaching, Baba prescribed the remedy and made him read Ramavijaya, which pleases the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and other purifying rites, he recommended to read Bhagavat in a secluded part of the Lendi garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to the Vada and stayed in his lodging for 2 days, and on the third day he breathed his last on Baba's lap. Baba asked people to preserve the body for a day for a reason. The police afterwards came and on making inquiries, proper inquiries, gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured him Sadgati, salvation. Balram Mankar. There was a householder devotee of Baba by name Balram Mankar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and entrusting his household to his son, left him home, came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion,
Sairam?
Sairam.
Sairam?
Sairam, should I continue or this page as well?
Yes, you continue, Nilesh. Who's that?
This is Preeti Reddy.
Yeah, she, I think she also has 166 on her.
Okay. So you can
Yeah, that
continue
is.
with that paragraph. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But this is one full paragraph on this page. You let him finish wherever he can, and we can, Rohini can start there.
Okay.
Nilesh, you just finish it in the half the page so she can start there.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, because she has only 1.5 page after this. That's why I think, yeah.
Okay. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and entrusting this household to his son, left his home and came to Shirdi, lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a good turn in his life, and he did it in this wise. He gave him rupees 12 and asked him to go and live in uh, Machiddarg district's Satara. Mankar was first unwilling to go and stay away from Baba, but Baba convinced him that he was living in the best course of him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day on the Gada. On believing in Baba's words, Mankar came to the Gad. He was much pleased with the lovely sight, pure water, healthy air, and surrounding of the place, began to practice assiduously the meditations as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get their revelation and samadhi in the trance states. But in the Mankar's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that Mankar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent here. Baba replied, in Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas begin to arise in your mind. I sent you here for the rest and the unsteady mind. For the rest and unsteady mind. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sairam. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a body composed of 5 elements and 3.5 cubits in length, and not outside of it. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw at Shirdi. It is for this reason that I sent you here. Then, after the period was over, Mankar left the Gada and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar, but when he went to the booking office to get a ticket, he found it very much crowded. He could not get his ticket soon when a villager with a langoti piece of cloth on his waist and kambali on his shoulder turned up and said, where are you going? To Dadar, replied Mankar. Then he said, please take this Dadar ticket of mine as I have some urgent business here. I have cancelled my Dadar trip. Mankar was very glad to receive the ticket and was just taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared in the crowd. Mankar tried to find him out in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Mankar got in a strange form. The Mankar, after visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, always following his
bidding and advice. In the end, he was very fortunate to leave this world in the presence and with the blessings of Baba. Tatya Saheb Nulkar. Hemad Pant gives no particulars regarding Tatya Saheb Nulkar except the bare mention of the fact that he up his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of his account that appeared in Sai Leela magazine is given here. Tatya Saheb was a sub-judge at Pandharpur in 1909 when Nana Saheb Chandorkar was Mamaltadar there, but met often and exchanged talks. Tatya Saheb did not believe in saints while Nana Saheb loved them. Nana Saheb often told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. He finally agreed to go to Shirdi on two conditions. He must get a Brahmin cook and must get good Nagpur oranges for the presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Saheb for service and he was sent to Tatya Saheb, and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges was received by Tatya Saheb, the consignor being not known. As the conditions were fulfilled, Tatya Saheb had to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by and by, Tatya Saheb got such experiences that he was convinced that Baba was a god incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end was approaching, scared literature was reached out to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Padatirtha was brought and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "O Tatya went ahead of us. He won't be reborn." Mega. The story of Mega has been already described in chapter 28. When Mega died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. Baba also accompanied them and showered flowers on Mega's body. After the obsequies were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes, and like an ordinary mortal, Baba showed himself overcome with grief and sorrow. Then, covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation, Baba returned to the masjid. When saints have been seen giving sadgati to men, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even a cruel animal like a tiger came to Baba's feet for being saved. In this story, it is this story which will be narrated now. Tiger. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred at Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of the masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chains, with its fierce face turned to the rear. It was suffering from some pain or agony. Its keepers, three dervishes, were taking it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the means of their substance. Subsistence. They tried all sorts of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all was in vain. Then they heard of Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down the chains in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally fierce besides disease ridden. So it was restless. The people began to look at it with fear and amazement. The dervishes went in, told Baba everything about the animal, and with his consent brought it before him. As it approached the steps, it was taken aback on account of luster of Baba and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got on step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately, it moved the tuft of its tail and dashed it thrice against the ground and then fell down senseless. On seeing it dead, the dervishes were first much dejected and full of sorrow, but on mature thought, they came to their senses. They considered that as an animal was diseased and nearing its dead in its end, it was very meritorious on its part that it should meet its death at the feet and in the presence of Baba. It was their debtor when the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at Sai's feet. When any creatures bow down their heads at saints' feet and meet death, they are saved. And unless they have got a good store of merit on their account, how could they get such a happy end? Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Samartha Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai.
Om Sai Ram. This is Manjula.
Manjula ji, you read until the end of 71, right? 69, 70 and 71.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Om Sri Sai Satchitaritra, Chapter 32. In quest of Guru and God, fasting disapproved. In this chapter, Hemant Pant described two things. One, how Baba met his Guru in the woods and through his God. And second, how Baba made one Mrs. Gokula who had made up her mind to fast for 3 days, eat pulumpuri, perumali. In the beginning, Hemant Pant described the samsara visible words by the allegory of Ashvatam tree, which has in the Parshokgal of the Gita, roots above and branches below. It branch or spread downwards and upwards and are nourished by the guna qualities, and it sprout or the object of the sense. It roots leading to actions are extended downwards to this world of man. Its forms cannot be known in this world or its end, its beginning or its support. Cutting this Ashwatthama tree of strong root with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should sneak the path beyond, treading which there is no returns. For traveling this path, the help of God, good guide, Guru, is absolutely necessary. However, I learned a man maybe or how deep his study of Vedas and Vedagas, maybe he cannot go to his destination safely. If the guide be there to help him to show him the right way, he could avoid the pitfall and the wild beast on this journey, and everything will be smooth sailing. Baba's experience in this matter, the story which he gave out himself, is really wonderful, which, when attended to, will give you the faith, devotions, and salvations. The quest. Once four of us were studying religions, spiritual, and others' books, and being though enlightened, we began to success the nature of the Brahma. One of us said that we should raise the self by the self and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who can control his mind is blessed. We should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world phenomenal is always changing, the formless is eternal, so we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself argued that bookish knowledge is worthless and added, let us do our present duties and surrounded our body, mind, and five parents' life to the Guru's feet. Guru is God, all pervading. To get this conviction, strong, unbounded faith is necessary. Discussing in this wise, we learned man began to rebel thoughts, the woods in the quest of God. The three wanted to make the quest with their free, unwanted intelligence. On the way, a Vengeri, a man who trade in certain things, such as gain, etc., by carrying them on bullock, meet us and asked us, "It has art now. Where and how far are you going?" "To search the woods," he replied. He inquired, "On what quest are you bound?" We gave him an ambitions and evasions reply. Seeing us rebelling aimless, he was moved and said, "Without knowing the woods fully, you should not want it random. If you want to walk through forest and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why, why do you excite yourself unnecessarily at this stertray moon time? You may not give out to me your secret quest. Still, you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient at heart." Though he spoke so tenderly, we discarded his request and marched on. We thought that we were self contained man and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless. The tree therein grew so close and tall that the sunrise could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time, unlimitedly through sheer good's luck. We came back to the place from where we started. The Vengeri met us again and said, Relying on your own cleverness, you missed your way. A guide is always necessary to show us the right way in small or great matters, and no quest can be successful carried out on empty stomach unless God wills it. No one meets us on the way. Do not discard offer of the food served dish should not be thrust away. Offers of bread and food should be discarded and as signs of success. Saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, we did not like this food hospitably and discarded his offer and went away. Without doing any quest and without taking any food, the three began to move out. So obtained were they. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved with the Vengeri's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but we quite strangers to pity and kindness. The Vengeri was a quite illiterate and unqualified fellow and beyond to low caste. Still, he had love in his heart and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he loves others intently, is really enlightened, and I thought acceptance his hospitality was the best beginning of getting knowledge. So very respectful, I accept that loaf of bread offered, ate it, and drank water. Then, too, the Guru at once came and stood before us. What was the dispute about? He asked, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, "Would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want." But he allowed, "Who believes in what I say will be successful." The others did not agree to what he said and left him. But I bowed to him reverently and accepted his dispute. Then he took me to the wall and tied my foot with a rope and hanged me, head downwards and feet up. From tree near the wall, I was suspended 3 feet away the water, which I could not reach with my hands, or nor which could go into my mouth. Suspending me in this matter, he went away. No one knew where. After 10 or 12, 4 to 5 hours, he returns and taking me out quietly and asked me how I felt. In bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced? I replied. On hearing my answer, the Guru was such pleasant with me, drew me near him and stroked my body with his hands, kept me with him. He took care of me as internally as a mother board does of my young ones. He put me into his school. How beautiful it was. There I forgot my parents, all my attachments was snapped and I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace his neck and being staring at him always. In this image were not fixed in my pupils. I could like better to be blind, such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty-handed. My guru became my all in all. My home, properties, mother and father, everything. All my senses left their place and concentrated themselves in my eye, and my sight was set on him. Though was my guru, the sole object of my meditation, and I was consequence of my none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intelligence were stern, and I had to keep quiet and blow to him in silence. Om Sri Sai Ram. Thank you.
Sorry. Namitaji?
Yeah.
Yep, you can start with 172.
Yeah, sure. Om Sai Ram, chapter 32 continuation. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciples go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time, and labor, but ultimately they don't gain much. The Guru, that boasts of his secret knowledge and his straightforwardness. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' heart, and they are not convinced. So far as real self-realization is concerned, he has not reached that. How can such schools be of any use to the disciples, and how can they be benefited? The master mentioned above was of different type. By his grace realization flashed upon me of itself without effort or study. I had nothing to seek, everything became to me as clear as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how the inverse suspension with head down and feet up can give happiness. Among the four, one was a Karmakandi, ritualistic, who only knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was Jnani, who was puffed up with pride of knowledge. And the third was a Bhakta, who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was a soul doer. When they were discussing and arguing, the question of God came up, and they, depending on their knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four. On being himself Brahma incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for setting an example to follow. Though an incarnation himself, he respected a low Vanjari by accepting his food with the firm belief that food is Brahma, and showed how those who rejected Vanjari's hospitable offer suffered, and how it was impossible to get Jnana without a guru. The Shruti, Taittiriya Upanishad, exhorts us to honor and worship mother, father, and preceptor, and to study the sacred scriptures. These are the mean of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self-realization is not possible. Neither the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. Modes of proof, such as perception and inference, will not help us in the matter. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The objects of our life, such as dharma, artha, and kama, are attainable with our effort. But the fourth object, moksha, can only be had with the help of the Guru. In the life story of Sri Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions. Princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor men, sannyasis, yogis, singers, and others come for darshan. Even a Mahar comes and making his salutation says, Sai is the Maibap, true parents, who will do away with our rounds of births and deaths. So many others, such as jugglers, Godalis, the blind and the lame, Nathpantis, dancers, and other players come and are given suitable reception. The Vanjari also appeared at the right time and played the part assigned to him. Let us now revert to the other story. Fasting and Mrs. Gokhale. Baba never fasted himself, nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the person who fasts is never at ease. Then how could he attain his Paramartha? God is not attained on an empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there be no food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness? And with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome, both to the body and mind. One Mrs. Gokhale came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kashibai Kanitkar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba with a determination to sit at Baba's feet and observe a 3-day fast. The previous day, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Shimga, that is the holy holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the woman went to the Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "Where is the necessity of fasting? Go to Dada Bhatt's house, prepare the dish of Puran Polis, feed his children and yourself too." Shimga holidays were on. Mrs. Kelkar was then going through her menses and there was nobody to cook in Dada Bhatt's house. So Baba's advice was very timely. Then Mrs. Gokhale had to go to Dada Bhatt's house and prepare the dish as directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself, and what a good story and how beautiful its import. Baba's Sarkar. Baba gave a story of his boyhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to Bede. There I got embroidery work. I worked hard, sparing no pains. The employer was very much pleased with me. Three other boys worked before me. The first got ₹50, the second ₹100, and the third ₹150. And I was given twice the total of this amount, viz. ₹600. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and honored me with a full dress, a turban for the head, a shela for the body, etc. I kept this dress intact without using it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But what my Sarkar, God gives, lasts to the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My Sarkar says, take, but everybody comes to me and says, give. Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Sarkar's treasury, spiritual wealth is full. It is overflowing. I say, dig out and take away this wealth in cartloads. The blessed son of a true mother should fill himself with this wealth. The skill of my fakir, the leela of my lord, and the aptitude of my Sarkar is quite unique. What about me? Body will mix with earth, breath with air. This time won't come again. No matter where I go or where I sit, Maya always troubles me much. Still, I am always anxious for my mane. He who does anything will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable happiness. Botu Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai. Balaji?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Om Sai Ram. Chapter 33, Greatness of Pudi. Scorpion sting and plague cases cured, Jamnar miracle, Narayan Rao sickness, Balabu Sutar
Appa Saheb Kulkarni, Haribuva Karnik. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of Guru. Now, in this, we will describe the greatness of Udi. However, both are interlinked. The greatness of Udi is due to the spiritual grandeur of Baba. Preliminary. Let us know, bow before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy mountains of sins and do away with all the blemishes of our character. Their talk gives us good teachings and confers on us invaluable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference, such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Their debts will never be repaid by us in this birth, as well as in many future births. Udi. It is well known that Baba took Dakshina from all, and out of the amount thus collected, he spent on charity and purchased fuel. This fuel he put in the Duni, the sacred fire which he kept ever burning. The ash from this fire was called Udi, and it was freely distributed to the devotees at the time of their departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach by this Udi? Baba taught by this Udi that all the visible phenomena in the universe are as transient as the ash. Our bodies, composed of matter of the 5 elements, will fall down. After all, their enjoyments are over and be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of the fact that their bodies will be reduced to ashes, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught by the Udi that the Brahma is the only reality and the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in this world, be he a son, father or wife, is really ours. We come here alone and we have to go from here alone. It has been found that the Udi cured many physical and mental maladies, but Baba wanted to repeat into the devotees' ears the principles of discrimination between the unreal and the real. He taught non-attachment for the unreal by his Udi and Dakshina. The former taught us discrimination and the latter taught us non-attachment. Unless we have these two things, it is not possible for us to cross over the sea of the mundane existence. So Baba asked for Dakshina, and while the devotees took leave, he gave Udi as prasad, besmeared some of it on their foreheads, and placed his bone conferring hand on them. When Baba was in a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One such song was about Udi. The meaning of this song was, "O playful Ram, come, come and bring with you sacks of Udi." Baba used to sing in very clear and tender tones. So besides the spiritual implication of Udi, it had also its material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. So the Udi has helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. We shall now begin with the stories about the Udi. Motiram Jani of Nasik was a devotee serving under another devotee of Baba by name Ramchandra Vaman Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba himself told her that her son should start independent business. Some days after this prophecy turned true. Narayan Jani left service and started a boarding house, Anand Ashram, which thrived well. Once a friend of this Narayana was stung by a scorpion, and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is most efficacious in such cases. It is to be applied on the point of pain, and no Narayana searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture and invoked Baba's aid, chanted Baba's name, and taking out a pinch of the ashes of joss stick burning in front of Baba's picture and thinking it is Baba's Udi, applied to it on the seat of pain and the sting. As soon as he moved his fingers, the pain vanished and both the persons were moved and felt delighted. Bubonic plague case. Once a devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter, who was staying in another place, was down with bubonic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent word to Nana Sahib Chandorkar to send the same. Nana Sahib got this message en route Tana railway station. When he was traveling with his wife to Kalyan, he had no Udi with him then. He therefore took up some dust from the road, meditated upon Sai Baba, invoked his aid and applied to his wife's forehead. The devotee was very glad to learn that his daughter, who was suffering for 3 days, began to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid near the Tana railway station. The Jamnar miracle. In the year 1904 to 1905, Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamaltar at Jamnar in the Khandesh district, which is more than 100 miles from Shirdi. His daughter Mentai was pregnant and was due to deliver. Her case was very serious and she was suffering from labor pains for the last 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all remedies but in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. There in Shirdi, one Ramgir Buva, whom Baba called Bapu Girbuva, was leaving for his native place in Khandesh. Baba called him and told him to stop at Jamnar on his way home and give the Udi and Aarti to Nana Sahib Ramgir Buva. Ramgir Buva said that he had only 2 rupees with him and this amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up to Jalgaon. And it was not possible for him to go from Jalgaon to Jamnar, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not care as everything would be provided for. Then Baba asked Chama to write a well-known Aarti composed by Madhav Adkar. Aarti and translation of this is given at the end of this work and gave a copy of it with Udi to Ramgir Buva to be delivered to Nana Sahib. Then relying on Baba's words, Ramgir Buva left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He told only 2 Anas left with him and he was in a plight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Bapu Girbuva of Shirdi?" He went to him and told him that he was Bapu Girbuva. Then the person professing to be sent by Nana Sahib took him to an excellent tonga with a good pair of horses. They both drove in it. The tonga ran fast and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The man took the horses for watering them and he asked Ramgir Buva to partake of some eatables. On seeing the bird moustache and the livery of that person, Ramgir Buva suspected him to be a Muslim and was unwilling to take any refreshments from him. But he satisfied Ramgir Buva by saying that he was a Hindu, a Kshatriya of Karwal, and that Nana Sahib had sent these refreshments and there should be no difficulty in its acceptance. Then both of them took the refreshments and started again. They reached Jamnar at dawn. Ramgir Buva alighted to attend a call of nature and returned within a few minutes, but found that there was no tonga and no driver. He was dumbfounded. Then he went to the neighboring Kachehri and on making enquiries learned that the Mamaltadar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house and gave to Nana Sahib Baba's Udi and Aarti. At this time, Mentai's case was in the most serious condition and all were in deep anxiety about her. Nana Sahib called out his wife and asked her to give the Udi mixed with water to their daughter to drink. He thought that Baba's help was most opportune. In a few minutes came the news that the delivery was safe and that the crisis had passed away. When Ramgir Buva thanked Nana Sahib for the peon, tonga and the refreshments etc., the latter was greatly surprised as he had sent none to the station and was not aware of any persons coming from Shirdi. Om Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj.
Sairam.
Sai.
Priyaji, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sairam. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana, retired Mamlatdar, made inquiries about this matter with Bapurao Chandorkar, son of Nana Sahib, and Ramgir Bua of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself, wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry, in the Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 13, numbers 11, 12, and 13. B.V. Narasimha Swami has also taken down the statements of one Mainatai, number 5, page 14, and 2 Bapu Saheb Chandurkar, number 20, page 50, and Ramgir Bua, number 37, page 83, dated 1st June 1936, 16 September 1936, and 1st September 1936 respectively, and published them in their Devotees' Experiences, Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramgir Bua's statement. One day Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of Udi and a copy of Baba's Aarti. I had to go to Khandesh at that time. Baba directed me to go to Jamner and told me to deliver the Aarti and Udi to Nana Sahib Chandorkar at Jamner. I said to Baba that all I had was ₹2 and asked him how that could take me by train from Kopargaon to Jalgaon and next from Jalgaon to Jamner. Baba said, God will give. That was a Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmad at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. At that time, plague regulations were in force and I had much trouble. I was to discover what I should do to get to Jamner. At about 3 a.m., a peon in boots, turban, and equipped with other details of a good dress came to me and took me to a tonga and drove me on. On the way to Bhagur, I took refreshments. We reached Jamner in the morning, and by the time I attended call of nature, the tonga and its driver had disappeared. Narayan Rao. Bhakta Narayan Rao, father's name and surname are not given, had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the latter's lifetime. 3 years after the passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi but could not. Within a year of Baba's Mahasamadhi, he fell sick and suffered much. As all possible remedies gave him no relief, so he meditated on Baba day and night. One night he had a vision. Baba came through a cellar, comforted him, saying, "Don't be anxious. You will be improving from tomorrow, and within a week you will be on your legs." Narayan Rao got perfectly well within the time indicated in the vision. Now the point for consideration is this: was Baba living because he had the body, or was he dead because he left it? No, Baba is ever alive, for he transcends both life and death. He who loved him wholeheartedly gets response from him at all times and at any place. He is always at our side and will take any form, appear before the devout bhakt and satisfy him. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. In 1917, Appa Sahib Kulkarni was transferred to Thana and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Bala Sahib Bhate. In real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste, and Naivedya daily to Baba in the picture and longed intently to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates the statement. Balabua Sutar. A saint of Mumbai named Balabua Sutar, who on account of his piety, devotion, and style was called Modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he bowed before Baba, the latter said, "I have known this man for 4 years." Balabua wondered and thought, how could that be, as this was his first trip to Shirdi. But thinking about it seriously, he recollected that he had prostrated himself 4 years ago before Baba's portrait at Mumbai and was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself, how omniscient and all-pervading are the saints and how kind are they to their devotees. I merely bowed to his photo, and this fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Now we return to Appa Sahib's story. While he was in Thana, he had to go on a tour to Bhiwandi and was expected to return after a week. In his absence, the following wonderful thing took place on the third day. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled exactly those of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and his children all asked him whether he was Sri Sai Baba of Shirdi. He said no, but that he was an obedient servant of his and came there at his order to inquire about the well-being of the family. Then he asked for dakshina. The lady gave him a rupee. He gave him a small packet of udi and asked her to keep this in the shrine. Then he left the house and went away. Now hear the wonderful Leela of Sai. Appa Sahib could not proceed with his tour as his horse fell sick at Bhivandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife about Fakir's visit. He got very restless as he did not have the darshan of the Fakir. Moreover, he did not like that only 1 rupee was paid to him as dakshina. He said that had he been present, he would have paid not less than 10 rupees. Then he immediately started in quest of the Fakir and searched for him in the masjid and other places without taking any food. His search was in vain. He then returned home and took his food. The readers may remember here Baba's dictum in chapter 32 that God's quest should not be made on an empty belly. Then after meals, he went out for a walk with a friend, Mr. Chitre. After going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be the fakir that came to his house at noon, as his features tallied with those of Baba in the photo. The fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, and so Appa Sahib gave him 2 more. Still, he was not satisfied. Then he borrowed rupees 3 from Mr. Chitre and gave them to him. He wanted still more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to his home. Then they all returned home, and Appa Sahib gave him 3 rupees, in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then Appa Sahib told him that he had a currency note of rupees 10. The fakir asked for the same, took it, and returned the 9 rupees and went away. Appa Sahib had earlier said that he would pay 10 rupees, and the sum was taken from him, and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's touch were returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion, vide chapter 21. It may also be noted here that Baba gave 9 coins to one Lakshmi Bai Chinte at his last moment. Appa Sahib examined the udi packet and found that it contained some flowers, leaves, and akshata. Then, some time later, he got a hair from Baba when he saw him in Shirdi. He put the udi packet and the hair in a tabiz and wore it always on his arm. Appa Sahib realized the power of udi. Though he was very efficient. He got rupees 40 as pay in the beginning, but after he secured Baba's photo and his udi, he got many times more and also got much power and influence. And along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's udi should always bathe, apply it on the forehead, and take some of it mixed with water and as holy tirth. Haribau Karnik. In 1917, Haribau Karnik of Thana district came to Shirdi on the Guru Purnima day in the month of Ashada and worshipped Baba with all formalities. He offered clothes and dakshina, and after taking Baba's leave, got down the steps of the masjid. Then he thought that he should offer 1 more rupee to Baba and was just turning to climb up again when Shama signaled him by gesture that as he had taken Baba's leave, he should go on and not return. So he started for home. On his way, when he went to the temple of Kalarama in Nasik for darshan, the Saint Narsingh Maharaj, who used to sit inside the temple, came to Haribau, caught him by his wrist and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Sai Baba recovered the rupee, which he intended in his mind to give through Saint Narsingh Maharaj. This story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and illustrates how they work in unison. Go to Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sai Nathayam.
Om Saram. Rohini ji, you're next.
Yeah, Om Sai. Chapter 34, Greatness of Udi, continued. Doctor's nephew, Dr. Pillai, Shyama sister-in-law, Irani girl, Harda gentleman, Bombay lady. This chapter continues the subject greatness of Udi and described cases in which the application of Udi was most efficacious. Doctor's nephew. At Malegaon, There lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tuberculosis, bone abscess. The doctor himself and his brothers, the medical practitioner, tried all sorts of remedies and even an operation. There was no relief, and there was no end to the little boy's suffering. Friends and relations advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommended them to try Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him, and pleaded humbly and respectfully, and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life and to the end of time. Be now carefree. Apply Udi on the abscess, and within 1 week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid, but Dwaravati. He who steps here will soon get health and happiness, and his sufferings will come to an end." The boy was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hands on the affected part and cast his loving glances on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of the Odi, he began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure, which was effected by Udi and Baba's gracious looks. After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba. While he was on his way to Bombay for some business, but at Malegaon and Manmat somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. He therefore dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Bombay direct. He wanted to spend the rest of his leave at Alibag, but at Bombay he heard 3 successive nights a voice crying out, "Still you disbelieve me?" Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend in Bombay to a case of infectious fever, which showed no signs of abatement soon. So he thought that this Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, proposed a test in his mind and said, "If the patient gets all right today, I start for Shirdi tomorrow." The wonder is that exactly at the time when the determination was taken, the fever began to abate and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi as per his determination, took Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences that he became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Odi and blessings. Within a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and this visit engendered in him a never failing love for the saint's feet. Dr. Pillai. One, one Dr. Pillai was an intimate bhakta of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Bhau, brother. Baba talked with him off and on and consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from Gania worms. He said to Kaka Sahib Dixit, "The pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. This pain I know is for repaying past karma, but go to Baba and tell him to stop the pain and transfer the working of my past karma to 10 future births of mine." Mr. Dixit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dixit, "Tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the sufferings and consequences of his past karma. While I am here to give him temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work and finish his sufferings once for all." The doctor was brought in that condition and was seated on Baba's right side, where Fakir Baba always sat. Baba gave him his bolster and said, "Lie calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of past action has to be suffered and got over. Our karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah, God, is the sole dispenser and protector. Always think of Him. He will take care of you. Surrender to His feet with body, mind, wealth, and speech. That is completely, and then see what He does." Dr. Pillai said in written that Nana Sahib had put a bandage over the leg, but he found no relief. "Nana is a fool," replied Baba. "Take off the bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck you, and then you will recover." While this conversation was going on, one Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamps, turned up. While he was attending to his work of training, his foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. The leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all 7 guinea worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai bawled out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternately. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and peeking. Baba said, "Did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was a crow. Now go and rest yourself in the water and you will be soon all right." By application of the Odi and by taking it in the stomach with water and without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as predicted by Baba. Sharma's sister-in-law. Shama's youngest brother Bapaji was staying near Sabulwell. Once his wife was attacked with bubonic plague. She had high fever and 2 buboes in her groins. Bapaji rushed to Shama at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Shama was frightened, but according to his wont, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him, invoked his aid, and requested him to cure the case. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, "Don't go there at this later hour. Might send her Udi. Why care for the fever and bubos? God is our Father and Master. She will be all right easily. Do not go now, but go there in the morning and return immediately." Shama had full faith in Baba's Udi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the bubos, and some of it was mixed with water and was given to the patient for drinking. No sooner was it taken in than perspiration set in profusely. The fever abated, and the patient had a good sleep. Next morning, Babaji was surprised to see his wife all right and refreshed with no fever and bubos. When Shama went there next morning with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her at the hearth and preparing tea. On questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's Udi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's words, "Go there in the morning and return immediately." After taking tea, Sharma returned, and after saluting, Baba said, "Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless, and then calm it down and ease us." Baba replied, "You see, mysterious is a path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold me responsible for the actions which take place on account of Adrista, destiny. I am only their witness. The Lord is the sole door and inspirer. He is also most merciful. Neither I am God nor Lord. I am his obedient servant, and remember him often. He who casts aside his egoism thanks him, and he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will obtain liberation." Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of an Irani gentleman. His young daughter got fit every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost her power of speech. Her limbs got shrunk and contracted, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba's Udi to her father and asked him to get it from Kaka Sahib Dikshit at Wildpar, suburb of Bombay. Then the Irani gentleman got the Udi and gave it mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions, which were coming on hourly, came every 7 hours, and after a few days, the daughter recovered completely. Harda gentleman. An old gentleman of Harda, CP, was suffering from a stone in his bladder. Such stones are generally removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, and could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The Inamdar, city officer of the town, happened to come there at this time. He was a devotee of Baba and had always a stock of Udi with him. On the recommendation of friends, his son got some Udi from and mixing it with water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the Udi was assimilated, the stone was dissolved, and came out through his urine, and old man was soon relieved. Bombay lady. A woman of the Kasta Prabhu caste in Bombay always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened. Each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Ramamurthy of Kalyan, she was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to make her to Shirdi for a painless delivery. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months, and worshipped Baba and got all the benefits of his company. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual, there was obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In the meantime, some neighboring women turned up and, after invoking Baba's aid, gave her Udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The issue was stillborn, according to its fate, but the mother, who got rid of the anxiety and pain, thanked Baba for the safe delivery and ever remained grateful to him. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Jai. Yes, Samantha. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yes, sir.
Sairam, chapter 35. Tested and never found wanting. Kaka Mahajani's friend and master Bandra insomnia case. Bala Patil Navaskar. This chapter also continues the subject of the importance of the Udi. It also gives two cases in which Baba was tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first. Preliminary. In spiritual matters or endeavors, sectarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe the God is without form are heard saying that to believe the God is with the form is an illusion and that the saints are only human beings. Then why should they bend their heads before them and offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their Sadgurus? Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and are heard even now. Some said that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that saints should collect money in this fashion? If they do so, where is the sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi to scoff but reminded there to pray. Two such instances are given below. Kaka Mahajani's friend. A friend of Kaka Mahajani was a worshipper of God without form and was averse to idolatry. Out of curiosity, he agreed to Shirdi with Kaka Mahajani on two conditions: that he could neither bow to Baba nor pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions and they both left Bombay on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the masjid, Baba, looking at the friend from a little distance, addressed him in sweet words as follows. Oh, welcome, sir. The tone that uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of a friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill of joy through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had. Being surprised, the friend said, this is no doubt the voice of my father. Then he at once up and, forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at noon at the time of their taking leave. But he asked it from Kaka only and not from the other friend. The latter whispered to Kaka, Baba asked for dakshina from you twice. I am with you. Why does he omit me? You ask Baba himself, was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. Then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any dakshina. Baba replied, you had no mind to pay, so you were not asked. But if you want to pay now, you may pay. Then the friend paid rupees 17 as dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him a few words of advice. You do away, destroy the telly's wall between us so that we can see and meet each other's face to face. Then Baba allowed them to depart. Thought the journey and both of them reached Bombay safe. Thought the weather was cloudy and threatening. Baba assured them of their safe journey and both of them reached Bombay safely. When he reached home and opened the door and windows of his house, he found two sparrows fallen dead on the ground and one just flying out through a window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, two sparrows would have been saved, but thought again that they had made their lot and that Baba had sent him back soon just to save the third sparrow. Kaka Mahajani's master. Kaka was the manager in the firm of Thakkar Damse Jetabai, a solicitor of Bombay. Both the master and the manager were on intimate terms. Mr. Thakkar knew that Kaka was often going to Shirdi, staying there for some days and returning. When Baba permitted him, out of curiosity and just to test Baba, Mr. Thakkar decided to go to Shirdi with Kaka during Simga holidays. As Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him as an associate. The three started together and Kaka bought 2 seas of raisins on the way for presentation to Baba. They reached Shirdi in due time and went to Masjid for darshan. Then Baba Sahib Thakkar was there. Mr. Thakkar asked him why he came there. For darshan, Thakkar replied. Mr. Thakkar asked if any miracles took place there. Thakkar replied that it was not his attitude, but the earnest intentions of the bhaktas were satisfied here. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the raisins to him. Baba ordered them to be distributed. Mr. Thakkar got a few of them. He did not like the raisins and he was advised by his doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them. So he was in a fix. He did not like to eat them, nor could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them into his mouth, but did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of masjid, so he pocketed them against his wish. He then said in his mind that if Baba was a saint, how could he be ignorant of his dislike for the raisins, and could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some more raisins. He could not eat them, but held them in his hand. Then Baba asked him to eat them up. He obeyed and found to his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see miracles, and here was one. He knew that Baba read his thought, and as per his wish, converted raisins into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power. Again, is to test further, he asked Thakkar, who was sitting by and who also got some raisins. What kind of grapes you got? He replied. The variety with seeds. Mr. Thakkar was still more surprised to hear this. Then to confirm his growing faith, Thakkar thought in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, then raisins should be now given to Kaka first. Reading this thought also, Baba ordered that distribution should be commenced from Kaka. These proofs were sufficient for Thakkar. Then Shama introduced Mr. Thakkar as a master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, how could he be his master? He got a different master altogether. Kaka appreciated this reply. Forgetting his resolve, Thakkar saluted Baba and returned to the Wada. After the noon aarti was over, they all went to masjid for taking Baba's leave for the departure. Shama spoke with them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth and was free from both physical and mental affections, but he took on him needless anxieties and burdens and wandered hither and thither, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens and at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. Seeing his state, I took pity on him and said, now please keep your faith on any one place you like. Why roam like this? Stick quietly to one place. Thakkar at once came to know that that was an exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi so soon. Baba read also this thought to his and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Thakkar got one more proof of Baba's capacity to read another's mind. Then Baba asked Kaka for rupees 15 as dakshina and received it. To Kaka he said, if I take 1 rupee...
Can I read too? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to stop here?
No, you have to stop at that page. Who is this? Vijay Lakshmi?
Yes, please. Yes.
You're start at 119. Huh?
It's 118. I'm still in 189 page.
Yeah, Vijay Lakshmi, your page, she has few more lines to finish at 189.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you are starting in page number 190.
Then Baba asked Kaka for rupees 15 as dakshina and received it. To Kaka he said, if I take 1 rupee as dakshina from anybody, I have to return it tenfold to him. I never take anything gratis. I never ask anyone indiscriminately. I only ask and take from him whom the fakir points out. Om Sairam. Thank you.
Sairam, if anyone is indebted formally to the fakir money is received from him. The donor gives, that is, sows his seeds only to reap a rich harvest in future. Wealth should be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted. Unless you have given it before, you do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances vairagya, non-attachment, and thereby bhakti and gnana. Give one and receive tenfold. On hearing these words, Mr. Tucker himself gave rupees 15 in Baba's hand, forgetting his resolve not to do so. He thought he did well in coming to Shirdi, as all his doubts were solved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he did all those things, he was totally non attached to them. Whether anybody saluted him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not, it was the same to him. None he disrespected. He felt no pleasure because he was worshipped, and no pain because he was disregarded. He transcended the pairs of opposites, that is, pleasure and pain, etc. Insomnia case. A Akasyata Prabhu, gentleman of Bandra, suffered from insomnia for long. As soon as he laid himself down for sleep, his departed father appeared to him in his dream and abused and scolded him severely. This broke his sleep and made him restless the whole night. Every night this went on, and the man did not know what to do. One day he consulted a devotee of Baba in his respect. He recommended the Udi as the only infallible remedy he knew. He gave him some Udi and asked him to apply a little of it to his forehead before going to bed and keep the Udi packet under the pillow. He tried this remedy and found, to his great surprise and joy, that he got sound sleep and that there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai. Then he got a picture of Sai Baba which he hung on the wall near his pillow and started worshipping it daily, and on Thursdays offering garland, naivedya, etc. Then he got on well and forget altogether his past trouble. Balaji Patil Navaskar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered most excellent and disinterested service. Every day he swept and kept clean all the passages and streets in Shirdi through which Baba passed in his daily routine. This work was, after him, equally well done by another female devotee named Radha Krishnamai, and after her by Abdullah. When Balaji reaped his corn every year, he brought the whole quantity and presented it to Baba. He returned with what Baba gave him and maintained himself and family with it. This course was followed by him for many years and after him by his son. Power and efficacy of Udi. Once it happened that at Balaji's death anniversary day, a certain number of guests were invited and the dinner was prepared for them. But at the dinner time, it was found that thrice the number of people invited had turned up. Mrs. Navaskar was in a fix. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled, and if it fell short, the honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law comforted her by saying, "Don't be afraid, it is not ours, but Sai's food. Cover every vessel with cloth, putting some udi in it, and serve from the same without opening it. Sai will save us from ignominy." She did as she was advised, and it was found to their surprise and joy that not only did the food suffice for all, but plenty of it remained after serving. As one feels intently, so he realizes, accordingly was proved in this case. Sai appearing as a serpent. Once Raghu Patil of Shirdi went to Balaji Patil at Nuves. That evening he found that a serpent entered the cowshed hissing. All the cattle were afraid and began to move. The inmates of the house were frightened. But Balaji thought it was Sai who appeared in his house as a serpent. Without being afraid in the least, he brought a cup of milk and placing it before the serpent said, Baba, why do you miss and make noise? Do you want to frighten us? Take this cup of milk and drink it with a calm mind. Saying this, he sat close by unperturbed. The other members were frightened and did not know what to do. In a short time, the serpent disappeared. Nobody knew where it went. It was not found, though a search was made in the cowshed. Balaji had two wives and some children. They sometimes went to Shirdi from US for taking Baba's darshana. Then Baba bought saris and other clothes which were given to them with his blessings. Both to Shirdi Sai, peace to be all. Sri Sachidananda Samadha Sadgurum Sainath Maharaj.
Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you.
Okay. Did Prasanna join? All right. Okay.
He is not gonna read Senthil, as you mentioned.
Yes, I think I have to fill in.
Okay.
Okay. It's 192, right?
Yes.
I know I can read if anybody interested reading. Otherwise, I can read it. Sure.
Sairam, I'm assigned the half part of 36. Can I read the whole if you want?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's Guna, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she can read. Actually, she is like assigned 195, 196. So yeah, she can read actually.
I
Or
can
you
read.
Senthil, you can read one page and then she can
No,
read.
that's fine. Guna, you can read. Anyway, I have my pages in the
Okay.
next
Yeah.
thing. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Sairam.
Sure.
Chapter 36. Wonderful stories of two Goa gentlemen, Mrs. Aurangabadkar. This chapter relates the wonderful stories of two gentlemen from Goa and Mrs. Aurangabadkar of Sholapur. Two gentlemen. Once two gentlemen came from Goa for taking darshan of Sai Baba and prostrated themselves before him. Though both came together, Baba asked only one of them to give him 15 rupees as dakshina, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered 35 rupees. This sum was rejected by Baba to the astonishment of all. Shama, who was present, asked Baba, what is this? Both came together. Once dakshina you accept, the other, though voluntarily paid, you refuse. Why this distinction? Baba replied, Shama, you know nothing. I take nothing from anybody. The Masjid Mai, the presiding deity of the masjid, calls for the debt. The donor pays it and becomes free. Have I any home, property, or family to look after? I require nothing. I am ever free. Debt, enmity, and murder have to be atoned for. There is not escape. Baba then continued in his characteristic way as follows. At first, he was poor and took a vow to his God that he would pay his first month's salary if he got an appointment. He got one on 15 rupees per month. Then he steadily got promotions. From 15 rupees, he got 30 rupees, 60, 100, 200, and ultimately 700 rupees per month. But in his prosperity, he forgot clean the vow he took. The force of his karma has driven him here, and I asked the amount 15 rupees from him as dakshin. Another story, while wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat on its veranda. The owner gave me a good reception and fed me sumptuously. He showed me a neat and clean place near a cupboard for sleeping. I slept there. While I was sound asleep, the man removed a literate slab and broke the wall, entered in, and scissored off all the money from my pocket. When I woke up, I found that 30,000 rupees were stolen. I was greatly distressed and sat weeping and mourning. The money was in currency notes, and I thought that the Brahmin had stolen it. I lost all interest in food and drink and sat for a fortnight on the veranda, bemoaning my loss. After the fortnight was over, a passing fakir saw me crying and made inquiries regarding the cause of my sorrow. I told him everything. He said, if you act according to my bidding, you will recover your money. Go to a fakir, I shall give his whereabouts. Surrender yourself to him. He will get back your money. In the meanwhile, you give up your favorite food till you recover your money. I followed the fakir's advice and got my money. Then I left the wada and went to the seashore. There was a steamer, but I could not get into it as it was crowded. There, a good natured peon interceded for me and I got in luckily. That brought me to another shore where I caught a train and came to the Masjid Mai. The story finished and Baba asked Shama to take the guests and arrange for their feeding. Then Shama took them home and fed them. At dinner, Shama said to the guests that Baba's story was rather mysterious as he had never gone to the seaside, never had any money, 30,000 rupees, never traveled, never lost any money and never recovered it, and inquired whether they understood it and caught its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedding tears. In a choking voice, they said that Baba was omniscient, infinite, the one Parabrahma without a second. The story he gave out is exactly our story. What he spoke has already taken place in our case. How he knew this is a wonder of wonders. We shall give all the details after the meals. Then, after the meals, while they were chewing betel leaves, the guests began to tell their stories. One of them said, a hill station on the Ghats is my native place. I went to Goa to earn my living by securing a job. I took a vow to God Datta that if I got any service, I would offer him my first month's salary. By his grace, I got an appointment of 15 rupees and then I got promotions as described by Baba. I did forget all about my vow. Baba has just reminded me of it in this way and recovered 15 rupees from me. It is not dakshina, one may think it to be, but a repayment of an old debt and fulfillment of long forgotten vow. Moral. Baba never, in fact, actually begged any money, nor allowed his bhaktas to beg. He regarded money as a danger or bar to spiritual progress and did not allow his bhaktas to fall into its clutches. Bhagat Bhalsapati is an instance on this point. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Baba never allowed him to make any money nor gave him anything from the Dakshina amount. Once a kind and liberal merchant named Hansraj gave a large amount of money to Mahalsapati in Baba's presence, but Baba did not allow him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale. My Brahmin cook was serving me faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my treasure by removing a literate slab from my wall where my cupboard is fixed. He came in while we were all asleep and carried away all my accumulated wealth, 30,000 rupees in currency notes. I know not how Baba mentioned the exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My inquiries came to nothing. I spent a fortnight in great anxiety. As I sat on the veranda, sad and dejected, a passing fakir noted my condition and inquired of its cause, and I told him all about it. He told me that an Avalia by name Sai lives in Shirdi, Kopargaon Taluka. Make vow to him and give up any food that you like best. And say to him mentally that I have given up eating that food till I take your darshan. Then I took the vow and gave up eating rice and said, Baba, I will eat it after recovering my property and after taking your darshan. 15 days passed after this. The Brahmin of his own accord came to me, returned my money, and apologized, saying, I went mad and acted thus. I now place my head on your feet. Please forgive me. Thus everything ended well. The fakir that met me and helped me was not seen again. An intensive desire to see Sai Baba, whom the fakir pointed out to me, arose in my mind. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other than Sai Baba. Would he who saw me and helped me to get my lost money ever quit to get 35 rupees? On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always tries his best to lead us on the path of spiritual progress. I was overjoyed when I recovered my stolen property, and being infatuated, I forgot all about my vow. Then, when I was at Kulaba, one night I saw Sai Baba in my dream. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa and from there wanted to start from Shirdi by taking a steamer to Bombay en route. But when I came to the harbor, I found that the steamer was crowded and there was no place. The captain did not allow me, but on the intersection of a pew, he was who was a stranger to me, I was allowed to get into the steamer which brought me to Bombay. From there, I got in the train and came here. Surely, I think that Baba is all pervading and all knowing. What are we and where is our home? How great our good fortune that Baba got back our money and drew us here to himself. You Shirdi folk must be infinitely superior and more fortunate than we, for Baba has played, laughed, talked, and lived with you for so many years. I think that your store of good merits must be infinite, for it attracted Baba into Shirdi. Sai is our Datta. He ordered the vow. He gave me a seat in the steamer and brought me here, and thus gave proof of his omniscience and omnipotence. Mrs. Aurangabadkar. A lady from Sholapur, wife of Sakharam Aurangabadkar, had no issue during the long period of 27 years. She had made a number of vows to gods and goddesses for an issue, but was not successful. She then became almost hopeless. To make a last attempt in this matter, she came to Shirdi with her stepson Vishwanath and stayed there for 2 months, serving Baba. Whenever she went to the masjid, she found it full and Baba surrounded by devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone, fall at his feet and open her heart and pray for an issue, but she got no suitable opportunity. Ultimately, she requested Shama to intercede with Baba for her when he was alone. Shama said to her that Baba's darbar was open, still he would try for her and that the Lord might bless her. He asked her to sit ready with a coconut and chopsticks on the open courtyard at the time of Baba's meals, and that when he beckoned to her, she should come up. One day after dinner, Shama was rubbing Baba's wet hands with a towel when the latter pinched Shama's cheek. Shama, feigning anger, said, Deva, is it proper for you to pinch me like this? We don't want such a mischievous God who pinches us thus. Are we your dependents? Is this the fruit of our intimacy? Baba replied, Oh Shama, during the 72 generations that you were with me, I never pinched you till now. And now you resent my touching you? Shama, we want a God that will give us ever kisses and sweets to eat. We do not want any respect from you or heaven, balloon, etc. Let our faith unto your feet be ever wide awake. Baba, yes, I have indeed come for that. I have been feeding and nursing you and have got love and affection for you. Then Baba went up and took his seat. Shama beckoned to the lady. She came up, bowed, and presented the coconut and chopsticks. Baba shook the coconut, which was dry. The kernel within rolled and made a noise. Baba said, Shama, this is rolling. See what it says. Shama, the woman prays that a child might be similarly rolling and quickening in the womb. So give her the coconut with your blessing. Baba, will the coconut give her an issue? Any issue? How people are foolish and fancy such things. Shama, I know the power of your word and blessing. Your word will give her a string of series of children. You are wrangling and not giving real blessing. The parley went on for a while. Baba repeatedly ordering to break the coconut and Shama pleading for the gift of the unbroken fruit to the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, She will have an issue.
When? Asked Shama. In 12 months, was the reply. The coconut was therefore broken into two parts. One was eaten by the two, and the other was given to the lady. The Shama turned up to the lady and said, Dear madam, you are a witness to my words. If within 12 months you do not get any issue, I will break a coconut against this Deva's head and drive him out of his masjid. If I fail in this, I will not call myself Madhav. You will soon realize what I say. She delivered a son in 1 year's time, and the son was brought to Baba in his 5th month. Both husband and wife prostrated themselves before Baba, and the grateful father, Mr. Aurangabadkar, paid a sum of 500 rupees, which was spent in constructing a shed for Baba's house, Shamkar. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda
Nanda
Sadguru.
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you.
Yeah. Rashmi ji? She said she would join.
Hello?
She just told me.
Yeah,
Actually.
she is. She is there with the.
Yeah, I can see. Let me call her immediately. Wait. She is in hospital. Just wait for a minute.
No issues.
Who's the next offender?
After Reshmi, Dr. Reshmi, Srilata.
Okay.
We can't hear you actually.
Okay, Srilata, you can continue.
No,
and
wait. I think Manu is calling Reshmi.
Yeah, just wait, Senthil. She wants to join.
Yeah.
She's not able to. Just hold for a second.
Yep. She's here, but I think put on hold or something.
Okay, sure.
She raised hand.
She can hear us, but we couldn't hear her. So she was asking, I said, click that option. She's trying. Just wait for a
Ask her
minute.
to join back. Maybe that will be easier.
She's in hospital, Senthil. So I don't know whether she'll be free later on.
Or if she's okay, switching with Srilata, we can.
Yeah, Sindhil, we can switch on. Once Rashmiji comes, we can give back the Srilata's chapter.
Yes, Srilata, you're okay starting with 197, chapter 37. Srilata, are you okay to read from 197 to 200? I couldn't hear you, Srilata. I think she's going to join back or something. Hey, Santosh, can you mute and unmute Reshmi iPhone Black?
Do you want me to read it, sir? I'm Jyotsna.
One second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mahitap, you can read the Rashmiji. I can put in the mic. You can read now.
So Reshmi, okay.
Okay, Rashmiji is called. Like she can hear us, but let me.
That's what I said, right? We should wait for her because she is trying. She could hear us, but I think her audio is not enabled. That's what the problem. But
Okay,
Santosh, if she has called you, then put your phone on speaker and let her read from there.
Or just mute and unmute her, Santosh.
Sairam, this is Srilata. Sorry.
No issue, Srilata. Just hold on a minute. I think Reshmi is trying to join now. So we are trying to give her slot itself without changing.
Yeah, now she's, I think, connecting to the audio.
Yeah, Santosh, if you
now
could.
I think we can hear.
I can. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes.
So can I read?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry for creating a little issue.
No issues. Chapter 37.
Yeah,
One
Sai Baba ki
complete
Jai.
chapter. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Chapter 37, Chavdi procession. In this chapter, Himat Pant, after making some preliminary observations on some points of Vedanta, describes the Chavdi procession preliminary. Blessed is Sai's life for his devotees. Blessed is his daily routine. His ways and actions are indescribable. Sometimes he was intoxicated with Brahmanand, divine bliss, and at other times completely self absorbed. While doing so many things at the same time, he was yet unconcerned with them. Though he seemed at times quite inactive, he was not idle or dozing. He always abided in his own self. Though he looked calm and placid as the sea, he was deep and unfathomable. Who can describe his ineffable nature? He regarded men as brothers, women as sisters and mothers. He was a perfect celibate, as everybody knows. May the knowledge we got in his company last long unto death. Let us ever serve him with wholehearted devotion to his feet. Let us see him God in all beings, and let us constantly remember his name. Himatpant, after making some lengthy dissertations on some topics of Vedanta, which he himself considers as a digression, goes on to describe the Chavdi procession. Chavdi procession. Baba's dormitory has been already described. One day he slept in the masjid, and on the next, in the Chavdi near the masjid. He slept in the masjid and in the Chavdi on alternate days. This alternate sleeping at both these places went on till Baba's Mahasamadhi. From 10th December 1909, devotees began to offer regular worship to Baba in the Chavdi. This we will now describe. With His grace, when the day of retiring to the Chavdi came, people flocked to the masjid and did bhajan in the mandap courtyard for a few hours. Behind them was a beautiful palanquin, to the right a Tulsi Vrindavan, and in front Baba adorned his seat. And there were the devotees singing bhajan. Men and women who had a liking for the bhajan came in time. Some took tal, chiplis, and kartal, mridang, khanjari, and ghol, all musical instruments in their hands, and conducted the bhajan. Sai Baba was the magnet who drew all these devotees to him. Outside the open, some trimmed their divyatas, the torches. Some decorated the palanquin, some stood with cane sticks in their hands and hailed victory to Baba. The corners were decorated with buntings. In the masjid, rows of burning oil lamps shed their light. Baba's horse, Shamkarn, stood fully decorated outside. Then Tatya Patil came with a group of men to Baba and asked him to be ready. Baba sat quiet in his place till Tatya came and helped him to get up by putting his arm around by putting his arm under Baba's arm. Tatya called Baba by the name of Mama, maternal uncle. Really, their relationship was extremely intimate. Baba wore on his body the usual kafni, took his satka, short stick, under his armpit, and after taking his chillam, tobacco pipe, and tobacco, and placing a cloth over his shoulder, became ready to start. Then Tatya placed a golden embroidered beautiful shela shawl over his body. After this, Baba himself put a few fuel sticks into the dhuni to keep it alive, and with his right hand, extinguished the lamp burning near the dhuni, and then started for the chabri. Then all sorts of musical instruments, band and horns, etc., gave out different sounds, and fireworks exhibited various colored views. Men and women singing Baba's name started walking, doing bhajan to the accompaniment of mridang and veena. Some danced with joy and some carried various flags. The bhaldars announced Baba's name when he came onto the steps of the masjid. On two sides of Baba stood persons who held chamars and others who fanned Baba. On the way were spread folds of cloth which Baba walked on, being supported by by devotees' hands. Tatya Patil held the left hand, and Mahasapati the right, and Bapu Sahib Jog held the chhatra umbrella over his head. In this fashion, Baba marched onto the Chavdi. The fully decorated horse, named Shamkarn, led the way, and behind him were all the carriers, waiters, musical players, and the crowds of devotees. Hari Nam, the name of the Lord, was being chanted to the accompaniment of music, as also the name of Sai. In this manner, the procession reached the corner, and everyone who joined this party seemed pleased and delighted. On reaching this corner, Baba stood facing the Chavdi and shone with a peculiar aura. It seemed as if the face of Baba took ever the glory of the rising sun. Baba stood there with a concentrated mind, facing the north as if he was signaling something. All the instruments played music while Baba moved his right hand up and down for some time. Kaka Sahib Dikshit at this time came forward with a silver plate containing flowers besmeared with gulal, red powder, and threw them on Baba's body off and on. The musical instruments played their best at this juncture, and Baba's face beamed with radiance and beauty. And all the persons viewed this luster to the heart's content. Words fail to describe the splendor of the scene. Sometimes Mahalsapati began to dance as if possessed by some deity, but all were surprised to see that Baba's concentration was least disturbed. With a lantern in his hand, Tatya Patil walked on Baba's left side and Bhagat Mahalsapati on the right, holding in his hand the hem of Baba's garment. What a beautiful procession and what an expression of devotion! To witness this, men and women, poor and rich, flocked there. Baba walked at very slow pace. Bhakt followed on both sides with love and devotion, with joy permeating the whole atmosphere of the place. The procession reached Chavdi. Those days were gone now. Nobody can see them in future, but by remembering and visualizing that sight, we can bring solace and ecstasy to our minds. The Chavdi was also fully decorated with a good white ceiling, mirrors, and many sorts of lamps. On reaching there, Tatya went ahead and spread an asan, seat cushion, and placing a bolster, made Baba sit there and made him wear angarkha, the coat. Then the devotees worshipped him in various ways. They put a crown on his head with a tuft above, placed garlands of flowers and jewels around his neck, and marking his forehead with musk mixed vertical lines as Vaishnav devotees do. They gazed at him for long to their heart's content. They changed his headdress now and then held it aloft on the head, fearing that Baba might throw it away. Baba knew what the Bhakt wished for and meekly submitted to all their ways without objection. With these adornments, he looked wonderful and beautiful. Nana Sahib Nimodkar held the chhatra, state umbrella with its beautiful pendants which moved in a circle with its supporting stick. Bapu Sahib Jog washed his feet in a silver dish, offered arghya and worship with due rituals, then besmeared his arms with sandal paste and offered him tambul, the betel leaves. Baba sat on the asan while Tatya and others kept standing. When Baba sat on the gadi, supporting himself against the bolster, devotees on both sides waved chamar and fan. Shama then prepared the chillam and handed it over to Tatya Patil, who drew a flame out of it by inhaling a deep breath through his mouth and then gave it to Baba. After Baba had his smoke, it was given to Bhagat Mahalsapati and then it was passed around to all. Blessed was the inanimate chillum. It had first to undergo many ordeals of penance, such as being kneaded by pot makers, dried in the sun, and burnt in the fire. And then it had the good fortune to get the contact of Baba's hands and his kiss. After this function was over, devotees put garlands of flowers around his neck and gave him scent and bunches of flowers. Baba, who was an incarnation of dispassion, cared a fig for all these necklaces of jewels and garlands of flowers and other decorations. But out of real love to his devotees, he allowed them to have their own way and to please themselves. Finally, Bapu Sahib Jog waved the arti over Baba, observing all formalities, and the musical instruments played their auspicious tunes. When this arti was over, the devotees returned home one by one, saluting Baba and taking his leave. When Tatya Patil, after offering chillam, attar, scent, and rose water, stood to depart, um, Baba said to him lovingly, "Guard me properly, go if you like, but return sometimes at night and inquire for me." On replying in the affirmative, Tatya Patil left the chavdi and went home. Then Baba himself prepared his bed. He arranged some sheets one up on the other, and thus making his bed, went to rest. We shall also now take rest and close this chapter with a request to the readers that they should remember Baba and his chavdi procession daily before they retire and go to bed. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda
Sadhguru Sai
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Sri Lataji,
Thank you.
page number 201 to 203.
Sure.
Chapter 13.
Sairam. Om Sairam, chapter 38. Baba's handi, disrespect of shine, kala or hodgepodge, cup of buttermilk. In the last chapter, we described Baba's Chavdi procession. In this, we take up Baba's handi, cooking pot, and some other subjects. Preliminary. O blessed Sadguru Sai, we bow to you, who has given happiness to the world, accomplished the welfare of the devotees, and have removed the affliction of those who have resorted to your feet. By being very liberal and also being the protector and savior of the bhaktas who surrender them to you, incarnated yourself. You have incarnated yourself in this world to oblige mankind and do them good. The liquid essence of pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma, and out of this has come out the crest jewel of the saints, Sai. This Sai is Atmaram himself. He is the abode of the perfect divine bliss. After having attained himself all objects of life, he made his devotees established on the path. Baba's Handi. Different sadhanas, means of accomplishments, are prescribed in our scriptures for different ages. Tapa, penance, is recommended for Krita age, Dhyana, knowledge, for the Treta age, Yajna, sacrifice, for the Dwapara age, and Dana, charity, for the Kali, present age. Of the charities, giving food is the best one. We are much perturbed when we get no food at noon. Other beings feel similarly under such circumstances. After knowing this, he who gives food to the poor and the hungry is the best donor or charitable person. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that food is Brahma. From food, all the creatures are born, and by food they live, and after having departed, into food again they enter. When an Atiti guest comes to our door at noon, it is our duty to welcome him by giving him food. Other kinds of charities, viz., giving away wealth, property, and clothes, etc., require some discrimination, but in the matter of food, no such consideration is necessary. If anybody comes to our door at noon, he should be served forthwith, and if lame, crippled, blind, and diseased persons come, they should be fed first, and the able-bodied persons and our relations afterwards. The merit of feeding the former is much greater than that of feeding the latter. Other kinds of charities are imperfect without this annadan, donation of food, just as stars without the moon, necklace without its pendant, crown without its pinnacle, pond without a lotus, bhajan without devotion, married lady without the kumkum mark, song without a sweet voice, or buttermilk without salt, just as varan, palsu, excels all other dishes, annadan is the best of all merits. Now let us see how Baba prepared food and distributed it to others. It has been stated before that Baba required very little food for himself, and whatever little he wanted was obtained by begging from a few houses. But when he decided to distribute food to all, he made all preparations himself. He depended on nobody and troubled none in this matter. First, he went to the bazaar and bought all the things, corn, flour, spices, etc., paying cash. He also did the grinding. In the open courtyard of the masjid, he arranged a big hearth, and after lighting a fire, he kept a handi over it with a proper measure of water. There were two kinds of handis, one small and the other big. The former provided food for 50 persons, the latter for 100. Sometimes he cooked methi chawal, sweet rice, and other times biryani with meat. At times, in the boiling varan soup, he let in small balls of thick or flat bread of wheat flour. He grinded the spices on a stone slab and put the thin pulverized spices into the cooking pot. He took all pains to make the dishes very palatable. He prepared amli by boiling jawari flour in water and later mixing it to buttermilk, and then boiled both together. With the food, he distributed this umbil to all alike. To see whether the food was properly cooked or not, Baba rolled up the sleeve of his kafni and put his bare arm in the boiling cauldron without fear and moved the whole mass from side to side and up and down. There was no mark of burn on his arm nor fear on his face. When the cooking was over, Baba got pots in the masjid and had them duly consecrated by the Maulvi Muslim priest. First, he sent part of the food as prasad to Mahalaspati and Tatya Patil, and then he served the remaining contents with his own hand to all the poor and helpless people to their heart's content. Really blessed and fortunate must be those people who got food prepared by Baba and served by him. Somebody may raise a point here and ask, did Baba distribute vegetarian and non-vegetarian food as prasad to all his devotees? The answer is plain and simple. Those who were accustomed to non-vegetarian food were given non-vegetarian food from the handi as prasad, and those who were not accustomed were given vegetarian meal. He never created in them any wish or desire to indulge in this food. There is a principle that when a guru himself gives anything as prasad, the disciple who thinks and doubts whether it is acceptable or otherwise goes to perdition, future misery. In order to see whether any disciple has imbibed this principle, Baba at times put them to test. For instance, on an Ekadasi day, he gave some rupees to Dada Kelkar and asked him to go with a person to Korhala to get meat from there. This Dada Kelkar was an orthodox Brahmin and adhered to all orthodox manners in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain, and clothes, etc., this Dada Kelkar, sorry about that. This Dada Kelkar was an orthodox Brahmin.
That's fine. You can continue reading. No problem. Yeah.
I'm
You
sorry.
yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, this Dada Kelkar was an orthodox Brahmin and adhered to all orthodox manners in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain, and clothes, etc., to a Sadguru was not enough, but that implicit obedience to him and prompt compliance to his order was the real dakshina that pleased him most. So Dada Kelkar dressed himself and started for the place. Then Baba called him back and said, "Don't go yourself, but send somebody." Then Dada sent his own servant, Pandu, for the purpose. When Baba saw him going, he asked Dada to call him back and cancel that program. On another occasion, Baba asked Dada just to see how the saltish biryani mutton dish was done. The latter replied casually that it was all right. Then Baba said to him, "Neither have you seen it with your eyes nor tasted it with your tongue, then how could you say that it was good? Just take off the lid and see." While saying this, Baba caught his arm and thrust it into the pot and added, "Take out some of this, leaving aside your orthodox ways, and taste a little." When a wave of real love rises in a mother's mind, she pinches her child, and when he begins to cry, she hugs him close to her bosom. Similarly, Baba, in a truly motherly way, pinched Dada Kelkar in this way. Really, no saint or guru will ever force his orthodox disciple to eat food forbidden in his religion. The handi business went on for some time till 1910 and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, Das Ganu spread the fame of Baba by his kirtans far and wide and in the Mumbai presidency, and people from that part of country began to flock to Shirdi, which became very soon a place of pilgrimage. The devotees brought with them various articles for presentation and offered various dishes of food as naivedya. The quantity of naivedya offered by them was so. Shall I continue, Sairam, or someone is?
Senthil.
Sairam, shall I continue the chapter or someone is taking over?
I'm taking over.
Yeah.
Sairam.
Sairam. Om Shri Sairam.
Shri
Yeah.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
The handi business went on for some time till 1910 and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, Daskan spread the fame of Baba by his kirtans far and wide in Mumbai presidency, and people from that part of the country began to flock to Shirdi, which became very soon a place of pilgrimage. The devotees brought with them various articles for presentation and offered various dishes of food as naivedya. The quantity of naivedya offered by them was so much that the fakirs and paupers could feed themselves to their heart's content, leaving some surplus behind. Before stating how Naivedya was distributed, we shall refer to Nana Sahib Chandorkar's story showing Baba's regard for local shrines and deities. Nana Sahib's disrespect of a shrine. By drawing inferences or guessing in their own way, some people said that Sai was a Brahmin and some said that he was a Muslim. In reality, he belonged to no caste. No one knew definitely when he was born and in what community and who his parents were. Then, how could he be a Muslim or Brahmin? If he was a Muslim, how could he keep Duni ever burning in the masjid? How could there be a Tulsi Vrindavan there? How could he allow the blowing of conches and ringing of bells? How could he allow all the different forms of Hindu worship there? Had he been a Muslim, could he have ears pierced? And could he have spent money from his pocket from repairing Hindu temples? On the contrary, he never tolerated the slightest disrespect to shrines and deities. Once, Nana Sahib Chandorkar came to Shirdi with his sadhu, husband of his wife's sister, Mr. Biniwale. When they went to the masjid and sat before Baba, the latter suddenly got angry with Nana Sahib and said, "You have been so long in my company, then why do you behave like this?" Nana Sahib at first did not understand anything and humbly requested Baba to explain. Baba asked him when did he come to Kopargaon and how he came to Shirdi from there. Nana Sahib then at once realized his mistake. He usually worshipped the shrine of Datta on the banks of Godavari at Kopargaon on his way to Shirdi, but this time he dissuaded his relative, who was a Datta Bhakta, from going to that shrine in order to avoid delay and drove straight. He confessed all this to Baba and told him that while bathing in the Godavari, a big thorn went into his foot and gave him much trouble. Baba said that was the slight punishment he met and warned him to be more careful in future. Kala Hodgepodge. To revert to the distribution of the Naivedya. After the Arati was over, and after Baba sent away the people with Udi and blessings, he went inside and sat behind a curtain with his back to the Nimbar for meals, with 2 rows of intimate devotees, one on each side. The Bhaktas brought Naivedya, containing a variety of food such as puris, mande, polis, basundi, sanza, fine rice, etc., and kept waiting outside for the prasad consecrated by Baba. All the foods were mixed in a hodgepodge and placed before Baba. He offered it to God and consecrated it. Then portions of the same were given to the persons waiting outside, and the rest was served to the group of devotees inside with Baba at the center. The bhaktas, sitting in 2 rows, then dined to their heart's content. Baba asked Shama and Nana Sahib Nimonkar daily to serve the consecrated food to all persons sitting inside and look to their individual needs and comforts. This they did very carefully and willingly. Every morsel of the food thus partaken gave them fulfillment and satisfaction. Such sweet, lovely, and consecrated food it was, ever auspicious and ever holy. Cup of buttermilk. Once Hemat Pant had eaten to his full capacity in this company when Baba offered him a cup of buttermilk. Its white appearance pleased him, but there was no space for it. However, he however only a sip on seeing his faltering attitude. Baba said, "Drink it all. You won't get any such opportunity hereafter." He drank it off then and found that Baba's words were prophetic, for he passed away after a brief period. Now, readers, we have certainly to thank Hemat Pant. He drank the cup of buttermilk, but has supplied us with sufficient quantity of nectar in the form of Baba's Leelas. Let us drink this nectar to our heart's content and be satisfied and happy. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
Sairam. Jyotishna ji, you're reading chapter 39, 206.
Yeah.
To 209. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Sairam. Chapter 39, Baba's knowledge of Sanskrit, his interpretation of a verse from Gita, construction of the Samadhi Mandir. This chapter 39 deals with the Baba's interpretation of a verse from Bhagavad Gita. As some people believed that Baba knew not Sanskrit, and the interpretation was Nana Sahib Chandorkar's, Hemant Pant wrote another chapter 50 refuting that objection. As the chapter number 50 deals with the same subject matter, it is incorporated in this chapter. Preliminary. Blessed is Shirdi and blessed is Dwarakamayi, where Shirdi Sai lived and moved until he took Mahasamadhi. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he came such long distance. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained great importance on account of his contact and became a tirtha, a holy place of pilgrimage. Equally blessed are the women folk of Shirdi. Blessed is their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work. Blessed is their love, for they sang sweet songs which calm and pacify the minds of the singers and the listeners. Baba's interpretation. Nobody believed that Baba knew Sanskrit. One day he surprised all by giving a good interpretation of a verse from the Gita to Nana Sahib Chandorkar. A brief account about this matter was written by Mr. B.V. Dio, retired Mamlatdar, and published in Marathi in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 4, Shukta Vaishya, page 563. Short accounts of the same are also published in Sai Baba's Charters and Saying, page 61, and in the Wondrous Saint Sai Baba, page 36, both by Brother B.V. Narasimha Swami. Mr. B.V. Dio was also given an English version of this in his statement dated 27/9/1936 and published on page 66 of Experiences, part 3, published by said Swami. As Mr. Dio has got first-hand information about this subject from Nana Sahib himself, we give below his version. Nana Sahib Chandorkar was a good student of Vedanta. He had read Gita with commentaries and prided himself on his knowledge of all of that. He fancied that Baba knew nothing of all this or of Sanskrit. So Baba one day pricked the bubble. These were the days before crowds flocked to Baba, when Baba had solitary talks at the mosque with such devotees. Nana was sitting near Baba and massaging his legs and muttering something. Baba said, Nana, what are you mumbling yourself? Nana said, I'm reciting a shloka, verse from Sanskrit. Baba said, what shloka? Nana said, from Bhagavad Gita. Baba said, utter it loudly. Nana then recited Bhagavad Gita 4:34, which is as follows. Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya upadekshanti te gnanam gnanina tattva darshina. Baba said, Nana, do you understand it? Nana said, yes. Baba said, if you do, then tell me. Nana said, it means this satsanga, namaskar, prostration, questioning the Guru, serving him, learn what this gnana is. Then those gnanis that have attained the real knowledge of Sadvastu Brahma will give you upadesha, instruction of gnana. Baba said, Nana, I do not want this sort of collected purport of this whole stanza. Give me each word, its grammatical force and meaning. Then Nana explained it word by word. Baba said, Nana, is it enough to make prostration merely? Nana said, I don't know any other meaning for the word pranipata than making prostration. Baba said, what is pariprashna? Nana said, asking questions. Baba said, what does prashna mean? Nana said, the same, questioning. Baba said, if pariprashna means the same as prashna, why did Vyasa add the prefix pari? Was Vyasa off his head? Nana said, I do not know of any other meaning for the word pariprashta. Baba said, Seva, what sort of seva is meant? Nana said, just what we are doing always. Baba said, is it enough to render such service? Nana said, I do not know what more is signified by the word seva. Baba said, in the next line, Te jnanam, can you so read it as to read any other word in lieu of nanam? Nana said, yes. Baba said, what word? Nana said, agnanam. Baba said, taking that word instead of gnana, is any meaning made out of the verse? Nana said, no. Shankara Bhashya gives no such construction. Baba said, never mind if it does not. Is there any objection to using the word quote if it gives a better sense? Nana said, I do not understand how to construe by placing a quote in it. Baba said, why does Krishna refer Arjuna to Jnanis or Tattvadarshis to do his prostration, interrogation, and service? Was not Krishna a Tattvadarshi? In fact, Nana himself? Nana said, yes, he was, but I do not make out why he referred Arjuna to Jnanis. Baba said, have you not understood this? Nana was humiliated. His pride was knocked on the head. Then Baba began to explain. It is not enough merely to prostrate before the Jnanis. We must make sarvasva sharanagati, complete surrender to the Sadguru. Mere questioning is not enough. The question must not be made with any improper motive or attitude, or to trap the Guru and catch at mistakes in the answer, or out of idle curiosity. It must be serious and with a view to achieve moksha or spiritual progress. Seva is not rendering service, retaining still the feeling that one is free to offer or refuse service. One must feel that he is not the master of the body, that the body is Guru's, and exists merely to render service to him. If this is done, Sadguru will show you what Nana referred to in the previous stanza is. Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that a Guru teaches Agnana. Baba said, how is Nana Upadesh, imparting the realization to be effective? Destroying ignorance is Gnana. Verse 1396 of Jnaneshwari, commenting on Gita 1866, says, of ignorance is like this. O Arjuna, if a dream and sleep disappear, you are yourself. It is like that. Also, OV 3083 on Gita 5:16 says, there anything different or independent in Jnana besides the destruction of ignorance? Expelling darkness means light. Destroying duality, Dvaita, means non-duality, Advaita. Whenever we speak of destroying Dvaita, we speak of Advaita. Whenever we talk of destroying darkness, we talk of light. If we have to realize the Advaita state, the feeling of Dvaita in ourselves have to be removed. That is the realization of the Advaita state. Who can speak of Advaita while remaining in Dvaita? If one did, unless one gets into that state, how can one know it and realize it? Again, the Sishya disciple, like the Sadguru, is really embodiment of Jnana. The difference between the two lies in the attitude, the high realization, marvelous superhuman sattva, beingness, and unrivaled capacity and Aishwarya Yoga, divine powers. The Sadguru is Nirguna, Satchit Ananda. He has indeed taken human form to elevate mankind and raise the world. But his Nirguna nature is not destroyed thereby, even a bit. His beingness or reality, divine power, and the wisdom remain undiminished. The disciple also is, in fact, of the same Swarupa, but it is overlaid by the effect of samskaras of innumerable births in the shape of ignorance, which hides from his view that he is Shuddha Chaitanya. As stated therein, he gets the impressions of Jiva, a creature, humble and poor. The Guru has to root out these offshoots of ignorance and has to give upadesh or instruction to the disciple, held spellbound for endless generations by the ideas of this of his being a creature, humble and poor, the Guru imparts in the hundreds of births the teaching, our God, you are the mighty and opulent. Then he realizes a bit that he is a God really. The perpetual delusion under which the principal is laboring, that he is the body, that he is the creature or the ego, that God, Paramatma, and the world are different from him, is an error inherited from innumerable past births. From actions based on it, he has
Saira.
derived his joys.
Yep. Saira. Yep. Now we have the next reader lined up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Saira. So, Laishyaji.
Oh, sorry, my Wi-Fi. Yeah, sorry. Could you? So I think
we are reading from page 210.
okay.
Yeah, 210 and 211.
Okay. Unless these errors are exposed to his view, the disciple cannot learn what is God, jiva, world, body, how they are interrelated, and whether they are different from each other or are one and the same. To teach him these and destroy his ignorance is the instruction in jnana or ajnana. Why should jnana be imported to the jiva who is a jnanamurti? Upadesh is merely to show him his error and destroy his ignorance. Baba added, 1. Pranipata implies surrender. 2. Surrender must be of body, mind, and wealth. And 3. Why should Krishna refer Arjuna to his other jnanis? Sadbhakta takes everything to be Vasudev, i.e., any guru will be Krishna to the devotee. And guru takes disciple to be Vasudev, and Krishna treats both as his prana and atma, a commentary of Jnanadev on this. As Sri Krishna knows that there are such bhaktas and gurus, he refers Arjuna to them so that their greatness may increase and be known. Construction of the Samadhi Mandir. And then I'll pass it on to my sister.
Baba never talked nor ever made any fuss about the things which he wanted to accomplish, but he so skillfully arranged the circumstances and surroundings that the people were surprised at the slow but sure results attained. The construction of the Samadhi Mandir is an instant in point. Shriman Bapu Saheb Bhuti, the famous multimillionaire of Nagpur, lived in Shirdi with his family. Once an idea arose in his mind that he should have a building of his own there. Sometimes after this, while he was sleeping in Dikshit's Vada, he got a vision. Baba appeared in his dream and ordered him to build a Vada of his own with temple. Shama, who was sleeping there, got also a similar vision. When Babu Sahib was awakened, he saw Shama crying and asked him why. The latter replied that in his vision, Baba came close to him and ordered distinctly, "Build the Vada with the temple. I shall fulfill the desires of all." Hearing the sweet and loving words of Baba, I was overpowered with emotion. My throat was choked, my eyes were overflowing with tears, and I began to cry. Bapu Sahib was surprised to see that both their visions tallied. Being a rich and capable man, he decided to build a Vada there and drew a plan with Madhav Rao Shama. Kaka Sahib Dikshit also approved of it, and when it was placed before Baba, he also sanctioned it immediately. Then the construction work was duly started, and under the supervision of Shama, the ground floor, the cellar, and the well were completed. Baba also, on his way to and from Lendi, suggested certain improvements. Further work was entrusted to Bapu Sahib Jog, and when it was going on, an idea struck Bapu Sahib Bhuti's mind that there should be an open room or platform, and in the center, the image of Murlidhar, Lord Krishna with the flute, be installed. He asked Shama to refer this matter to Baba and get his consent. The latter asked Baba about this, and when he was just passing by the Vada, hearing Shama, Baba gave his consent, saying, "After the temple is complete, I will come there to stay." And staring at the Vada, he added, "After the Vada is complete, we shall use it ourselves. We shall live, move, and play there, embrace each other, and be very happy." Then Shama asked Baba whether this was the auspicious time to begin the foundation work of the central room of the shrine. The latter answered in the affirmative. Shama got a coconut, broke it, and started the work. In due time, the work was completed, and an order was also given for making a good image of Muralidhar. But before it was ready, a new thing turned up. Baba became seriously ill and was about to pass away. Bapu Sahib became very sad and dejected, thinking that if Baba passed away, his vada would not be consecrated by the holy touch of Baba's feet, and all his money, about a lakh of rupees, would be wasted away. But the words, "Place or keep me in the vada," which came out of Baba's mouth just before his passing away, consoled not only Bapu Sahib but one and all. In due time, Baba's holy body was placed and preserved in a central shrine, meant or designed for Muralidhar, and Baba himself became Muralidhar, and the Vada thus became the Samadhi Mandir of Sai Baba. His wonderful life is unfathomable. Blessed and fortunate is Bapu Sahib Bhuti, in whose Vada lies the holy and the pure body of Baba. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Saira. Shreyaji.
Chapter 40, Stories of Baba.
Sri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj ki
Jai.
Jai. Yep. Yeah. Start chapter 40, 212 to 215.
In this chapter, we give two stories. How Baba attended the Udyapan ceremony organized by Mr. B.V. Dev's mother at his house in Dahonu, and how Baba attended the Shimga dinner party in Hemant Pant's house at Bandra. Preliminary. Blessed in Sri Sai Samartha, who gives instructions in both temporal and spiritual matters to his devotees and makes them happy by enabling them to achieve the goals of their life. Sai, when places his hand on their heads, transfers his powers to them, and thus destroying the sense of differentiation, makes them attain the unattainable thing. He who embraces the bhaktas who prostrate themselves before him with no sense of duality or differentiation. He becomes one with the bhaktas, as the sea with the rivers. Now to revert to the stories of this chapter. Mrs. Dev's Udyapan ceremony. Mr. B.V. Dev was a mamlatadar at Dahonu, Thana district. His mother had observed 25 or 30 religious vows, and a Udyapan concluding ceremony in connection therewith was to be performed. This ceremony included the feeding of 100 or 200 Brahmins. Mr. Dev fixed a date for the ceremony and wrote a letter to Bapu Sahib Jog, asking him to request Sai Baba on his behalf to attend the dinner of the ceremony, as without his presence, the ceremony would not be duly completed. Bapu Sahib Jog read out the letter to Baba. Baba noted carefully the pure-hearted invitation and said, I always think of him who remembers me. I require no conveyance, carriage, tunga, train, or airplane. I manifest myself to him who lovingly calls me. Write to him a reply that 3 of us, the trio, myself, yourself, and a third person, will go and attend it. Mr. Jog informed Mr. Dev of what Baba said. Mr. Dev was much pleased, but he knew that Baba would never went to any place except Rahata, Roy, and Nemagan in person. He always thought that nothing was impossible for Baba, as he was all-pervading, and thought he might suddenly come in any form and fulfill his words. A few days before this, a sannyasi in Bengali dress and professing to work for the cause of the protection of the cows came to the station master at Dahonu to collect donations. The station master told him to go into the town and see the mamlatadar, Mr. Dev, and with his help collect funds. Just then, the mamlatadar happened to come there. The station master then introduced the sannyasi to him. Both sat talking on the platform. Mr. Dev told him that a subscription list for some other charitable cause had already been prepared by the leading citizen, Rao Sahib Narottam Shetty, and so it was not proper to start another subscription list, and that it would be better if he would visit the place after 2 or 4 months. Hearing this, the sannyasi left the place. About a month afterwards, the sannyasi came in a tanga, which stopped in front of Mr. Dev's house at about 10 a.m. Dev thought that he came for donations. On seeing him busy with the preparations of the ceremony, the sannyasi said that he had come not for money, but for meals. Dev said, all right, you are welcome in the house. The sannyasi said, 2 lads are with me. Dev said, well, come with them. As there was about 2 hours for the meal to be served, Dev inquired where he should send for them. He said that it was not necessary, as he would come himself at the appointed time. Dev asked him to come at noon. Exactly at 12 noon, the trio came, joined the party, and after feeding themselves, went away. After the ceremony was finished, Dev wrote a letter to Bapu Sahib Jog, complaining of Baba's breach of promise.
Jog went to Baba with the letter, but before it was opened, Baba spoke. He says that I promised him to come, but deceived him. Tell him that I did attend his dinner with 2 others, but he failed to recognize me. Then why did he call me at all? He thought that the sannyasi came to ask for subscription money. Did I not remove his doubt in that respect? And did I not say that I would come with 2 others? And did not the trio come in time and have their meals? See, to keep my words, I would sacrifice my life. I would never be untrue to my words. This reply pleased Jog's heart, and he communicated the whole reply to Dev. As soon as he read it, he burst into tears of joy, but he took himself to task mentally for vainly blaming Baba. He wondered how he was deceived by the sannyasi's prior visit and his coming to him for subscriptions. How he also failed to catch the significance of the sannyasi's words that he would come with 2 others for meals. This story clearly shows that when the devotees surrender themselves completely to their Satguru, he sees to it that the religious functions in their houses are duly executed and complied with all the necessary formalities. Hemant Pand's Shimga dinner. Now let us take another story, which shows how Baba appeared in the form of his picture and fulfilled the desire of his devotee. In 1917, on the morning of the full moon day, Hemant Pand had a vision. Baba appeared to him in his dream in the form of a well-dressed sannyasi, woke him up and said that he would come to him for a meal that day. This vision constituted a part of the dream. When he was fully awake, he saw neither Sai nor any sannyasi. But when he began to recollect the dream, he remembered each and every word the sannyasi uttered in his dream. Though he was in contact with Baba for 7 years and always meditated on Baba, he never expected that Baba would come to his house for meals. However, being much pleased with Baba's words, he went to his wife and informed her that being the holy day, a sannyasi was coming for meals and that some more rice should be prepared. She inquired about the guest, who he was, and where he was coming from. Then, not to cause any misunderstanding, he gave her the truth and told her about the dream. She doubtingly asked whether it was possible that Baba should come there, Bandara, from Shirdi, leaving the dainty dishes there to accept their coarse food. Himalapan then assured her that Baba might not come in person, but he might attend in the form of a guest, and that they would lose nothing if they cooked some more rice. After this, preparations for the dinner went on, and it was ready at noon. The Holika worship was through, and the leaves were spread and arranged with rangoli around them. 2 rows were arranged with a central seat between them for the honorable guest. All members of the family, sons, grandsons, daughters, and sons-in-law, etc., came and occupied their seats, and the serving of the various items commenced. While this was being done, everybody was watching for the guests, but none turned up, though it was past noon. Then the entrance was closed. The Annashidhi was served. This was a signal to start eating. Formal offering to Vaishvadeva and Naivedya to Sri Krishna were also over, and the members were about to begin, when the footsteps in the staircase were heard distinctly. Hemant went immediately and opened the door and saw 2 men there, Ali Muhammad and Maulana Ismu Mujawar. These 2 persons, seeing the meals were laid out and all the members were about to begin eating, apologized to Hemant and requested him to excuse their interference. They said, "You left your seat and came running to us. Others are waiting for you. So please take this thing and I shall relate all about it later at your convenience." Saying so, he took out from under his arm a packet wrapped in an old newspaper and placed it on the table. Hemant uncovered the packet and saw to his great wonder and pleasant surprise a big and nice picture of Sai Baba. On seeing it, he was much moved. Tears ran down from his eyes and hair stood on end all over his body, and he bent and placed his head on the feet of Baba in the picture. He thought that Baba had blessed him by this miracle or Leela. Out of curiosity, he asked Ali Muhammad how he got this picture. He said that he bought it from a shop and that he would give all the details about it afterwards, and wished that as all the members were waiting for him, he should go and join them. Hemant thanked him, bade them goodbye, and returned to the dining hall. The picture was placed on the central seat reserved for the guests, and after making the due offering of the Naivedya, the whole party commenced eating and finished it in proper time. On seeing the beautiful form of Sai in the picture, everybody was extremely pleased and wondered how all this happened. This is how Sai Baba fulfilled his words, uttered by him in the dream of Hemant. The story of the picture, with all its details, visualize how Ali Muhammad got it, why he bought it, and gave it to Hemant, is reserved for the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai.
Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
It's Hey Vinay, you can continue with chapter 41, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. Continue with chapter 41. Thank you.
41 is allocated for me.
No,
Vinay.
it's chapter. Sindhu, it's a chapter 40 only divide.
Yeah, chapter
Yeah.
41. Correct.
No, Senthil doesn't have that list. Nisha, you'll be reading one page. Yeah. Santosh has it.
Yeah, I'll be reading it.
Hmm.
So, should I read it?
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
No. Is Vinay is done?
No, Vinay
I'm
hasn't
not.
done. Vinay just joined.
Oh, yeah. Chapter 30, 40, 39. Sorry, 40 off should be read by Vinay.
No, but she just finished.
Santosh, I have updated the Google Sheet. Can you please check it? I messaged you also on WhatsApp. That 41 chapter, I have divided one page, only one page Nisha is going to read, 216, and 217 to 219 Vinay is going to read.
Okay. Nisha, I can start.
Okay. No, wait. No, just tell Vinay who's supposed to read now. It's as per the sheet. It is Vinay. So what is Vinay supposed to read? Tell him. He'll finish it off.
No, Senthil, you don't have the means you don't have the updated sheet. Santosh has it.
Okay, then carry on. Continue with it.
So only one page Nisha is gonna read, and then Vinay. Vinay is already there. Don't worry. Yeah.
Sairam, chapter 41, story of the picture, stealing the rats and reading of Naneshwari. As stated in the last chapter, we continue here the story of the picture. 9 years after the incident described in the last chapter, Ali Muhammad and Hemat Pant again and related to him the following story. One day, while wandering in the streets of Mumbai, he bought the picture from a street hawker. Then he got it framed and set it on a wall in his house at Bandra, suburbs of Mumbai. As he loved Baba, daily he took the darshan of it. 3 months before he gave the picture to Hemat Pant, he was suffering from an abscess or swelling on his leg, for which an operation was performed, and he was convalescing in the house of his brother-in-law, Mr. Nur Mohammad Parboy, in Mumbai. For 3 months, his house in Bandra was closed, and nobody was living there. Only the picture of the Baba, Abdul Rahman, Maulana Sahib Muhammad Hussain, Sai Baba, Baba Tajuddin, and a few other saints living there were there. The wheel of time did not even spare these. All the picture made their fate. But how Sai Baba's picture escaped it, nobody had been able to explain to me up till now. It shows that all pervasiveness, omnipresence of Sai and his inscrutable power. The story goes like this. He had a small picture of Sai Baba, Abdul Rahman from Muhammad Hussain Tariyotopan many years ago. He gave it to his brother-in-law Nur Muhammad Paraboy, and it was lying on his table for 8 years. Once the latter took it to a photographer and got it enlarged to a life size and distributed copies of the same among his relations and friends, including Ali Muhammad, who fixed it up in his Bandra house. Nur Muhammad was a disciple of Saint Abdul Rahman, and when he went to present the picture to him in an open darbar held by him, the Guru got wild and ran to beat him and drove him out. He felt sorry and dejected. He also thought that he spent so much of money and incurred his Guru's displeasure and wrath. As his Guru Baba Abdul Rahman did not like image worship, he took the enlarged picture of Baba Rahman with him to the Apollo Bandar and after hiring a boat, took it and drowned it in the sea. He requested the friends' relations to return their copies and after getting them, 6 in all, back, had them drowned in the Bandra Sea. At this time, Ali Muhammad was in his brother-in-law's house. He was told by him that his suffering would come to an end if he would soon drown the pictures of all of the other saints also in the sea. On hearing this, Ali Muhammad sent Mehta, his manager, to his Bandra house and got all the pictures of the saints in the house to be thrown into the sea. Should I continue or somebody is taking over?
Yeah, we have Vinay. Vinay, can you please continue?
No.
Shri
Hi.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you,
Jai.
Nishad. Yeah, Vinay, please continue.
Yeah. Om Sairam. So stealing the rags and reading of Gnaneshwari. Mr. B.V. Dev, who was Mamaltar of Thana district, wished for a long time to read Gnaneshwari, the well-known Marathi commentary on Bhagavad Gita by Gnaneshwar, along with other scriptures. He could read daily one chapter of Bhagavad Gita, but when he took Gnaneshwari in hand, some difficulties cropped up and he was precluded from reading it. He took 3 months' leave, went to Shirdi, and thence to his home at Pound for rest. He could read other books there, but when he opened Gnaneshwari, some evil or stray thoughts crowding up in his mind and stopped him in the effort. Try as much as he could, he was not able to read even a few lines of the book with ease. So he resolved in his mind that when Baba would create love for the book and would order him to read it, he would begin and not until then. Then, in a month of February 1914, he went with his family to Shirdi. There, Jog asked him whether he reads Gnaneshwari daily. Dev replied that he was desirous of reading it, but he was not successful, and that only when Baba would order him to read it, he would commence. Jog then advised him to take a copy of the book and present it to Baba and start the reading after it was consecrated and returned by him. Dev replied that he did not want to resort this advice as Baba knows his heart. Would he not know his desire and satisfied by giving him a clear order to read? Dev then saw Baba and offered 1 rupee as dakshina. Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave. At night, he met one Balkram and inquired from him as to how he secured Baba's devotion and grace. Balkram told that he would communicate everything the next day after Aarti. When they went for darshan the next day, Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave willingly. As the masjid was crowded, they went aside and sat in the corner. Baba asked him to come closer and sit with a calm mind, which they did. Then, after the noon Aarti was over and the men dispersed, Dev saw Balkram again and asked him his previous experiences, what Baba told him, and how he was taught meditation. While Balkram was going to reply, Baba sent one Chandru, a leper devotee, to call Dev to him. When Dev went to Baba, the latter asked him with whom and what he was talking. He said that he was with Balakaram and heard from him his fame. Then Baba asked again rupees 25 as dakshina, which Dev gladly gave. Then Baba took him inside and sitting near the post charged him, saying, "You stole away my rags without my knowledge." Dev denied any knowledge of the rags, but Baba asked him to make a search. He searched but found none. Then Baba got angry and said, "There is nobody here. You are the only thief, grey head and old. You came here for stealing." After this, Baba lost his temper, got terribly wild, gave all sorts of abuses and scoldings. Dev remained silent and apprehended that he might get a beating also. After about an hour or so, Baba asked him to go to the Vada. He returned to the Vada and told Jog and Balkram all that happened. Then, in the afternoon, Baba sent for all of them and said that his words might have pained the old man there, but as he committed the theft, he took him to the task. Then Baba asked again for rupees 12. Dev collected the amount, paid it, and prostrated himself before him. Then Baba said to him, "Go on reading the Poti Gnaneshwar daily. Go and sit in the Vada. Read regularly and every day. While reading, explain the portion read to all with love and devotion. I am sitting here ready to give you the whole gold embroidered. Then why go to others to steal rags? Why should you get into habit of stealing?" Dev was much pleased to hear the words of Baba, for he directly asked him to start reading Poti Gnaneshwari. He thought that he got what he wanted and that he could read the book with ease. Thenceforth, he again prostrated himself before Baba and said that he surrendered himself to him and that he should be treated as a child and be helped in his reading. He realized then what Baba meant by stealing the rags. What he asked Balkram constituted the rags, and Baba didn't like his behavior in this respect. As he was ready to answer all his questions, he did not like him to ask others and make unnecessary inquiries, and thenceforth he scolded him. They thought that he really did not scold him, but thought that he was ready to fulfill his desires, and there was no use of asking others in vain. They took these scoldings as blessings and went home satisfied and contented. The matter did not end there. Baba did not stop with only issuing an order to read. Within an year, he went to Dev and inquired about his progress. On 2nd April 1914, on Thursday morning, Baba gave him a dream. He sat on the upper floor and asked him whether he understood the Poti. No, answered Dev. Baba said, "Then when are you going to understand?" Dev burst into tears and said, "Unless you shower your grace, the reading is mere burden and the understanding is still more difficult," told. While reading, Baba told, "While reading, you make haste and read it before me in my presence." Dev asked, "What shall I read?" Baba said, "Read Adhyatma, spiritualism." Dev went in to bring the book. When he opened his eyes, he was fully awake. We leave the readers to imagine what ineffable joy and bliss felt after this vision. Bo to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sai
Sri
Ram.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Yeah, thanks, Vinay. Anuja Garu, please you can start.
Om Sai Ram, 42 lesson, Baba's passing away, previous indication, averting death of the Ramachandra Dada Patel and Tatya Patel, Kota Patel. Charity of the Lakshmibai Sinde Lakshmi moment. The chapter describes the passing away of Baba. Preliminary. The stories given in the previous chapter have shown that the light of Guru's grace removes fear of mundane extents, opens the path of salvation, and turns our misery into happiness. If we always remember the feet of Sadguru, our troubles come to an end. Death loses its sting, and the misery of his mundane extents is obliterated. Therefore, those who care for their welfare should carefully listen to these stories of Sai Samartha, which will purify their minds. In the beginning, Eman Pant dwells on Dr. Pandit's worship and his markings. Baba's forehead is Tripunda, three horizontal lines, but this has been already described in chapter 9, 11. It has been omitted here. Previous indication, the readers up till now heard the stories of Baba's life. Let them now hear attentively of Baba's passing away. Baba got a slight fever on the 28th September 1918. The fever lasted for 2 or 3 days, but afterwards Baba gave up his food and therefore grew weaker and weaker. On the 17th day, Tuesday, the 15th October 1918, Baba left his mortal coil at about 2:30 p.m. By Professor G.C. Narke, letter dated 5th November 1918 to Dasha Shayab Kaparad, published in Sai Leela magazine, page 78, first year. 2 years before this, 1916, Baba gave an indication of his passing away, but nobody understood in it then. It was as follow: on the Vijayadashmi, Dasara day, Baba all of a sudden got into wild rage in the evening. When people were returning from sorry.
People were returning from on Vijayadashmi. Yeah.
When people were returning from Semaglan, crossing the border of our limits of the village, taking off his headdress, kafni and langoti, he tore them in and threw them into the dumni before him. On being fed his offering, the fire in the duni began to burn brighter and Baba stone still brighter. He stood there, stark naked, with his burning red eyes, shouted, "You fellows, now have a look and decide finally whether I am a Muslim or a Hindu." Everybody has a trembling with fear, and none dared to approach Baba. After some time, Bagoji Sindhi, the leper devotee of Baba, went boldly near him and succeeded in tying a langotri waistband around his waist and said, "Baba, what is this all? Today, to the Samola gun, Dasara holiday, Baba striking the ground with his Satka said, "This is my Salmogoni crossing the border." Baba did not cool down till 11 p.m. and the people doubted whether the Chavadi procession would ever take place that night. After an hour, Baba resumed his normal condition and dressed himself as usual, attended the Chavadi procession. As described before, by this incident, Baba gave a suggestion that Dasara was the proper time for him to cross the border of life, but none understood its meaning then. Baba gave another indication also as follows.
Averting death of Ramachandra and Tatya Patil. Sometime after this, Ramachandra Patil became seriously ill. He suffered a lot. He tried all remedies, but finding no relief, despaired of his life and was waiting for the last moment. Then one midnight, Baba suddenly stood near his bed. Patil held his feet and said, "I have lost all hopes of life. Please tell me definitely when I shall die." Merciful Baba said, "Don't be anxious. Your hundi, death warrant, has been withdrawn and you will soon recover. But I'm afraid of Tatya Patel. He will pass away on Vijayadashmi of Shaka 1840, that is 1918 AD. Do not divulge, divulge this to anybody, not to him, for he will be terribly frightened." Ramachandra Dada got well, but he felt nervous about Tatya's life, for he knew that Baba's word was unalterable and that Tatya would breathe his last within 2 years. He kept this secret, told it to none, but to Bala Shimpi, a tailor, only. Only these two persons, Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi, worry in fear and suspense regarding Tatya's life. Ramachandra Dada soon left his bed and was on his legs. Time passed quickly. The month of Bhadrapada of Shaka 1840, that is 1918, was ending and Ashwin was approaching. True to Baba's word, Tatya fell sick and was bedridden, and so he could not come for Baba's darshan. Baba was also down with fever. Tatya had full faith in Baba. Tatya's illness began to grow from bad to worse and he could not move at all, but always remembered Baba. The predicament of Baba began to grow equally worse. The day predicted, that is Vijayadashmi, was impending. And both Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi were terribly frightened about Tatya, and their bodies trembling and perspiring with fear, thought that as predicted by Baba, Tatya's end was near. Vijayadashmi dawned and Tatya's pulse began to beat very slow, and he was expected to pass away shortly. But a curious thing happened. Tatya remained, his death was averted, and Baba passed away instead. It seemed as if there was an exchange. People said that Baba gave up his life for Tatya. Why he did so, he alone knows, as his ways are inscrutable. It seems, however, that in this incident, Baba gave a hint of his passing away, substituting Tatya's name for his own. Next morning, 16th October, Baba appeared to Das Ganu at Pandrapur in his dream and said to him, "The masjid collapsed. All the oilmen and grocers of Shirdi harassed me a lot. So I leave the place. I therefore come to inform you here. Go there quickly and cover me with bakkal flowers." Dasaganu got the information also from Shirdi letters. So he came to Shirdi with his disciples and started bhajan and kirtan and sang the Lord's name throughout the day before Baba's samadhi. Himself weaving a beautiful garland of Lord Hari's name, he placed it on Baba's samadhi and gave a mass feeding in Baba's name. Charity to Lakshmi Bai. Dasara or Vijayadashmi is regarded by all the Hindus as the most auspicious time, and it is befitting Baba should choose this time for his crossing the border line. He was ailing some days before this, but he never consciously internally. Just before the last moment, he sat up without anybody's aid and looked better. People thought that the danger had passed off and he was getting well. He knew that he was to pass away soon, and therefore he wanted to give some money as charity to Lakshmi Bai's Shinde. Baba pervading all creatures. This Lakshmi Bai Shinde was a good and well-to-do woman. She was serving in the masjid day and night. Except Bhagat, Malsapati, Tatya, and Lakshmi Bai, none was allowed to step in the masjid at night. Once while Baba was sitting in the masjid with Tatya in the evening, Lakshmi Bai came and saluted Baba. Baba said to her, "Oh Lakshmi, I am very hungry." Off she went saying, "Baba, wait a bit. I return immediately with bread." She did return with bread and vegetables and placed the same before Baba. He took it and gave it to a dog. Lakshmi Bai then asked, "What is this, Baba?" "I ran in haste, prepared bread with my own hands for you, and you threw it to a dog without eating a morsel of it? You gave me trouble unnecessarily." Baba replied, "Why do you grieve for nothing? The appeasement of the dog's hunger is the same as mine. The dog has a soul, the creature may be different, but the hunger of all is the same. Though some speak and others are dumb, know for certain that he who feeds the hungry really serves me with food. Regard this as truth." This is an ordinary incident, but Baba thereby propounded a great spiritual truth and showed its practical application in daily life without hurting anybody's feelings. From this time onwards, Lakshmi Bai began to offer him daily bread and milk with love and devotion. Baba accepted and ate it appreciatingly. He took a part of this and sent the remainder through Lakshmi Bai to Radha Krishna Mai, who always released and ate Baba's remnant prasad. This bread story should not be considered as a digression. It shows how Sri Sai Baba pervaded all the creatures and transcended them. He is omnipresent, birthless, deathless, and immortal. Baba remembered Lakshmi Bai's service. How could he forget her? Just before leaving his body, he put his hand in his pocket and gave her 5 rupees and then rupees 4, in all rupees 9. This figure 9 is indicative of 9 types of devotion described in chapter 21. Or it may be the dakshina offered at the time of Semolangan. Lakshmi Bai was well-to-do woman, so she was not in want of any money. Baba might have suggested to her and brought to her notice characteristics of a good disciple, mentioned in the 6th verse of chapter 10, Skanda 11 of Bhagavat, wherein first 5 and then 4 characteristics are mentioned in the first and second couplets. Baba, this gift of 9 she will remember ever. Being so watchful and conscious, he ordered them all to clear off. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, Bapu Sahib Bhuti, and others were in masjid anxiously waiting upon Baba. But he asked them to go to Wada and return after meals. They could not leave Baba's presence, nor could they disobey him. So with heavy hearts and heavy feet, they went to the Wada. They knew that Baba's condition was very serious and that they could not leave him. They sat for meals, but their mind was elsewhere. It was with Baba. Before they finished, news came to them of Baba shedding the mortal's coil. Leaving their dishes, they ran to the masjid and found that Baba rested finally on Bayaji's land. He did not collapse on the ground, nor did he lie on his bed, but sitting quietly on his seat and doing charity with his own hand, left the mortal coil. Saints embody themselves and come into this world with a definite mission, and after that is fulfilled, they pass away as quietly and easily as they came. Both to Sri
Go to
Sai,
Shirdi Sai.
peace be
Peace
to
be
all.
Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu.
Jai
Sadhguru Sahib Maharaj ki jai. We're going to
Jai.
have now Dhoop Aarti. Please, we'll complete that and then we'll try to continue. Okay.
स्वरूपी रही बंग मोक्ष जन दावी जय श्रीरंग डोला आरती साई तव दर्शन तुझे ही मावा संस्कृती व्याता ब्रह्मचारा स्वामी दत्तादेव आरती बाबा बयानी वारी आरती तव चरण रज सेवा मागणी जी देवा देवा आरती साई बाबा
स्मरामि मणिभास्वदानि भावे पुरावे करे भक्ति साखे स्वभावे करावे जगाधारुणी माय थाथा नमस्कार श्री साई नाथा वसे जो सदा मया संत लीला इसे अन्य लोकान मरे जो जनाला परियंतर ज्ञान कैवल्य दाता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साई नाथा वरालाध राजल महामानवाचा नरासाथ का साधनी गोट साचा धरो साई प्रेमालया अहंता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साई नाथा धरावे करे सान अल्पज्ञ बाला धरावे अमाधन्य चुंबो निराला मुखे गान प्रेमे परागास आता नमस्कार श्री साई नाथा सुरागे गजांचा वदावन्नितागे रागे गजांचे समान पदेते पदेनं प्रहोता नमस्कार साक्षात् श्री साई नाथा जाया परामानोपमाले सदानंदले स्वरूपे निराले करीरास प्रेरास वेंकटनाथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साई नाथा नामात तुमागने गजावे तराजोड़े क्रोधीन अत्यंत भावे भवे मोहनी राज हाथा नमस्कार श्री साई नाथा ऐसा ये वासाई दिगंबरा अक्षय रूपवतारा सर्वहि व्यापकतो श्रुति सारा अनुसयाति कुमारा बाबा देवा काशी स्नान जपा प्रतिदिवसे कोल्हापुर में श्री निर्मल नदी तुंगा जलप्राशी निद्रा मुरदेश ऐसा जोड़े लोमत से वामत है त्रिशूल डमरुधारे भक्तामरत सदा सुखधारे देश मुक्ति चारे ऐसा आए पादुका जपमाला कमंडलो मृगजाला नादन कर सेना नाद जटा मुकुट शोभतो माता ऐसा देवा तत्पर जाया जीवनी अक्षय कांच सदने लक्ष्मी वास करे राक्षस संकट मारुनि ऐसा देवा या परिज्ञान तुझे गुरुराया कृष्ण करी नयनाया पूर्णानंद सुते देखाया नाम श्री हरि गुण गाया ऐसा देवा साई दिगंबरा अक्षय रूपावतारा सर्वहि व्यापकतो सत्य सारा अनुसया कुमारा बाबा देवा सदा सस्वरूपं चिदानंद कंदं जगत्संभवस्थान संहार हेतु भक्तेच्छयामानुषं दर्शयन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं भवद्मातविद्मो समार्तण्डमीड्यं मनोवागतीतं मुनिर्ज्ञानगम्यं जगद्व्यापकं निर्मलं निर्गुणत्वं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथं भवां भोगिमग्नादितानां जनानां स्वपानाश्रितानां स्वभक्तेर्जयानां समुद्धार वृक्षस्य मूलादिवासात् सुधास्राविणन्ति तमप्यव्ययन्तम् तरुं कल्पवृक्षाधिकं साधयन्तम् नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् सदा कल्पवृक्षस्य कस्याभिमूले भवद्भावबुद्ध्या सपर्यादि सेवा गुणां कुर्वतां भोक्तिमुक्तिप्रदन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् अनेकाश्रुतातर्क्यलीलाविलासै समावेशकृतेशानभास्वप्रभावम् अहं भावहीनं प्रसन्नात्मभावं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् सदा विश्रमाणाममेवाभिरामं सदा सज्जनैः सस्तुतं सन्नमद्मि जनामोदरं भक्तभद्रप्रणन्तं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् अजन्माद्यमेकं परब्रह्म साक्षात् स्वयं सम्भवं राममेवावतीर्णं भवद्दर्शनासं पुनीतप्रभोहं नमामीश्वरं सद्गुरुं साईनाथम् श्री साईश कृपानिधे किल नृणां सर्वार्थसिद्धिप्रदा युष्मत्पादरजप्रभावमतुलं धाता विवर्ता क्षमा सद्भक्ता शरणं कृताञ्जलिपुता सम्प्रापितोऽस्मि प्रभो श्रीमत्साई परेशपादकमलान् ज्ञान्यच्छरण्यं मम सायिरोपधर रागोत्तमं भक्तकामविबुधद्रुमं प्रभुं माययोपगतचित्तशुद्धये चिन्तयाम्यहमर्निशं मुदा शरत्सुधांशु प्रतिमं प्रकाशं कृपातपत्रं तव साईनाथ त्वदीयपादाब्जसमाश्रितानां स्वच्छायया तापमपाकरोतु उपासनादैवत साईनाथ स्तवैर्मयोपासनिनाथतस्त्वं रमेन् मनोन्मे तव पादयुग्मे भृङ्गो यथा मकरन्दरुद्रा अनेकजन्मार्जितपापसंशयो भवेद् भवत्पादसरोजदर्शनात् क्षमस्व सर्वान्धपरान्धपुण्यकान् प्रसेद साई सद्गुरोदयानिधे श्री साईनाथ चरणामृतपोतचित्ता तत्पादसेवनरता सततं संसारजन्यदुरितोर्धवनीर्गतास्ते कैवल्यधाम परमं समवाप्नुवन्ते स्तोत्रमेतत्पठेद्भक्त्या यो
यो
नरस्तन्मनः
नरस्तन्मनः सदा सद्गुरो साईनाथस्य कृपापात्रं भवेत् ध्रुवं करचरणकृतं वा कायकं वनजम्
मम प्रियाम्बिका रुसो मम प्रियाङ्गना प्रियसुतात्मजाहि रुसो भगिनी बन्धुहि श्वशुरसासुभाये रुसो नदन गुरु साई मां मजवरी कहेहि रुसो उसन सुनवाईता भजन भ्रातृजाया उसन प्रिय सोयरे प्रिय सगीत ज्ञाते उso सुरदना सखा स्वजनना बंधु उso हरि गुरु साई मां भजवरी